Hello everybody, as we all know, ChrisChan is the world's most documented person on the planet, and with that much info on a single person comes a massive, and let me tell you, oh boy is it huge iceberg. We will be talking from Chris's Fanta recycling to the dimensional merge being real. And as we all know how iceberg charts work, the deeper you go, the less known and confirmed the information is. I'll be displaying this info with Sonichu medallions, 5 meaning 100% true and confirmed, and 1 meaning it's basically a myth. Now, let's get into this. Sonichu. Sonichu is Chris's official life work, magnum opus and largest contribution to society and culture. To the uncultured, it is a poorly drawn and written comic book series about the adventures and travels that befall a fictionalized version of himself and his imaginary friends. Despite starting out as a comic about the titular character, it quickly turned into a wish fulfillment outlet for Chris and his depraved fantasies, with Sonichu being a main character in name only, playing second fiddle to Chris's primary Mary Sue self-insert. Other characters include Rose Chu and Chris's many other self-inserts. The comic began on the 24th of November 2004 and updated periodically throughout the next 15 years, with its last significant update published on the 27th of June 2019. Chris wanted the series to last anywhere between 75 and 100 issues, although he was in no hurry to accomplish such a feat. Due to multiple extended hiatuses following Chris's incest charges, it seems unlikely that Chris will ever finish the series, even if he completes his sentence. Quickville. As the name suggests, Quickville is derived from Chris's own initials and serves as much of an exercise in boosting his ego as you'd expect. While the setting was initially believed to exist to justify self-inserts present in Sonichu, it was later learned that Chris's concept of a utopia had origins with a Lego city created in his own bedroom, predating the webcomic. Additional lore provided over the years also indicated that Chris himself is not the founder of the city, but his father was, and he named it after his newborn son. Chris believes that Quickville actually exists, and for many years used this city as a way to escape from anything he does not like. Recently, Chris has used other means of coping from reality, and Quickville became part of the parallel dimension of C-197, which he also believes to actually exist. Curiously, Chris has occasionally referred to Charlottesville as Quickville. Bob and Barb Chandler. Robert Bob Franklin Chandler Jr. was the father of Christine Weston Chandler, Carol Chandler, and David Allen Chandler, the stepfather of Cole Smithy and husband of Barbara Weston Chandler. Bob became a firm favorite with trolls due to Chris's aversion towards him and for his infamous cameo when he walked in on him mass debating, where he gained his nickname. The Internet Lumberjack came from this incident when he promised to cut down the internet. Barbara Ann Chandler is the widow of Bob Chandler and the mother of Christine Weston Chandler and Cole Smithy. Though Bob remained relatively popular with trolls and Christorians alike, the same cannot be said for Barbara, who has been consistently disliked by nearly everyone but Chris and her late husband. Whereas Bob eventually recognized his shortcomings as a parent to Chris and attempted to correct them later in his life, Barbara has consistently been one of the biggest enablers of Chris's bad behavior since he was a child. On top of emotionally manipulating, threatening, and occasionally physically abusing him, Barbara has been instrumental in turning Chris into the spoiled man-child that he is today. Sagas. A saga is a story arc of events on the quick chronology, documenting Chris's actions during a specific span of time. Of these sagas, the most important and influential ones would be The Love Quest, Megan, Clyde Cash, Liquid Chris, Financial Crisis, Idea Guys, Dimensional Merge, Incest, and Jail sagas. Sonichu medallions. The Sonichu medallions were a result of Chris's infatuation with his original character Sonichu. Due to the frequency of wearing his medallion in videos, photos, and in public, it has become one of his more memorable characteristics, along with his trademark striped shirt. Although Chris's habit of wearing the medallion has fluctuated over the years, he still wears the medallion in public. He does not plan to ever retire it despite its degrading condition. Chris has produced numerous medallions of his Electric Hedgehog Pokemon characters and previously produced them in large numbers for purchases through eBay. All previous and current iterations have been made from Crayola Model Magic and acrylic paint, and the quality varies from medallion to medallion due to them being handmade from scratch. All different variations of the medallions include Rose Chu Medallion, Blake Sonichu Medallion, Jigliami Medallion, Asperchu Medallion, Snoop Dogg Medallion, Night V Medallion, Modified Medallion, Shrek Medallion, and Golden Medallion. GenoSamuel: A Comprehensive History. ChrisChan: A Comprehensive History is a documentary web series created by GenoSamuel, which began in February 2018. It is, and as the name suggests, an extensive in-depth documentary about Chris's life, similar to Sakamo's. However, while Sakamo's film is a brief summary of Chris's life, for newcomers, Geno's videos go into greater detail, with most videos being between 35 to 45 minutes in length, with a decent portion of this being tied to the playback of Chris's own audio and video. As of part 75, the documentary series is 2 days, 4 hours, 50 minutes and 10 seconds long. Sakamo's documentary, Christian Weston Chandler, is an unofficial fan-made documentary film based on Chris's life from his birth to January 2015. Directed and created by Kiwi Farms member Spy Lobster, also known as Sakamo on YouTube, it was successfully completed and released to YouTube on the 2nd of February 2015. Made as a high school project, the film takes a look at Chris's troubled life in mostly serious and factual fashion, utilizing photos, videos, and interviews, although it does have its moment of comedy. Notably, the film presents no bias towards Chris as a whole. At the end, it leaves it up to the viewer to decide how they feel about Chris. 14 Branchland Court. 14 Branchland Court, Ruckersville, Virginia, also known as Sonichu Headquarters, Temple of Quick Sonichu, or the last bastion of autism. This was the vile lair of Christian Weston Chandler up until his arrest in 2021. Currently, it is inhabited by Chris's mother Barbara, the surviving Chandler cats, and Chris's dog Clover. The Classic. The Classic is a red and blue rugby shirt formerly worn by Chris from sometime before the 2nd of February 2004 to when he became a Tom girl in 2011. It was initially thought to be lost in the 2014 house fire, but had survived at the bottom of a soaked and grimy garbage bag full of clothing. Prompted by the financial crisis, Chris went searching for it in April 2017, hoping to sell it to a fan, although no such sale come to pass. As of August 2018, the original shirt is lost, and as of October 2019, Chris owns a Mark II Classic, almost the same as the original, but sporting orange and blue instead of the original red and blue. Most documented person in history. It is often said that ChrisChan is the world's most documented person in history for very obvious reasons, from the fact that he himself from a young age started uploading content regarding his day-to-day life, to the fact that there is an entire wiki dedicated to him with a timeline of what he did in the past and hundreds upon thousands of pages documenting what he does on a day-to-day basis. It wouldn't be too crazy of a statement to say that he indeed is the most documented person in history. Chris identifies as transgender lesbian. In 2011, when Chris was 29 years old, he began exploring male-to-female gender transitioning. Starting with cross-dressing, he would gradually try do-it-yourself methods to undergo physical transitioning, which were pointless at best and dangerous at worst. In 2016, he began using legitimate means, such as seeing a professional specializing in gender issues and going on prescription hormone therapy later that year. Chris's identity gradually shifted over the course of his transitioning. He began as a transvestite, a male who cross-dresses yet still identifies as a man, or as Chris calls it, Tom girl. In 2014, he came out as a lesbian-identified male, and by the end of that year, he began identifying as a woman, calling himself a trans woman. In 2015, he started going by Christine, making the name change official the following year, and as well as changing the gender marker on his driver's license to female. Watch and Win Sweepstakes. The Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win Sweepstakes was a contest held in 1993 to promote the first Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, The Syndicated Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. The contest's grand prize, a $1,000 KB toy shopping spree, was awarded to at least 2 lucky winners, one of whom happened to be Chris. The other winner of the contest was a 6-year-old girl from California who decided to split her prize money with her classmates instead. This seminal event marks both the early peak of Chris's life and the first hint of his future decline into the man-child we know today. High-functioning autism. Autism is the lens through which Chris experiences the world. It is impossible to understand Chris's defensiveness, hypersensitivity, narcissism, irresponsibility, paranoia, victimhood, self-pity, and poor grasp on reality without understanding his relationship with autism. Chris was diagnosed with the disorder in his early childhood, and it became a cornerstone of his identity and influence on how he would act, alongside potential other undiagnosed psychological or neurological disorders. disorders. Love Quest. The Love Quest or Sweetheart Search was the longest real-life saga of Chris. His goal was to obtain a boyfriend-free girl. The stated purpose of the Love Quest was to meet the woman who would be his true love, solve all of his problems, and bear his daughter Crystal. The Love Quest represented a focused effort to do everything in his power to achieve romantic fulfillment, except of course improving himself. For over a decade, from 2003 to 2018, the Love Quest was ongoing, with Chris unsurprisingly not having made any progress whatsoever in finding a romantic partner. In April 2012, he lost his virginity to a prostitute, and in early 2018, Chris was brainwashed by the idea guys into ending his love quest, and he was told that he was happily married to several of his fictional OCs. Unfortunately, that was not the end of his story, as Chris went from believing in his marriages to eventually having sex of very questionable consent with a certain member of his family, which rightfully resulted in Chris serving time in prison. Ruckersville, Virginia. Ruckersville is located in Greene County, Virginia, and part of the Charlottesville metropolitan area. It also happens to be the home of Chris and the capital of all things Sonichu related, until August 2021, when Chris's arrest for incest saw him relocated to a jail in Orange, Virginia. Chris and his family moved from Ruckersville to Richmond suburbs after the dispute with the faculty of Nathanael Greene Elementary School, only to return in 2000. Wikipedia. The Wikipedia, not to be confused with the Quickie, was a wiki set up for the sole use of Chris as a sort of personal wiki. It was designed to allow Chris to get the truth out, as he so desired to do on his own Wikipedia profile. Since its inception, Chris more or less treated the page as a free web hosting, a place to put his comics without having to pay for the resulting bandwidth use. The Wikipedia also served as the ultimate test of media wiki software and its usability, in that it strove to create a platform even an autistic man-child could use. While Chris does possess some technological intelligence, he still managed to fuck it up from time to time, even with a sysops holding his hand. PewDiePie video. This entry could either refer to the ChrisChan video made by PewDiePie on the 12th of November 2017, or it could be referring to the video titled PewDiePie Does Not Live Here, He Lives in Sweden, which is a video where Chris complains that PewDiePie does not live at 14 Branchland Court. Christorians. A Christorian is a person whom follows Chris's antics. There are two kinds, those who document and those who simply follow. Most importantly, they never interfere with Chris's life, they simply observe. Boyfriend-free girl. A boyfriend-free girl is a quickism that Chris uses to refer to a girl who is single. Virgin with rage. Virgin with rage was Chris's description of himself while he was still a virgin. Chris claimed that when he was a virgin, his condition generated frustration and, well, rage. Chris was very self-conscious about being a virgin and frequently brought up the subject unprompted, even in a casual conversation with people he had obviously just met. However, after being advised by his parents that it wasn't a good idea to mention that he was a virgin with rage, he stopped this practice, which was actually one of the few times he actually learned from his mistakes. Interviews. This entry could either refer to any of the hundreds of Chris interviews, but I personally think it refers to Chris's first ever interview, the previously mentioned Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes interview. Incest. I think we all know what this is referring to, so I'm going to shed some light on the bunch of other times Chris was spotted being okay with incest. In 2007, Chris uploaded several not safe for work drawings, including one of himself finger banging a nude brunette woman. An Encyclopedia Dramatica user immediately concluded this was Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister. Crystal also appeared as a girlfriend card he made for Yu-Gi-Oh! And when he first learned what incest meant, he said that he would only definitely discourage that, and that lesbian incest is possibly okay. Kursei Hameha. The Kursei Hameha, also referred to as Shinye Hameha, is the special finishing move of Doom used by Chris when battling his unfortunate adversaries, be they jerk-ups, mana-jerks, trolls, or Mary Lee Walsh. It is performed exactly the same way as the famed Kamehameha maneuver used in the anime series Dragon Ball and its sequels, by doing silly choreography poses and slowly yelling the name of a famous Hawaiian king. It is also possible that Chris was inspired by a scene in Excel Saga, where the character at one point performed a Neve Hameha, a parody of the Kamehameha named after the series director Shinji Nabeshin Watanabe. If not directly inspired by Excel Saga, it is likely at least caused Chris to think of deriving his own version reason of the famous attack. Dimensional Merge. The Dimensional Merge is a supposed apocalyptic event in which Chris believes that the dimension 1280 and dimension C197 will combine, bringing fictional characters into reality, and which Chris, being the designated god of the event, will ascend into godhood. Of course, the merge is just an escapist fantasy and coping mechanism for Chris. Originally part of the lore, the idea guys had brainwashed into Chris, the dimensional merge is Chris's latest means of avoiding reality, believing that it will rescue him from his self-inflicted real-life problems and enable him to continue living like a child. First announced in October 2018, the merge was expected to take place by the end of the year. The deadline and several others passed without the incident, but Chris has remained persistent. True and honest, Chris believes that in order to be honest, you must give away excessive amounts of personal information about yourself. Therefore, honest content refers to Chris's tendency to tell random strangers about very personal and private details about his life against his better judgment, usually to no benefit to himself and to the benefit of his trolls. While honesty may be the best policy, Chris has a poor grasp of what honesty is or when it's inappropriate to be honest. Worse still, he seems to think the only way to attract a woman is to be 100% honest. Like with many of Chris's strange mannerisms, this is likely linked to his autism. Autistic individuals often have little to no social filter, causing them to say things they shouldn't say. Chris just so happens to take this to ridiculous levels. BronyCon appearances. BronyCon was a yearly convention held by bronies each summer from 2011 to 2019. Chris has been a fan of the series years before the first BronyCon, yet he only began attending the conventions in 2017. As his interest in the children's cartoon deepened, he would continue to attend annually until My Little Pony Friendship is Magic ended its 9-year run in 2019. Even with his low regard among the MLP community, Chris has remained eager to congregate with his fellow fans. In total, Chris has attended 3 BronyCons: BronyCon 2017, 2018, and 2019. July 30th, 2021. On this very fateful day, a certain audio clip of Chris was released to the public, setting the internet ablaze for the next few days. The audio clip I'm referring to is the Bella audio clip, where Chris accidentally provides audio evidence to committing incest with her mother. PokeNews interview. This entry refers to the October 16th, 1999 news segment, where you can see a 17-year-old ChrisChan mumble about how to play Pokemon, the trading card game. House tour video. Most likely this refers to Chris's first ever house tour, which consists of 2 videos, both uploaded on the 27th of March 2009, in which Chris provides a tour of his house and property. Such a video had been requested by both Julie and Ivy. Like his own room, Chris's entire house is filled with junk. Several rooms so cluttered Chris cannot enter them. Sometime after this, his parents found out, and one of Chris Story's most legendary moments ensues. Blanca Saga. Blanca Weiss, aka Amy B. Channel Kawaii Kitchen 123, was the identity assumed by various trolls who posed as Chris's sweetheart in order to get one thing: the Sonichu medallion. The group pulling the strings was a trio of YouTube trolls, 2 of them going by the handles Ricky Ricardo 123 and Nurse Iki-chan. They talked to Chris via instant messenger and telephone respectively. The third, Icarus69, received a package containing the medallion as well as an enclosed love letter, and uploaded a video of himself cutting it up, putting it up in a pickle jar before setting it on fire, pissing on it to extinguish the fire, and later completely destroy the medallion. Patty Chandler. Patty Chandler was Chris's childhood dog, a Beagle Spitz, who was put down in 2006. Chris brought Patty back to life in Sonichu 6 as Patty Chan, a character created by Megan Schroeder to help Chris cope with the loss of his beloved pet, where she somehow gained the ability to walk, talk, and apply for welfare in Quickville. Patty is allowed no rest, as her soul remains in Chris's fantasy world alongside an anthropomorphized version of Snoopy, where that animal died over a decade ago. According to a video from January 2010, Patty now feasts on human souls. While this may seem to be at odds with the canon of Sonichu Comics, it makes perfect sense if you consider the distinct possibility that Quickville is hell. Clyde Cash. Clyde Cash was a ringleader of the Miscreants, and is often considered to be Chris's arch nemesis, even years after his trolling days were finished. In recent years, however, some have argued that people like the Idea Guys and Jacob Sockness have taken this position away from Clyde. Nonetheless, when people think of ChrisChan's greatest trolls, Clyde is usually chief among them, usually due to the sheer volume of videos that Chris made denouncing or threatening his rival. Clyde is in turn played up being a heel to Chris, presenting himself as a comically diabolical mastermind conspiring to inconvenience Chris wherever possible. BlueSpike Julie. BlueSpike, also known as Leon Spike, a 13-year-old brat with Asperger's syndrome according to Chris, was a young troll who contacted Chris through two fake identities, a sweetheart named Julie and her evil brother named Max. Playing as Julie, BlueSpike had phone sex with Chris for hours each night, listening to Chris' mass debate. As BlueSpike was in complete control of Chris, he could have done more sinister things, but night after night he engaged in nothing but noisy, fabricated phone sex, and listening to Chris jerk off very loudly. BlueSpike's trolling caused Chris to admit to Julie that he had tried using a dildo and only boots, convinced Chris to take a long drive to Ohio in what he saw as an effort to rescue his girlfriend, produced the infamous made him describe a future scene from Sonichu 9 alluding to his gay fans, and was the cause for the legendary incident where his father walks in on him with his pants down. He was also responsible for other sick activities, including coercing Chris into shoving shards of his Sonichu medallion up his ass while he watched and mocked him. After that, and subsequently being kicked out of the Miscreants for his utterly rotten behavior, he was involved in relatively minor trolling incidents before fading into obscurity. Ian Brandon Anderson. Ian Brandon Anderson was a name given to Chris in the late 2009 as a part of an in-joke during the Liquid Chris saga. When Liquid first showed up, his gimmick was that he was supposedly the real Christian Western Chandler, and that ChrisChan Sonichu account on YouTube had been hacked by an imposter a short while ago, and it was the imposter who was now operating the IBA Chandler account and pretending to be the real Chris. In this narrative, Ian Brandon Anderson was supposedly the real name of the imposter. First, Let's Player. This refers to the gameplay footage Chris uploaded on the 22nd of November 2003, where Chris gives a tour of his Animal Crossing village. This has caused many to proclaim Chris as the first Let's Player, but this statement is highly debated due to the fact that what counts as a Let's Play style video is pretty broad, and there are videos which predate Chris's which are also centered around someone playing video games while commentating it. Miyamoto Saga. In January 2009, Clyde Cash impersonated Shigeru Miyamoto and was in talks with Chris to produce a Sonichu video game. In most of the emails, the information provided was never asked for by Miyamoto, and one can only wonder how the real Miyamoto would feel with a young man rambling about how he's a virgin with rage or about trolls who slander him online. Liquid Chris, Solid Chris. Liquid Chris, real name Christopher Duckworth, born July 1990, claimed to be the true and honest Christian Western Chandler and the one and only creator of the electric hedgehog Pokemon Sonichu. In reality, he was simply an impersonator on YouTube who initially just made videos to amuse himself and his friends. Liquid was played by identical twin brothers Chris and John Duckworth. Chris portrayed Liquid on YouTube and in the PVCC forums, while John portrayed him during the SingStar challenge. Eventually, Solid discovered Liquid, and he actually believed that he was an imposter trying to take credit for his glorious creation rather than just being an impersonator. Once he was in Solid's sight, Liquid decided to up his game by playing along with his rivalry with ChrisChan, as so did his fans, and became a full-time on-duty troll. ChrisChan Sonichu. ChrisChan Sonichu is Chris's full-on Mary Sue persona in the Sonichu Comics. In October 2009, Chris actually transformed into ChrisChan Sonichu. The character became a transsexual in 2015, mirroring Chris's own trans woman identity. In 2018, after being influenced by the Idea Guys and as a coping mechanism, Chris developed a messiah complex involving ChrisChan Sonichu and another imaginary alter ego, CPU Blueheart. Barb is a hoarder. This entry refers to the fact that the 14 Brantling Court hoard started due to Barbara not throwing away objects she considered valuable, and from there on it got worse and worse to the point that it referred to as the Hoard, and occupies the entire house and fills up a few rooms to the point that they are completely unusable. Animal neglect. This is most likely referring to the fact that many Christorians consider that Chris, with his stupidity, indirectly harm and neglect his pets. For example, due to the house fire which was caused by a coffee machine extension cord located in the bathroom, one of Chris's cats died in the fire, which is a situation situation itself could have been avoided if Chris and Barb weren't hoarders. Attraction sign. The attraction sign was used by Chris during his love quest to get the attention of a boyfriend-free girl. Incredibly, the sight of a fat, sweaty, smelly man-child soliciting sex with a piece of cardboard has not enticed any ladies to date. An earlier version ran "I am X years old male seeking an 18 to X year old single woman," but more information about Chris and demands about his partner soon found their way onto the sign. All of the original signs have likely been destroyed in the house fire of 2014. Gal pals. A gal pal is a quickism for female friend. Chris believes he had a lot of these while growing up, but in reality they were little more than acquaintances who let their autistic kid sit at their lunch table. The unbalanced approach to socialization perhaps contributed to his warped views on gender and him adopting rather effeminate traits and mannerisms, unaware that what might be acceptable for girls might be considered outwardly taboo for guys. Some have suggested that he clung onto female acquaintances as a kind of fill-in mother role to protect him from bullies, which matches up to his desire to be babied by a wife while he plays video games as a stay-at-home dad, because it's easier to count on others to look after him than to take up that responsibility. Long after high school ended, he developed feelings of nostalgia over it and the gal pal acquaintances, to the point where he recreated a high school and several gal pals out of Lego. Casey Julia Chandler was a troll who became embroiled in the conflict between her lover, Liquid Chris, who she later married, and Christian Weston Chandler. Chris described her as having a fun, caring, kind personality, since Chris believes all women consist of nothing but these attributes. Chris tried to lure Casey to his house under the false pretense that he was actually Liquid Chris, which consisted of numerous extremely poor impersonations of Liquid, which Casey had to pretend to be fooled by. They had a long series of phone conversations before she cut ties with him due to her father's disapproval. House fire. The 2014 house fire occurred on the 10th of January 2014. In the early morning hours, a frayed extension cord in the bathroom of 14 Brancelon Court sparked and set the house on fire. Chris first mentioned the fire on Facebook, and it was confirmed later that day when Charlottesville local CBS affiliate WCAV-TV broadcast a brief news report on the incident. The fire-damaged house was renovated while the Chandlers stayed at the rental house, and they were moved back in by January 2015. Ivy O'Neill was a troll who became Chris's one and only sweetheart from March to May 2009. The slew of work that escalated from her simple requests to gain a video shoutout remains one of the craziest sagas in the CWC chronology. Ivy's saga is also seen as one of the most important to Chris historians, as it provides an insight into Chris's thought process, the saga behind the scenario where Chris genuinely believed that his love quest was ending. Business cards. Chris primarily uses business cards for socialization, handing them out to potential gal pals and fans, or for promoting the brand of Sonichu. Chris used the cards prior to being discovered by the internet in 2007. A variant from the early 2000s contained only a link to CWC Sonichu site. These were given to fellow patrons of the gameplays, his 2004 psychiatrist, and copies were left at the University of Virginia's library. Anna McLaren received the card from Chris where he first met her. She noted it contained his name, email address, and a website link. Chris had given it to her in the hopes she would email him using the contact info on it. One variant of the card was also used for the love quest, featuring his Match.com account and asking for a female companion. By early 2010s, the card contained detailed info on Chris. His name, address, email address, phone number, his Facebook, Twitter, PlayStation, and Miiverse accounts were listed, along with an image of Chris's Mii character and a QR code for it. In June 2012, after Chris ranted about troll harassment, Anna suggested Chris leave the internet and change his phone number. Chris shut down the advice, complaining that he could not change his phone number as they were printed on his business cards. Julie. An infamous video on the 20th of February 2009, Chris created a sex video for Julie with the help of his inflatable assistant Kimmy, in order to give Julie an idea of what their first time together would be like. Chris' tender and passionate cries of Julie provided one of the most striking and memorable quickisms. The quickism was also used by trolls to mock Chris for falling in love with BlueSpike's fake persona, Julie. The Gameplays. The Gameplays was a comic book, video game, card, toy, and hobby shop in Charlottesville, Virginia that originally opened in 1995. From at least 2002 up until the summer of 2008, Chris hung out there on a regular basis, going there every Friday without fail to play the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! The trading card games. The shop hosted the Pokemon the Trading Card Game League, where Chris served as a self-proclaimed volunteer gym leader, though he was not endorsed in any way and was largely simply tolerated by the staff. staff. After a long period of increasingly disruptive behavior and repeated warnings from staff, Chris was permanently kicked out of the store by one of the managers, Michael Snyder, on the 6th of June 2008. After his permanent ban, Chris attempted several times to regain access to the store, to no avail thanks to Michael Snyder's insistence. On the 28th of October, Chris and Barb got arrested and ended up facing multiple charges: hit and run, misdemeanor assault, trespassing, and attacking a law officer. Going by the details of said charges as well as the photographs uploaded to the Quickie by Chris himself, it can be assumed that the two tried to enter the store. Chris got in a fight with Michael, the two tried and failed to escape before the police arrived, damaging something in the process, and when the cops showed up, Barb tried to stop them from arresting Chris. Following the judgment after the 28th of October 2011, Chris was forced to keep away from Michael Snyder at all times, which by extension meant that he was permanently banned from the store by law up until its closure, which was reported on June 2014. Megan Schroeder. Megan Schroeder is a former gal pal of Christine Weston Chandler, with whom he had perhaps the closest relationship with anybody he's ever had in his life, and previously one of the 4 potential sweethearts that Chris met that wasn't a troll, a fictitious character, or his own mother. Chris first met Megan in the summer of 2004 at the Gameplace, where she and her brother were regulars. Megan and Chris became good friends, but Chris, being Chris, completely misread their bond as one that could blossom into true and honest romance. Megan repeatedly tried to set boundaries that Chris either misunderstood or completely ignored, which led to an increased tension between the two. This reached a boiling point during the early days of Christine's feud with Encyclopedia Dramatica, in which Chris drew a not safe for work image of himself and Megan. Following Chris's progressively creepy and wanted advances, and realizing that he drew not safe for work images of her, Megan cut off contact with him in 2008. Man in the Pickle Suit. The man in the pickle suit was a common scapegoat of Chris, whom he used to blame whenever he was tricked or conned. In 2009, the role of the man in the pickle suit was adopted by Marvin, who's often referred to as the Jew in the pickle suit. The character was first created on the 11th of September 2008 by a troll posing as Blanca. Using a fake MySpace page, they claimed that Blanca was in fact a black transvestite in a pickle costume. This led to Chris believing that the picture of the man in the pickle suit was in fact a real person. Because the person was entirely fictional, their character quickly became anonymized by the trolls, with multiple people operating under the name at once. Zapped to the Extreme. Zapped to the Extreme is a knockoff catchphrase Chris uses in the cover of Sonichu #1, copying Sonic's catchphrase "gotta go fast," but just worse in every aspect. Jerk-ops. A jerk-op is a mall security guard, police officer, or prison guard. The word itself is a portmanteau of jerk and cop. Female jerk-ops are sometimes called Jane-cops. Jerk-ops typically resemble human beings wearing red, white, or brown police-style uniforms. In the Sonichu Comics, jerk-ops serve as the villainous private army of Mary Lee Walsh and Count Graduan. Mugshots. Chris has had a total of 4 mugshots taken of herself. The first one is in 2014 after being arrested for the Michael Snyder incident, and 2 more in the Central Virginia Regional Jail in August 2021, May 2022, and March 2023. Michael Snyder. Michael Snyder is one of Chris's many enemies. He was the manager of the Gameplace, a game and hobby store that was in Charlottesville. Chris regularly caused trouble at the Gameplace and was eventually perma-banned in June 2008. Don't call anybody. This is the infamous phrase Chris said during the Blue Arm saga before macing a GameStop employee with pepper spray. Heterochromia. Heterochromia is a medical condition in which someone's irises are differently colored. Chris has complete heterochromia, which means one of his eyes is a different color than the other. Chris claims although his eyes were originally blue in high school, he contracted pink eye in his right eye and the prescribed eye drops turned it green. Captain's Log intros. Captain's Log was for a while Chris's usual opening to a video blog. First appearing in his 24th of September 2008 video, it comes from a popular sci-fi franchise, Star Trek. In it, the captain, commander, or the senior crew members would make an entry log to what has happened in the situation prior to the beginning of the episode. Parappa the Rapper contest. In June 2007, Sony Computer Entertainment America announced the Chop Chop Master Onion Rap Showdown contest to promote the video game Parappa the Rapper. Contestants were asked to film themselves performing either Chop Chop Master Onion's rap, Instructor Mussolini's rap, or Cheep Cheep the Cooking Chicken's rap a cappella. The grand prize winner of the contest would receive 2 PSPs and an all-expense-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Exposition. The contest was of monumental importance as it would achieve gold for Christian Weston Chandler on multiple fronts. Beyond his innate desire to win contests by making an ass of himself on film, Chris hoped to bestow one of the PSPs to his beloved Megan Schroeder and invite her to accompany him on the trip, thereby creating an opportunity for her to give in to her obvious passion for him. The potential benefits could not be overstated. But unfortunately for him, he got cock-blocked by Adam Stackhouse and proceeded to bitch about it like a sole loser. Jack Thaddeus. Jack Thaddeus is a troll responsible for various PlayStation Network related trollings with Chris. He helped bring out the beginning of the Liquid Chris saga. During the Calling Out saga, Chris was manipulated into outing him as an internet lolcow, a noted cosplayer, Jew, communist and Aspergian, sparking a brief exchange of words between the two, before Bob's death forced the end of the saga. Sonichu Comics based off real life. As previously mentioned, the Sonichu Comics are indeed confirmed to be heavily based off Chris's real life experiences and people he knows in real life. Something Awful thread. Something Awful is an American comedy website hosting content including blog entries, forums, articles, digitally edited pictures, and humorous media reviews. It is also one of the first websites on the internet to contain a thread related to the discovery of ChrisChan, which at the time was nothing more than a myth. The original thread is most likely lost to time. Little Big Planet levels. Chris has created many levels in the game Little Big Planet and posted playthrough videos of them. These videos are truly breathtaking. You rarely see an allegedly enthusiastic video game fan play so clumsily on such awfully designed levels, especially considering they're made by him. With all the trophies in the game already bagged, years of playing and thousands of hours spent on video games, one would think that Chris would be able to both play the video game at some tolerable skill level and also have some gut feeling about what goes into the design of an enjoyable game level. But no, his level shows that the entirety of his video game achievements was obtained by merciless uninterrupted grinding. The levels he created are Sonichu Episode 1, Aqua Teen Hunger Force Burger Time, LBC 1 Quick PlayStation 3 History, LBP Collector's Case, A Fun First Date, Metal Speed Solid, Rescuing Casey, The Guardian of the Owl Kingdom, LPV2 Collector's Case Tutorial, and Autism Tutorial. Twitter account. Chris has had a total of 6 Twitter accounts. His 2 main ones, which he uses to vent his opinions, Quick Sonichu and CPU Sonichu, and his 4 alt accounts, which he would use to white knight himself. Nightstar2891, Twisparlicious, Magichan 111448, and Cream Arena. The Red Straw. The oversizing drinking straw fail was introduced in sub-episode 7 of Sonichu 4, where Chris sucked on a beverage while evading jerk-ups. Numerous trolls and Encyclopedia Dramatica users pointed out that the clumsy artwork made it look like Chris was filleting a big fat phallus, playing on his deeply rooted fear of becoming a homo. In the time since its creation, the drinking straw has become one of the most recognizable panels from Sonichu due to its absurdity, depicted subject matter, and overall poor quality signature of Chris's illustrations. Many artists have parodied the enormous straw, often somehow drawing it even bigger than Chris's version for the comedic effect. Arrest footage. As we all know, Chris was arrested on the 1st of August 2021 for incest, and the arrest was captured live on camera by Weens. Jason Howell. Jason Kendrick Howell is the original creator of the ChrisChan Encyclopedia Dramatica page. Chris wanted to call the jerk-ops on Howell for allegedly having sex with an underage girl, Kathleen. Howell goes by Liquid Snake on 4chan/vboard. According to Chris, he's also the dork of ages, a phrase stolen from American Dad. She Came for Quick. She Came for Quick is a Rule 34 picture that Chris drew as part of a campaign to fight Encyclopedia Dramatica by replacing negativity with positivity. It portrays Chris using his hand to stimulate the naked Megan Schroeder's China to the point where she feels good, while Chris gives a thumbs up. Arguably the most scandalous of all of Chris's autistic art creations, this single image managed to invoke much drama. It was the straw that permanently destroyed the already dying friendship between Chris and Megan, and the consequences of uploading it online have continued to face him for years afterwards. Patreon. Chris joined Patreon on the 30th of November 2016. He made multiple mistakes on setting up the account. He set it with a request of $250,000 per month instead of a total goal. He chose to limit big ticket donations to once per month. He offered redundant gifts for any donors above the $50 mark, and he used someone else's uses fan art of Sonichu and Roastechu for his account profile. Lolcow. A lolcow is a person laughed at for actions that they take, despite not trying to be funny. They may try to take themselves seriously, but are often milked for laughs, with or without their knowledge. Chris is often regarded as a holy grail of lolcows, with no one coming near his divine levels of lolcowery. Weens. Weening, or fail trolling, is the act of attempting to troll someone, but ultimately failing at it the whole way through, and not receiving any significant results, typically due to inexperience with lolcow culture. The people that do this are often referred to as weens, a corruption of the phrase epic win. Weens are wannabe trolls who attempt to recreate the antics of previous trolls, without being aware that there was much manipulation behind the scenes to goad Chris into performing for the trolls, and therefore just embarrassing themselves. ED articles. When Chris first heard of the Encyclopedia Dramatica articles mocking and making fun of him, Chris began campaigning for the removal of the article for smearing his name, and particularly took offense to various pieces of fan art depicting Roastechu with a pickle. Naturally, this just led to the trolls adding more content to the page as he shared a series of written and recorded rants about the article. The Miscreants. The Miscreants were a group of people who trolled Chris from 2009 up until his father's death in 2011. Clyde Cash was the original leader of the Miscreants, which was titled after the Patriots, the shadowy cabal from Metal Gear Solid series, who were revealed to be behind a conspiracy spanning decades, including all of the main incidents the protagonist goes through. They claim to be responsible for several unfortunate events in Chris's past, which Chris seemingly believes. Panda Halo. Sarah Cassandra Cash was Chris's true and honest sweetheart in 2008 till 2009, who lived in Southern Australia before her fiery death, but during the Stone Age. This is a fragment of Sonichu's dialogue which plays as a broken joke, due to the fact that there's no punchline and simply confuses the reader, which left many to speculate its true meaning. Many years later, Chris revealed that the meaning behind said broken joke was that you don't have to tell me twice, but during the Stone Age you would have to tell me twice because I'd be a caveman and cavemen are stupid. First brony. They said that Chris was the first brony due to the fact that in 2011 Chris was already posting about MLP and featuring characters from said show in his works and other related activities. Manajerks. Manajerks, different to jerk ops, is a portmanteau of manager and jerk, who are villains featured in the Sonichu Comics, most prominently in the sub-episodes, who regularly antagonize Chris's comic book counterpart. They are based on a multitude of real-life store managers who all threw Chris out of their place of business for being a creepy stalker during his love quest. In the comic, the Manajerks are all superpowered agents of the private will of corrupted citizens whom Chris and his team regularly need to neutralize. After his adventure on the 26th of December 2014, Chris began using the term ass manager to refer to his victim, the GameStop assistant manager who he had pepper sprayed and who ultimately took him to court, Catherine. Catherine Sorrentino was, according to Chris in mid-2014, his latest sweetheart. Little is known about her personally, only that she wasn't real, trolls lonely, crazy men. She had an English accent and heritage, and as such used British spelling, which seems to have permanently impacted Chris's spelling. She was almost certainly white and younger than Chris, as his preference precluded anything else. Although everyone knew her as Katie, Chris insisted on calling her Catherine. The two met on OkCupid in July 2014, when Christian discovered that she was a 97% match. He pursued her. He kept her identity a secret until after the first date in late August. After several adventures, Catherine informed Chris in December that she was not interested in a relationship with him, sending him into another downward spiral of virgin rage, loneliness, and depression. Racism and homophobia. The race of people is often considered a sensitive topic, a poor match for Chris. With his lack of social awareness and tendency to take pop culture stereotypes literally, while Chris doesn't seem to hold deeply bigoted views or have irrational hatred towards people that aren't white, he has been remarkably tone deaf when talking about it or portraying minorities in his comics and videos. Homos was a derogatory term by which Chris referred to gay people. He had occasionally used phrases such as those of the wrong orientation, because even saying the word homo or gay made him uncomfortable. Chris's former hatred for male homosexuals was confusing, since they, of all people, posed the least threat to his love quest, and seemed to be motivated entirely by his own sexual insecurity. Adam Stackhouse. Adam Stackhouse was the winner of the Chop Chop Master Onion Rap Showdown from the Parappa the Rapper contest. Chris felt that he would have won instead head and thus harbored a grudge against him. In order to win, Chris orchestrated the mass spamming of votes via dummy sock puppet accounts, so that he would not only win a PSP for his then lover interest Megan Shorter, but also claim the prize of an all-expense-paid trip for the two to the 2007 Penny Arcade Exposition. He had hoped to bring Megan on the trip and eventually make love to her in their shared hotel room, losing his Virgin with Rage title once and for all. As a result, Adam had inadvertently cockblocked Chris by simply being more talented. Fanta recycling. On April 16th, Chris revealed one of his darkest secrets on a video for Ivy. In their conversation about love and life, Chris told Ivy that he recycled his male juice to protect his fertility. He also claimed that his male juice would taste exactly like what he had eaten recently. To test this hypothesis, Ivy requested a video. Naturally, Chris screws it up drinking the Fanta only after the fact. Christian's favorite hits. Christian's favorite hits is a homemade CD which sparked the creation and debut of everybody's favorite Sonic recolor, Sonichu. Tasked with creating a jewel case insert for graphic design class at high school, Chris found himself once again fighting for artistic freedom of expression. The draconian rules of the assignment that he avoid using copyrighted images required Chris to get creative. Chris claims to have gotten an A+ on the assignment. The other characters on the cover are Christine's original Pokemon, Hispanolik, Cafingro, Plotistic, Bugzap, and Strong Tire. Note that many of the other drawings on the cover are also uncreative combinations of Pokemon and other objects, such as the halo floating above Chris's head. As for the CD's actual contents, the tracklist is unsurprisingly a very liberal interpretation of what constitutes as a hit, being mostly comprised of songs from video games and movie soundtracks. Cole Smithy. Joseph Cole Smithy is Chris's half-brother, Barbara's first son, and lone escapee of the Casa de Chandler, prior to Chris's arrest. Despite sharing chromosomes with Chris and being raised by the same horrible mother, Cole lives relatively normal life. Cole's emails to Chris reveal a lot of information about the Chandler family. Rollin' and Trollin'. Rollin' and Trollin' is a video of downtown Charlottesville uploaded on the 17th of July 2009, in which Chris attempts surreal humor. Notably is a video message to real-life trolls, including several quickie editors. The key component of the message is that in a shocking turn of events, Chris was engaging in the most elaborate trolling scheme in history, and has duped us all masterfully. To sell the deception, Chris changed his look to have a normal hairstyle, a goatee, sunglasses instead of large pedo glasses, plain blue t-shirt and jeans, navy blue sleeves, unbuttoned shirt over his t-shirt, dog collar bracelet, his forearm appears to be covered in thick tattoos, and a chain with some dog tags instead of his trademark Sonichu medallion. Of course, the disguise unintentionally gave away the truth. The lack of the ring and the medallion suggested that Chris was not entirely true and honest when he made this video, something that he indeed confirmed later. In some parts of the video, his voice suddenly sounds like that of a man in his 20s. However, in other parts of the video, his voice starts crackling as it normally does, like a young boy's voice. No matter what, he still sounds like, well, an autist. Interestingly enough, Chris behaves as a normal person would. This implies that he knows to some degree that what he is doing isn't normal. To what degree he realizes this is unknown. Jay-Z. In 2009, a troll used Jay-Z's pseudonym as a nickname for a lawyer persona named James Zilbestein, which was used to persuade Chris to change the name of the real-life people used in Sonichu, most notably with Mary Lee Walsh becoming Slow Wheel Ryam. Despite this, some future real-life characters such as Jason Kendrick Howell still use their real names. Sonichu. Sonichu was the name Chris gave to his car. Chris has driven several cars over the years, all bearing vanity plates reading Sonichu. Sonichu's first incarnation was a 1994 Ford Escort station wagon that Chris drove until 2013, when he replaced it with a white Cadillac Seville until it died from a cracked engine block. From September 2014 to November 2018, Chris drove a 2010 Ford Focus sedan until its engine died. The Chandler subsequently shared one vehicle, Barb's Dodge Grand Caravan. Although Chris transferred the Sonichu plate onto it, thus making the fourth and final incarnation of Sonichu, until his arrest for incest and the thief stealing the unattended vehicle's plate, at which point the plates have been replaced and the van is now Barb's alone. The van was totaled in November 2021 following a T-bone collision which left Barb injured with broken ribs and a concussion. Watchmen. The Watchmen were a group of fanatical enablers whose members served as gatekeepers and white knights for Chris. The goal was to keep away malicious individuals trying to troll or scam Chris. In practice, however, the group was highly aggressive towards outsiders coming into contact with Chris, whether they demonstrated malice or not. Watchmen members tracked and collected information on anyone involved with or attempting to get involved with Chris, and had little hesitation in regards to doxing any potential weens and trolls. Hostilities were occasionally shown in the form of feuds with rumors and disinformation spread by members Maker Knight V, Naught, the WCT, and 13, under perceived enemies, or raids by various Watchmen members. Infighting ran rampant, with the groups splintering into few iterations over internal conflicts. With Chris currently jailed for incest, their purpose has become moot. So Need a Cute Girl My Age. So Need a Cute Girl My Age is the first track of ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys' debut album. It is sung over a live version of I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys on their 2000 intro into the Millennium Tour. Chris has described it in an Encyclopedia Dramatica edit as his Sweetheart Search theme song. It is arguably his greatest hit, and certainly the Hedgehog Boys song Chris goes back to the most often. As well as a performance listed below, impromptu features appear in a number of his videos. ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys. ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys was a virtual band formed and fronted by Chris. In his head, helping him compose the music was Sonichu and the rest of the gang. In reality, there wasn't a band. The album consisted entirely of Chris poorly recording himself shouting awful parody lyrics about his shitty life over copyrighted pop music, which according to him qualifies as a new and unique composition. Donald Duck impression. Chris likes to believe that he is good at impersonating Donald Duck. His impersonation has been judged as mediocre by most and downright creepy by others. This is mostly due to the fact that Chris does not use appropriate comedic timing to introduce his voice acting. Although unlikely, some trolls maintain that when he worked at Wendy's, he was actually fired for doing this impersonation. Orbiter wave. An orbiter wave refers to a period in history where there is a sudden surge in new followers on orbiters, typically as a result of something particularly shocking or notable he did. Soon after chunks of the incest call were leaked on the 30th of July 2021, the affairs became the fourth most trending hashtag on Twitter. As a result of this, the following mainstream media coverage, thousands of people were exposed to Chris for the first time. Out of this new infamy, an orbiter wave arose. It is dubbed as such due to the sheer volume of new people following Chris's life story. These people can be roughly broken down into two groups. Those who were curious to see what went wrong in his life, leading up to the alleged fricking of his own mother, and those who saw him as nothing more than another deranged sex pest, blissfully unaware of Christery. Shrek Retold. Shrek Retold is a crowd-funded shot-for-shot remake of the 2001 film Shrek, released on the 29th of November 2018. It was organized by 3GI Productions for their annual Shrekfest convention. 200 people contributed their own version of scenes from the movie. Chris was assigned scene number 23 out of 200, in which Shrek is convinced by Lord Farquaad to go on a quest to rescue Princess Fiona so he can have his swamp back. Chris's scene features voice acting in crudely colored stills that were surprisingly animated, though very likely by someone else, probably doing most of the work he's done in around a year and a half. His scene is still only a little over a minute long. The audio on his scene also continually skips numerous times, as if it were filmed on his abused PlayStation Eye. Shrek Retold was a rare instance where Chris asked to be part of something, Chris did it and completed the task on time, and no drama was started as a result of harassment by Weens or Chris himself. As of July 2022, Shrek Retold has amassed almost 9 million views, making it the most viewed video in Christery by default. Fashion Square Mall. Charlottesville Fashion Square is one of the original venues of Chris's Love Quest exploits. Like all of his attraction locations, it hasn't done much for him, as his behavior has led to several run-ins with its management and security personnel, ultimately resulting in a ban from the mall. Owing to the mall's popularity with Chris as social and attraction locations, it has since become a place of hallowed ground among trolls, weens, and Christorians alike. Medallion Destruction Video. This entry refers to the video filmed during the Blanca saga, where one of the trolls, using the persona of Blanca, Icarus69, finally obtains a medallion sent by a gullible Chris who thought he was sending it to a sweetheart, when in reality he was sending that medallion to its doom. The video itself is fairly well made for it being recorded and edited in 2008. The first few instances of the video show a title card saying how to destroy a medallion, while Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Molto Vivace, Friday ominously plays in the background. Following the title card, we can see the troll with some latex gloves cut up the medallion and place it inside an already packed pickle jar. After that, he starts playing around with the medallion and pickles, which is preceded by him slamming a hammer on the medallion and fragmenting it into shards, which finally gets concluded by the medallion getting set on fire and pissed on to extinguish the flames. Indeed, a pretty horrifying fate for poor little Sonichu medallion. Michael Snyder hit and run. On the 20th of October 2011, a date which will live in infamy, the game place was suddenly and deliberately attacked by forces of the city of Quickville. On that fateful Friday evening at around 5:20 p.m, Chris and Barbara visited the game place where Chris had been banned since 2008. Chris had then recently heard that the shop was under new management thanks to sexual abuse charges being placed upon the previous owner, and he had hoped that his ban from the store could be lifted with a new appeal. To Chris's horror, he realized that Michael Snyder was now the man in charge, meaning that Chris was effectively trespassing after Snyder told him in no certain terms that he was not to return. What happened next is still not completely clear, but Chris took a photo of the store and was escorted out, snapping an additional 2 photos of Michael Snyder in the parking lot. All hell broke loose when Chris and Barbara allegedly hit Michael once with their car on their way out. When the jerk cops arrived, Barbara assaulted one during the arrest in an effort to protect Chris. Both were subdued and arrested. Chris and Barb were each charged with felonies, and Chris was also charged with the additional misdemeanors, which meant that they both were facing possible prison time. They were bonded out on the 29th of October, with Chris's initial hearing taking place 1 week after Barb's. The Chandlers were represented in court by Rob Bell, a Republican member of the Virginia House of Delegates. On the 10th of July 2012, a plea bargain was reached. All of their charges were reduced to misdemeanors. Barbara was sentenced to community service and 2 years of probation. Chris was sentenced to community service and 1 year of probation and also mandatory psychiatric treatment and evaluation. They also had to pay for Michael Snyder's medical expenses, and by the time all was said and done, most of Bob's inheritance was wasted on paying for defense to justify Chris's personal vendetta against someone who tried holding him accountable for his actions. This, along with the subsequent fines, would later bite his surviving family in the ass with the start of the financial crisis a few years later. Hexbox. Hexbox is a quickism for Microsoft's Xbox series of game consoles, probably in reference to hex being a word for curse. There are currently 4 generations of Xbox game consoles, 3 of which Chris has owned games for at one point. Chris has stated that if his video game Christian Western Chandler's Adult Chronicles ever gets made, he wants it to become a multi-console title on everywhere but the Hexbox. With his later acquisition of an Xbox One, however, it remains to be seen whether he relaxes his position on Adult Chronicles being released on it. By 2019, Chris lost interest in playing the Xbox and PlayStation 4 consoles he owns. Kick the Autistic Kid. Kick the Autistic Kid is a phrase first coined by Chris when he complained about not receiving preferential treatment for having autism, shortly after he lost the Chop Chop Macedonian Rap Showdown. Soon the phrase developed into a game that consists of doing anything Chris doesn't like. He alleges it is America's favorite, owing to the frequency of his antagonists playing it. There are many known variations of the game, and the most noteworthy ones would be Chris Style. Set yourself up as one of the most visible and recognized representations of autism within internet culture, act like an entitled child, and develop horrifying perversions which you freely discuss on YouTube, give other autistic people as well as those with Asperger's syndrome a bad reputation by association, and there is a 100% chance this will result in them trolling you. Blanca Style. Pretend to be a boyfriend-free girl, take the time to befriend Chris until he trusts you. Once that happens, get him to send you horrific nudes and something of value to him, and record yourself destroying it. And my personal favorite, Pickle Man Style. Go to Virginia and somehow meet up with Chris while wearing a pickle costume. He will be bewildered by it and be too powerless to act. Alec Benson Leary. Alec Benson Leary is the sole and only creator of Asperchu, which is a multiple award-winning comic series. His skillful artwork, gripping stories and excellent characterization has resulted in the series gaining hundreds of fans in the few short months since its inception. Many of these fans were discontented followers of the Sonichu Comics, who were turned off by the comics becoming exponentially more disturbing. While Alex has stated that Asperchu is not a parody of Chris, there are many similarities between the two. Both of them are overweight, striped shirt-wearing naive individuals who find themselves somewhat out of place in the world. They both address the masses through YouTube videos, and both are preoccupied with finding a boyfriend-free girl to make into a sweetheart. These similarities between the two characters have resulted in no shortage of rage from Chris. He seems to feel that the only reason Asperchu exists is to poke fun at him. He also takes serious offense at the idea of a Sonichu who suffers from Asperger's syndrome for some odd reason. Dating profiles. Chris has created a number of profiles for dating websites over the years. Like everything else Chris does, these endeavors are usually made of pure fail. Chris has signed up to a total of 6 dating websites, which are Match.com, OkCupid, Book of Matches, The Hook Cafe, and eHarmony. The most important of these is Book of Matches because it's the one we have the most information about Chris's dating life. Now, it's unclear when Chris made his Match.com profile, but given his stated age, it was probably made around late 2008 or early 2009, around the same time as his first The Hook Cafe advertisement. While the staples of half-assery are still present, it's clear Chris spent more time on this page than he did on his OkCupid profile. Many of the statements here are just repetitions of the ChrisChan facts we all know and love. His fantasy of a daughter named Crystal, McDonald's as a first date, and so on and so forth. True and honest perhaps, but hardly a way to impress babes. Chris also seems to believe that citing Mary Poppins as the greatest movie ever will somehow have a positive effect on the ladies. If you like me, find me in person and let me know. Charlottesville, Virginia. Response rate 0%. Above average. Sensually hot. Possess. Caucasian. Male. 26 years of age. 5'9" to 5'10". Single. Artsy gamer. Here for the long-term relationship. Things that have bothered me. When they are false friends, when they would just dump me after one mistake or something as dumb. I am looking for, in a nutshell, an 18-year-old to my current age, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic, white and boyfriend-free. Cool movies. Of all time, Mary Poppins. My favorite groups are all kinds. Classic, jazz, country, pop, rock, etc. I'm looking for a personality like, I'm not certain, but as long as the woman likes me for me and will stay by and care about me, all things considered, I'll feel better. I feel that I'm a good listener and I can make her laugh and or feel good. But then again, it depends on her point of view. Willingness to meet others from Book of Matches. I'm willing to meet women from this service as long as they live within the Rockesville or Charlottesville, Virginia area. And if they currently do not have or preferably never had a boyfriend. Are you ready to start from scratch? I want to start a relationship from the ground up. I may have a few things already put behind me, but I'll make it a point to keep those issues out of the way of current or future issues. I am to be continued. My typical day. Personally, I've never been on a date before in my life, but for my first date, I'd keep it simple with a beverage or shared meal at McDonald's or a similar restaurant. My wish list includes a dream of getting married and having a daughter named Crystal. The goatee. This entry most likely refers to the video The Goatee Will Grow Back, which Chris uploaded to YouTube on the 31st of July 2009. In it, Chris goes back to his old self after concerns regarding him being a stripeless, medallionless, goatee-sporting imposter by violently failing at shaving while Christian pop rock blares in the background for emotional effect. If Chris were smart and knew how to shave properly, he would have used shaving cream, or at least some olive oil, soap, a mirror, and water, or at least buy an electric razor. But because he's Chris, he instead chose a method that probably gave him at least 2 weeks worth of razor burn. That he isn't all bleeding from the aggressive dry shaving he does probably attests to how greasy his skin is. Chris did regrow the goatee for a time late in the year, but not for long, as it wasn't styled quite the same way. As of 2023, the goatee hasn't grown back, and following Chris's transgender lifestyle change, it probably never will. ChrisChan vs vs. the Internet. ChrisChan vs. the Internet is a cancelled and presumably lost documentary film directed by a film student, Joseph Draft, which would have focused on the current condition of Chris and the long-term effects that internet trolling has had on his mental state. The trailer and leaked minute from the opening are the only known surviving portions of the film, and as of November 2020, the film remains in limbo, if not outright lost. According to Note, the mostly completed film was later destroyed by Draft out of stress over film cuts and infighting with some of his collaborators. Note also claimed that Draft face-doxed himself after a 4-hour conversation once the drive was completely destroyed. When first announced, the documentary generated significant criticism from Kiwi Farms due to its announcement being through Kickstarter page via a tweet from Chris and having a funding goal of total $2,000, which Kiwi Farms members argued as being too high considering the film was stated as being completed. The description on the Kickstarter page initially had very little information on the documentary and no breakdown of how the $20,000 of budget would be used, which led to much speculation on how the money would be spent and how much may be for profit. The page was eventually updated and described that the film had been completed to a certain point, included a new interview with Barb and Chris, new interviews with Megan Schroeder, and that the purpose of the Kickstarter was to conduct additional interviews with the Chandlers and also various YouTubers who discuss Chris, such as GenoSamuel and Sakomo. Kiwi Farms user CMCW posted in a thread about the project, claiming to be involved with it and wanting to do a Q&A. However, despite CMCW answering several questions, several Kiwi Farms members remained hostile towards the project and its creators. The Kickstarter for the film was abruptly cancelled on the 6th of April 2019, only 2 days after its announcement. According to GenoSamuel, Megan actually wanted to reunite with Chris in person. However, Draft vetoed this, feeling it would be too corny and forced. According to Note, eventually, Megan changed her mind on being included in the film and requested her inclusion to be completely cut. Note also claimed that the stress over the matters led Draft to give up on the project, and eventually destroyed a hard drive containing the only known copy of the film. Draft also feared that the hostility surrounding the film would also lead to him getting doxxed, so he did the job himself. According to Geno, Joe's buddy who saw the footage said that they got lots of footage of Chris belching and screaming in public, and was all giddy about it. As of June 2023, the film has yet to surface online, so it can be presumed that if it isn't sitting in a cloud storage or on a hard drive somewhere, then the unused footage has been lost entirely. Jessica Quinn. Jessica Quinn was a white knight turned troll who played the role of being Chris's sweetheart from the 7th of September 2017 until the 5th of October. The pair experienced a brief breakup on the 26th of September after Chris used a sock puppet account to follow a woman who had blocked him on Twitter. Subsequently, she broke up with Chris a second time on the 5th of October after claiming that Chris, having collaborated with Kiwi Farms to make a Q&A video, had caused her Facebook account to be hacked by trolls. She had been friends with Chris on Facebook since 2015 until the second breakup. Afterwards, she tried to get back on his good side in an apparent attempt to troll him again, but was thwarted by the idea guys who, in the midst of wreaking their own havoc on Chris's psyche at the time, and drove a wedge between her and Chris. Sonic Boom Saga. Towards late 2014, while everyone else was posting on Facebook about less important political concerns, Chris decided that the most important cause of the time was protesting Sega's decision to make Sonic's arms blue as opposed to the usual tan color in Sonic Boom, their latest non-canon game in the series. Chris was so passionate about this supposed defamation of his favorite video game character that he went so far as to write incoherent rambling letters to Sega, throw tantrums about it on Facebook, threaten the lives of Sega employees, glitter bomb Sega's American HQ, and even physically assault retail staff. His angry, incoherent letters to Sega clearly show that Chris's prolonged estrangement from reality could reach new heights, and that the concepts such as civility, moderation, and channeling anger in any way that doesn't involve ranting like a child, throwing a tantrum, are by now completely alien concepts to him, or at least go out the window whenever he's annoyed. Unfortunately, unlike previous bouts of anger where Chris would film himself or take to social media to rage at his target, in this instance he decided to take a hands-on approach revenge to it by vandalizing copies of Sonic Boom wherever he saw them. When GameStop employees rightfully tried to make him leave the store, he agreed to walk out, but only after brandishing his can of mace and spraying it at one poor employee's shirt. At first, it was unclear whether Chris would boycott Sonic Boom or just buy the games and watch the show like the consumer's lemming he is. Given his irrational hatred and acts of vandalism towards otherwise available games, the former seemed the more likely. On the 13th of January 2015, it was revealed that he owned copies of the games. Chris said that they were sent to him by Catherine. Why Chris has such a bizarre distaste for such a minor insignificant detail in the first place is still up for speculation. It could simply be some overly attached nostalgia to the original Sonic the Hedgehog, or possibly some inner venting for his own failed franchise that he determined to get into Super Smash Bros. For Wii and the Nintendo 3DS. The end of the saga is marked by this victory post Chris posted on the 2nd of October 2015. This is the final update for this protest group. Regardless of circumstances and bad outcomes, it is confirmed that Sonic's arms will be back to their original color in the next Sonic game, Sonic and Mario at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. After this visual confirmation, I have found solace and satisfaction from the ending result. I wish to thank every person who actually helped in the protest against the blue arms in the Sonic Boom games, cartoons and all of that. We have found success in our protest. It is good. Jacob Sockness. Jacob Sockness is a mentally disabled amateur sorcerer and conspiracy theorist from San Francisco who attempted to manipulate Chris into a relationship, notably by exploiting his fantasy world and tricking Chris into believing his imaginary friend approved of the idea. Prior to Sockness's interaction, the idea guys had brainwashed Chris into identifying as bisexual, which enabled Sockness to try to become Chris's first real-world male sweetheart, which ultimately failed. Sockness emerged in mid-2018 and was most active between July and November of 2019. He has the dubious honor of embodying every single aspect of the unholy tetrad over the course of his years of interacting with Chris. He has similarities with Chris, such as being autistic, non-gender conforming, receiving a monthly tugboat, believing to be a god, thinks he has magic powers, and has built an elaborate fantasy universe into which he has appropriated Sonichu characters with over a dozen installments that he believes really exist. While he was at first seemingly just another troll, notable for his erotic disposition towards Chris, Sockness became openly malicious after establishing direct contact with Chris. In mid-2019, Sockness gained influence over Chris by offering to work together financially following Chris's June 2019 ban from eBay. He then achieved considerable influence over Chris's fantasy world as seen in Sonichu 14. Most of his courting and enabling has been through Twitter, though he has also promoted himself through Reddit, YouTube and even Kiwi Farms. For months, Sockness tried to manipulate Chris into meeting in person to unlock his alarm. Yet when Sockness finally set out to travel cross-country to 14 Branchland Court in late September 2019, Chris rebuffed these efforts with the help of the Watchmen. Rehabilitation attempts over the following 2 months, at one point going even as far as to manipulate Chris into mutual flirting, could not ultimately repair the broken relationship, and by the end of November 2019, they rejected each other again. Sockness was nevertheless persistent and by March 2020 briefly had a toe in Chris's door once again. Chris and Jacob's relationship came to a permanent end in August 2020 after Jacob claimed that Mia Hamm had a child with Chris. Asperchu. Asperchu is the main character of the Sonichu Comics, written by Alec Benson Leary. The comics and its cast of characters are an Aspergian satire of Chris's comics and characters. From the designs to the magnificent dialogue, everything is intentionally made to ridicule and make fun of Chris. It's no secret that Chris hates Asperger's syndrome and presumably everybody that suffers from it, due to some illusory sense of competition between Asperger's and other disorders on the autism spectrum. The knowledge that someone had created a series about an electric hedgehog Pokemon who suffers from the affliction did not sit well with him. He became even angrier when the creator of the series himself started sending him emails. The first recorded communication we have between Alec and Chris implies that Alec had been in contact with him multiple times outside of the public view and that Chris had responded to these communications negatively. Chris did not respond any better on his public mailbag, claiming that Alec was just jealous of him and inexplicably alleging that the included fan art of Asperchu and Sonichu implied homosexuality. Upset that Chris would jump to such conclusions, Alex sent him another letter depicting Sonichu and Asperchu having a good, masculine, straight fun. This letter was even more poorly received. Undaunted, Alex continued to send letters to Chris's mailbag, thinking that perhaps the man he respected so much really just misunderstood him. A few of these letters were ignored, some were coldly dismissed, but Chris's most notable responses were explosive outbursts of anger and hatred. Eventually, Chris began refusing to respond to Alex's correspondence or outright deleting his messages. In Asperchu Issue C, Chris made an appearance asking for help from the characters to save Asperchu. Later, he and Liquid met up with each other, leading to a standoff where Chris tried to shoot him. Chris responded to the comic, mentioning that he was set on fire in the comic. He didn't seem to notice that he was also called by the name Ian Brandon Anderson, nor did he notice the appearance of Liquid Chris. When the Asperchu saga started taking off, Chris's schedule for his own comics dropped drastically. Beyond this, Chris made clear that he also hates the comic because of its uncensored pictures and low-resolution, blocky art. Here we see Chris's hypocrisy in action. The uncensored pictures he's all up in arms over are just minor posters hung up mostly in Asperchu's room, and even so, they're mostly hidden away by the characters' heads. Chris's uncensored pictures are done by the main character in full view, despite the fact that Sonichu is supposed to be a kid's comic. Chris probably took the terms blocky and low resolution from the Family Guy episode Road to the Multiverse. Of course, compared to Chris's art, it's practically the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. It helps that Alec is humble and doesn't try to act like his artwork is amazing and worthy of being hung in a museum. Isabella Loretta Janke. Isabella, or Bella Loretta Janke, also known as Kelly Osbourne and dozens of other pseudonyms, is known for participation in the leaked July 2021 incest call, in which Chris reveals that he had been having an incestuous relationship with his mother. A foot fungus-ridden, currently suspended student at Texas Tech University, Bella's sordid internet activities included being the leader of the chain of Discord servers, the TTU Chess Club, from which she and her friends made many sociopathic, edgy and off-color remarks, including encouraging people to verbally harass other students. In the fall of 2020, Bella was hired by the Prater Group to create an animation for Chris, at which point the two of them met. She and Chris kept in contact afterwards. According to The Fool, Chris had also given Bella access to the Watchmen server, the Knights of Quick, on the 19th of July 2021. Naught and the WCT had practiced conflicting means of preventing Chris from continuing interaction with her. The WCT had claimed to have acted friendly around Bella in many circumstances to keep a short leash on her, while Naught had actively tried to push away from Chris and continued attacks towards Praetor members. Both of these had made Bella act defensively when the WCT had tried interacting with her, though she was also able to help the WCT dox one of Naught's family members. While Bella was friendly towards Chris in conversations, behind his back she A-logged him on Kiwi Farms, saying that she tried to tell the trolls to get him to cut his cock off and that Chris should have died in some freak gender reassignment surgery accident by now. And the private chess club server, in which Alan and Bella had made what Alan later claimed to be an edgy, sarcastic joke about a plan to get Chris to off himself. Bella's comments led to much speculation and rumors, though no proof has been found that Bella had been serious with her A-logging remarks. Bella was also one of the several people who spread rumors about Praetors following the leak of a chunk of the taser call, claiming that she was trying to convince them to harm Chris. In July 2021, Chris began telling selected trusted individuals, Bella, the WCT, Null, Don Lashbaum, Spunky, and his physician, that he had begun having certain relations with an older woman. At the time, Chris was using euphemisms such as lady friend to mislead them and disguise the true nature of his actions. On either the evening of the 27th or the early morning of the 28th of July 2021, Chris trusted Bella to such a degree that he decided to reveal that his partner, which was his own mother during a video call conversation with her. Bella recorded the admission and shared it with the Chess Club Discord server and the Sutress. Chris also sent incest texts describing the incest further. Bella planned on how to release the information publicly, wanting to gather evidence and get more information from Chris from another angle to preserve anonymity. The Sutress then shared audio from the call with the ChrisChan Conservation Collective Discord server. On the night of the 29th of July, the first of multiple leaks of the audio from the call were leaked on YouTube and Reddit by ChrisChan Conservation Collective server member El Dude Rocks. followed by the text being leaked to Reddit by the Sutress, longer though non-essential cuts of the call released by Bella and her chess club friend over the next few days. Ultimately, Chris would be arrested and charged with incest after concerned viewers called the police for a welfare check after the initial 29th of July leaks. In Bella's attempt to preserve her own anonymity, she tried to claim that her friends were either behind the leak or the person behind the voice in the recording, a move which led to much backlash. She was also called into question by the WCT and other Knights members in a group chat, where she gives them a set of fabricated texts where Chris allegedly performed BDSM-style acts on Barb, which the WCT had shared onto Kiwi Farms along with a video clip of the sutress Bella had given him when she told she was the primary source of the texts. In the wake of the incest's call release, Bella was doxxed by the Kiwi Farms. Out of a combination of her A-log comments and self-proclaimed plots towards Chris, her edgy behavior, drama over the revelation of Chris having relations with his mother, and general confusion as logs of Bella chats were leaked, speculation and gossip on Bella's involvement with Chris ran rampant, with many unproven rumors being repeated as fact. During his stay in jail, Chris has come to view Bella as an enemy alongside Null and Jacob Sockness, claiming without proof in many jail letters that he foresaw several of her claimed plots, and that Bella had faked many of the details that were revealed in the incest call. For Julie's eyes only, on the 20th of February 2009, the first of several tapes which involved Christian West and Chandler were leaked onto the internet, provided of course that you count Chris humping a blow-up doll until he reaches a climax as a sex tape. The video file for Julie's Eyes Only .mp4 consists of nearly 8 minutes of Chris completely nude except for his socks, making love to Kimmy, the blow-up doll, in a demonstration to how he'd get intimate with his then sweetheart Julie. Throughout the video, Chris calls Julie's name out, eventually culminating in yelling Julie when he's close to blowing his load. While the title suggests that the video was meant solely for Julie, or rather the 13-year-old kid pretending to be a woman, the sex tape was soon uploaded to Slutload, where it has received over 3.2 million views. It is perhaps the most viewed video of Chris outside of YouTube, as indicated by the continued permutations of the Julie meme that even Chris is sick of hearing. Bent duck. Duck is a quickism for penis, usually in the context of Chris's own penis. The genitalia of other males and those of roast chews are called pickles. This neologism was originally thought to be a misspelling of dick, but Chris confirmed in the 17th of February 2009 Mumble chat it is an intentional euphemism. Chris's duck is known for being bent at an angle and further abused by him with hygiene issues, with Chris's hormone replacement therapy further altering the duck. Coincidentally, real-life ducks are known for their horrifying twisted penises. Doopy Do-Over. Doopy Do-Over, or Doopy, is a successor of Megan Schroeder and the Wallflower. She's a voice actress / animator for the Planet Dolan YouTube channels. Like many artists on the internet, she also allowed customers to commission her to produce drawings and artworks for money. Chris appears to consider her to be a gal pal, whereas she thought of him simply as another customer. In August 2017, she blocked him after receiving negative attention from Weens and getting creeped out by Chris's messages towards her. A-log. A-logging, named after noted ChrisChan critic Anthony A-log Logado, is a term used to describe the act of overplaying or exaggerating the negative traits of someone lulzy at irrational levels. This often, but not always, includes expressing disproportionate levels of hatred for someone and or wishing physical harm on them, usually for perceived crimes that they are guilty of. A-logging also typically involves comparing oneself to someone noticeably lulzy or dysfunctional and claiming that they're not as incompetent as said lulzy person. People who are suspected of doing these are often referred to as A-logs or A-loggers, and are considered at the other end of the spectrum from White Knights. Where White Knights try to defend Chris from trolls and help him to improve his situation, A-logs hold the belief that Chris is deserving of whatever scorn and harm he is subjected to. While once fashionable, especially when Chris was relatively new to the internet, A-logging has become associated with people trying to troll shield themselves, like the original A-log and therefore is looked down by Christorians. The shocking revelations that came to light during the incest saga have seen A-logging come back into a fashion to some degree, though actively wishing death or physical harm on Chris is still considered by some to be crossing the line. Instagram account. Chris's account was first made in 2018 under the name Christine Weston Chandler, and since has gained over 2,000 followers. However, he didn't start posting until early 2021. It's unclear whether or not there were posts before then or not, possibly some lost to time. However, most of Chris's posts consist of things related to magical thinking and Pokemon, along with his daily life as well. Some of Chris's most notable posts are about magic, including things about crystals and chakra tea. Other than those posts, Chris mainly posts Pokemon cards he makes, but the majority of his Instagram posts are exactly that. Jackie Romy is a boyfriend-free troll whom Chris met on the Hook Cafe. She became his sweetheart from April to October 2010, and Chris made her many videos. According to one of Chris's leaked Facebook statuses in February 2012, he had resumed contact with her, before blocking her that April after several private videos Chris made for her were leaked onto the internet. However, in May, he refriended her on Facebook. Goes down salty. On the 12th of June 2009, Chris visited a local bar-restaurant where he encountered Kim Wilson and another guy who recorded and uploaded clips of their night spent with Chris on YouTube. The event has been referred to as Chris's big night out. In the first video, Chris broke his 27-year period of abstaining from alcohol and had a sip of Long Island iced tea. Chris's choice isn't recommended for novice drinkers because it contains vodka, triple sec, rum, tequila and gin, plus lemon juice, simply syrup and coke, making it a rather strong cocktail to start off. Chris probably chose it because he assumed, due to its name, that it was literally just an iced tea. Note that when he swallows a drink, he performs the same reaction as when he recycled his navy and says the infamous phrase, "Goes down salty." Internet Lumberjack. Internet Lumberjack is the name trolls gave Bob Chandler after the Bob Walks In incident, which is a conversation that took place on the 14th of February 2009 between Chris and Julie, shortly after a cybersex session, which was cut down by the Internet Lumberjack. Here's a fragment of the mythical call.
Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no! Yes. No! What are you doing?
Null. Joshua Connor Moon, better known by his online alias, Null, is a current owner of the Kiwi Farms, formerly known as the Quickie Forums. He was a former advisor for Chris, though he initially led the forum as a way of monitoring and documenting Chris's shenanigans. Over time, he shifted focus away from Chris after his father died. From there, he occasionally contacted Chris when it was determined that Chris needed help, like after the 2014 house fire, or during the saga of the self-inflicted taint wound. During the spring of 2018, Null began acting as one of Chris's volunteer advisors, alongside fellow guard dogs, the Captain and Marvin, helping him filter his email messages to weed out weird messages from legitimate business dealings, as well as offering advice, such as warning Chris not to invade people's personal space at other conventions after Chris's behavior had gotten him kicked out of too many games. He felt motivated to assist Chris after learning that the Idea guys had scammed Chris out of enough money to put him at risk of losing his home. Null's participation dwindled for a while, but Chris reconciled with him in early 2021. Null positioned himself to be something of a caretaker for Chris, being one of the few people that he would listen to, organizing travel plans for him to safely get to conventions, while also getting him in the habit of completing commission work to fund those travel plans. He stated that when Barbara dies, he had plans to try to get Chris into assisted living. Of course, things did not work out that way. In the wake of the July 2021 incest allegations against Chris, Null had a conversation with Chris, in which he found out that Chris had lied about his financial situation and that Chris had taken money from Barbara's bank account in a potential violation of his EPO. Following the conversation, Null cut ties with Chris, while Chris felt betrayed that the information about his incestuous acts came to light. Chris now sees Null as a Judas Iscariot-like figure once his messiah complex reached new heights, since he now believes himself to be Jesus Christ reincarnated. Sonichu 17. Sonichu 17 is an unreleased issue of the Sonichu Comics series. To date, only the cover has been released. The cover art date suggests the book was conceptualized during the Idea Guy saga, and the cover artwork features the polyamorous marriage, which they brainwashed into Chris. In a chat with the Idea Guys, Chris said, "Sonichu insulted my chronicle laws I wrote last night and earlier today. I had written 15 unbreakable laws, and they're part of Sonichu 17. Badger-chan and I were going to time travel and make the past details right for our nation. in mutual decisions between the three of us. Due to Chris's recent legal troubles, it's pretty clear that this issue will not be completed anytime soon. The unclit. The unclit was what Chris called a small piercing on his taint, what's known as a guiche piercing among body modification enthusiasts. He had apparently gotten it as a fair substitute for a clitoris, indicating that Chris believes the clitoris is located in a woman's perineum. It seems that Chris's knowledge of female anatomy wasn't noticeably improved by his encounter with Mia Hamm. The taint is actually one of the most neglected parts of the body, and the most dirty since it's neighbor to the anus. Since Chris rarely bathes himself, getting a taint piercing was a disaster waiting to happen. After a couple weeks, the piercing began to migrate out of Chris's body in a process referred to as rejection. Instead of letting the area heal before a second attempt, Chris immediately tried to re-pierce it with a safety pin. This rather predictably resulted in the migration worsening, and even after going to professionals and having it redone again, his body still rejected it, and Katie eventually convinced Chris to give up on the piercing altogether. Factoring 2 professional piercings and 2 items of jewelry, Chris wasted a grand total of about $200 of his monthly tugboat on this. Surfshark Tito. Surfshark Tito was a mysterious troll who first emerged in early March 2010. His arrival was reminiscent of the rise of Jack Thaddeus in the summer of 2009. Like Jack, he first made his mark by hacking Chris's PlayStation Network account. The nickname Surfshark Tito is a reference to a corpulent surf shop owner for the Nickelodeon kids cartoon Rocket Power. During the exchanges with Chris, most of them from Tito ended with a Tito-styled word of wisdom. An infamous copy-paste about Tito most likely inspired the choice to go with the name. Based on Chris's insults towards Tito in the emails and videos, it was assumed that Chris believed the actual Tito from Rocket Power was trolling him. However, the truth is that the image attached to an email shows a Photoshop image of the wallflower standing next to a really tall dark guy. Yep, I'm on TV DVD. Christian Weston Chandler, Yep, I'm on TV DVD, is Chris's 2007 homemade DVD featuring various clips Chris had made before his internet fame, and his actual, if meager, TV appearances. Despite its title, only 2 short clips of the DVD were ever shown on TV. Chris originally sent copies of the DVD only to a select few people, but nevertheless, through him making the DVD was an important enough achievement to mention repeatedly in the Sonichu Comics and elsewhere. He also believed that people would actually be interested in buying a copy along with other merchandise, and even planned a Blu-ray release. Suffice to say, the disc was burned with a cheap Magnavox DVD recorder out of material that appears to have been poorly transferred off aged VHS tapes. And even if it actually had any interesting content that people would actually pay money for, it doesn't approach commercial quality. Chris probably thinks video quality that was abysmal to begin with will magically look better when burned in on a high-definition disc. Naturally, since this relic was so profoundly important in Chris's mind, the trolls had their curiosity piqued greatly over it. Eventually, a copy was obtained by Lord Silly Nipples by posing as Chris's childhood friend and crush, Tiffany Robinson. After the fire, it seems likely the original copy of the DVD was destroyed. However, Chris announced its first official public release in 2016, suggesting either the DVD survived the fire or he downloaded the torrent. Sonic Totem. The Sonic Totem is one of the relics of Phil, though more shrouded in mystery than any other. Created by Chris in middle school and made out of paper mache, it is one of the oldest known historical artifacts, as well as one of the oldest known artifacts to have survived the house fire. Originally, the totem was joined by an effigy in the form of a plate depicting Sonic. It is currently unknown if this has also survived. The totem has been featured very little in any of Chris's videos after the house fire in January 2015. Many assumed the totem had been destroyed, but it suddenly reappeared in full view during Chris's lesbian sleepover party announcement, and went on to make its most major appearance to date several years after the fire. As a result of the financial crisis, Chris sold the totem for a total of $1,500 on the 7th of April 2017. It now resides in the home of Ashura Glitch, an anon from 4chan's /vboard. The Wallflower. The Wallflower is a codename of Megan Schroeder's heiress, a female friend that Chris met sometime around early 2010. She is one of the few girls Chris has managed to associate with in his post-high school years, who is not, as far as can be seen, a direct result of trolling. In March 2010, she joined the long list of would-be sweethearts with whom Chris failed to lose his hated virginity to. The Wallflower wanted the relationship over after trolling the Wallflower to the quickie. The ending of the relationship is most likely a result of having her details leaked over the internet, and Chris exacerbated the problem. Nevertheless, Chris has taken it upon himself to blame those goddamn trolls for destroying yet another chance at getting some China. Father Call. The Father Call is a phone call that occurred on the 4th of November 2009. In this call, Solid Chris spends 2 hours on the phone with Matthew Devoir, the father of his would-be sweetheart Casey, and retired United States Marine who served in the Gulf War. Chris uses the opportunity of speaking to the dad of his sweetheart by boasting of his now legendary honesty before flimsily attempting to defend himself from an angry father. Their conversation is illuminating. What follows is probably the bluntest personal assessment Chris has ever received to date. Matt berates Chris for his laziness, egotism, lack of empathy, inability to grow, unhealthy lifestyle, obesity, treatment of Casey, and general failure at life. To this day, Chris has never taken any of Matt and Casey's advice to heart. Throughout the call, he retorts by saying that he leads a hard life which includes such laborious tasks as doing menial chores, mowing the lawn, and cleaning the house. He also claims to be strong and that he exercises regularly, as well as eating healthy by going to McDonald's only once a week and shoving vegetables down his throat. After being berated with insults for 2 hours, or so he says, Chris became increasingly more stressed, frequently making insensitive statements towards Matthew. In general, Chris greatly offended Casey and her father, causing her to rethink her relationship and go back to Liquid Chris. Chris recorded his 5th of November video as a follow-up to their conversation, hoping to repair his relationship with Casey. He then had another phone conversation with Casey, which, to put it bluntly, ended quite poorly. Exiles. Chris has exiled himself from the internet a total of 2 times, the first of which was after Chris lost the Wallflower and fought with Surfshack Tito. An outside force attempted to push Chris away from the internet. No less than 5 times, Chris has boldly claimed that he has abandoned the internet and smugly told his detractors that they should go outside and live their lives, advice Chris should have followed years ago. However, Chris still latched onto the internet as much as he could, trying to find ways to sneak in without the force discovering him. Trolls would end up discovering Chris dancing like a dying turkey at Fridays after 5, then discover that he had set up shop at Flipnote Hatina, where he tried to spread his sick and twisted thoughts to younger, innocent people before being shut down several times. However, the thing that would finally bring Chris back to the internet and end his exile would be the destruction of his beloved life upgrade, at his own hands no less. And the second exile, unlike others, the second one came unannounced with the death of his father. Then came October 28th, a day which will live in infamy for Chris. After trespassing and running over Michael Snyder, he and Barb were arrested despite the help of Rob Bell. They were found guilty and were sentenced. Since that day, most, if not all of Chris's internet activity were confined to his Facebook account, though he would gripe about loneliness and nostalgia. It wasn't until 2013 where he uploaded a new video. Although January 2014 would bring him back to the spotlight briefly due to the house fire, it wasn't until the Sonic Boom saga where he would return to relevance. Christopher Weston Chandler. Chris credits his name change to Leonard Bearstein, an animatronic bear in a musical program presented at shopping malls and other venues. The Leonard character is designed to be fully interactive and engage in conversations with the audience via human operator behind the scenes. During a shopping trip to Richmond in late 1992, the Chandler family encountered the Bearstein show at the Regency Square shopping mall. Chris was evidently fascinated by the spectacle, and due to the light turnout that day, he received considerable attention from the interactive bear. The performer operating Leonard asked Chris his name and misheard Christopher as Christian. Chris and his family seem to attribute this error to Leonard's English accent, rather than the fact that the mumbling kid was slurring to a man over a microphone built into a robotic bear. For reasons only understood by him, Chris adopted the new name and insisted upon being called by it. Ryan Cash. Ryan Cash was the fictional brother of Clyde Cash, who offed himself when Chris announced there would be no comics released, withholding Sonichu 7 in protos of the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. He left the following note before offing himself. Dear family and friends, this is my final message to you. I'm going to off myself after my hero Christian Weston Chandler let me down. Sonichu was my hero, and without any more comics, I will never be able to aspire to be just like him. I hate Christian for deciding to not make any more comics and being lazy. All he does is play a stupid video game and not care about anything but himself. He is such a jerk. Goodbye forever, I hope I see you in HE double hockey sticks. Chris. Ryan Cash. Clyde was absolutely heartbroken upon discovering his brother's cadaver and entered a state of depression. While Chris was upset by this news due to his naive understanding of the concept of death, his response to the news came across as condescending to grieving Clyde, who was upset that the video wasn't dedicated to his brother, but various new items that were seemingly of more importance to Chris. The final straw was when Chris made a thoughtless comment indicating that he enjoyed having enough influence over someone that they could make someone off themselves after he took a course of action. Following from Brian's death, Clyde's grief transformed into righteous indignation, and he sought to avenge his fallen brother by setting himself on a path to become Chris's arch-nemesis, even if he had to become a monster to do so. Clyde achieved notoriety for his various trolling plans against Chris. Billy Mays. Billy Mays is considered a key member of the Miscreants in spite of being relevant to Christory for a fairly limited amount of time, and he made his first appearance when he moderated the infamous #Sonichu IRC chat of January 20, 2009, which was attended by several trolls including Clyde Cash. Most infamously, Billy expressed disgust towards the revelation that Chris possessed lots of dirty crapped briefs and was incontinent before expressing total confoundment towards Chris for casually sharing that information with total strangers on the internet. Outside of actually attending these IRC chats, Billy became a key component of BlueSpike's most infamous act of trolling. Max told Chris that he would need to step down as mayor of Quickville and cede leadership to Billy, effective immediately, if he wanted to get his PlayStation Network account back. His first order of business was adult partying and promised that everyone will go home smoky. He stated that the roads will pour cheap beer and cartons of cigarettes, noting that the poor citizens of Quickville deserve a week of drunken stupor. During his short reign as mayor, Billy Mays instituted several groundbreaking reforms and was loved by all, with a record-breaking 99% approval rating. Sadly, Quickville's era of prosperity was quick to end after only a few months. On the 28th of June 2009, Billy Mays was found dead in his mansion. In Captain's Log Stardate, July 1st, 2009, Chris claimed he didn't kill Billy, but rather that Billy was a victim of a fatal heart attack, as officially reported by authorities. In his Rollin' and Trollin' video, Chris laments the death of his bodyguard, Billy Mays, and announces the near completion of the Billy Mays Tower, and he noted that the construction in Quickville was meant to serve as a memorial to one of Quickville's most beloved mayors. That a skyscraper could have been constructed so quickly after Billy Mays' death is suspicious, and many Quickville residents believe Chris arranged the building of the tower as a way to launder money stolen from his parents' credit cards, and that the naming of the tower is nothing more than a publicity stunt to leech off Billy Mays' popularity. Many years later, Chris would later criticize Billy Mays' stint as mayor, claiming that in the few short months he was mayor of Quickville, he was a major do-nothing and had nothing in his brain about politics. Maga-chan. This entry is most likely a misspelling of Magi-chan, whom is a Sonichu and a member of the Chaotic Combo. Like Chris's other lazy recolors, his name is a lame pun. According to Chris, his name is intended to play on the word magician. He's the serious know-it-all and the only character not solely motivated by finding a sweetheart. He's also one of the major sources of Deus Ex Machina, thus far for the character most often depicted as just a floating head providing walls of expository dialogue. He is purple but has been depicted as crimson. His design combines the standard Sonichu template with Mewtwo, who is incidentally Magi-chan's husband and father. He was probably the only sympathetic character in the whole series due to his sarcastic and often serious mood, unintentionally making him seem intolerant of Sonichu and Chris's stupid antics, as well as his character's unintentional homosexual undertones. Although he is clearly omnipotent and omniscient, Magi-chan refuses to use his powers for any reason other than to exposit plot points and teleport characters to where they need to be in order to do a job he could do himself in a matter of moments. Some readers find this to be his most redeeming characteristic, as he clearly only puts in the bare minimum effort to satisfy Chris with his whims. He also remained a girlfriend-free, the longest of all characters, and implied that he was uninterested in a romance due to having too much grey matter when Sonichu obnoxiously boasts about his girlfriend. Even when Magi-chan does express interest in a woman, it's a woman with a pickle, Sylvana Rosechew. Since mid-2017, Chris has had the thought of Magi-chan as an imaginary friend hanging out with him in the real world, eclipsing even the original Sonichu in popularity. The idea guys injected themselves into Chris's life about this time seized the chance to run with this as far as they could. New facts about Magi-chan, including his incestuous homosexual marriage, were introduced to Chris in this way through early 2018. In March of that year, psychologically distorted Chris declared that Magi-chan was his husband, as well as Mewtwo's. After the Idea Guys were removed from power, Magi-chan has become a key player in the dimensional merge and one of Chris's Twitter sock puppets. China. China is a sovereign state in East Asia. To Chris, however, it's a word he once used in place of vagina, as he was uncomfortable saying this word and felt the need to resort to using childish, similar sounding or slightly altered versions of the offending term. It's likely Chris based this term off a term for porcelain, China. Although Chris has not used this euphemism except ironically since 2008, it has become one of his most famous quickisms. PS3 humping video. On the 24th of July 2009, a video of Chris humping his beloved PlayStation 3 was leaked onto 4cent garbage/VBoard. In it, Chris makes love to his life upgrade for 8 minutes, although he can only stay standing for the first minute. What might first seem to be just an impressive display of fanboyism is actually a desperate plea for the return of his international PlayStation Network accounts, seemingly being held to ransom by the irrational expert hacker Jack Thaddeus. Chris himself sat in on an IRC chat where a crowd of trolls planned the making of the video, where he believed that he had effectively hidden his identity. Bits of Chris's monologue are simply repetitions of what he heard during the chat. In his wisdom, Thaddeus never returned the PlayStation account to this day. Thorg. Thorg, real name Jeremy Slonwhite, is a troll who gained notoriety in August 2011 when he was targeted by Chris through a series of blackmailed videos. Chris claimed he was responsible for exposing tomboys and tomgirls of Virginia in July 2011 and creating a slanderous billboard back in 2009. Thorg officially retired from trolling on the 21st of August 2011 after a mysterious video was uploaded by Chris, who celebrated accordingly. Idea Guys. The Idea Guys were a group of trolls who exploited Chris's escapist fantasies by role-playing as his imaginary friends. They used this influence to brainwash him, and it's alleged that they blackmailed Chris out of $6,000 by threatening to destroy his imaginary city of Quickville. The group began with Joshua Wise in October 2017, and at some point Stephen Boyd and at least 3 anonymous followers partnered with him until the group was ousted in April 2018. Initially, their aim was to see how gullible Chris was, but this soon fell into them taking advantage of him financially and coercing him into performing many degrading acts, some of which could put BlueSpike to shame. In the process, they managed to somehow make Chris become even more delusional than he already was, all the while planting some of their own twisted ideas into Chris's mind. This abuse prompted the creation of a group composed of the Captain, Marvin, and later Null, dubbed the Guard Dogs. Their goal was to work together to dismantle the Idea Guys' schemes and push for legal action to be taken against them. Thanks to their efforts, the Idea Guys' link to Chris was cut by late April 2018. Authorities never looked into the matter. Despite their removal, the Idea Guys' iron grip over Chris had lasting effects. To this day, Chris has retained many of the concepts they had coerced him into believing. Concepts such as changes to Sonichu canon, a polyamorous marriage, and the now infamous dimensional merge were introduced to Chris by the group. After their reign, waves of fantasy enablers began appearing, copying their tactics to get an audience with Chris, with many seeing success. The Idea Guys have effectively had the greatest impact on Chris's psyche and personal life outside of any trolls since the day of the miscreants, and are debatedly the most successful trolls in that regard. Sonichu the Animated Series. Spaz Kids created Sonichu the Animated Series with friends. Having channels constantly flagged down on YouTube, he had to censor certain episodes of the cartoon and put the uncensored video files on Dailymotion. He ended the series once his interest in Chris dropped off, but the show's abandonment was also influenced by constant drama with voice actors and writers. In one episode of a podcast called Sleepycast, Spaz Kid revealed that another reason why he abruptly stopped the series was because he felt that Chris's life had become more depressing to the point where Spaz Kid started feeling bad for him, especially when he found out about Chris's tomgirl transformation and the death of Bob. Though he still thinks it's funny that Chris still freaks out about Sonic to this day. He mentions that he still gets tweets from die-hard fans asking him if he could bring back the series, but he wants them to let it die. Much like the comic series, though the title is Sonichu, this series centers around the misadventures of Chris. For 4 years, it ran for 2 seasons, with the first season consisting of 10 episodes and the second having 1 episode split into 2 parts. The series mocks Chris by making him look like a bigger idiot than he already is, and with him always ending up in each episode being killed, injured, humiliated, or doing something stupid or disgusting. Unlike the comics, Chris rarely wins and is rightfully told off many times except by Sonichu, who loves and adores his father, maybe even a little too much. Encyclopedia Dramatica edits. Within days of the creation of the ChrisChan article on Encyclopedia Dramatica, Chris was aware of the existence due to his frequent ego searches for himself and Sonichu. Chris obviously paid close attention to the page from the beginning, but he managed to resist the temptation to make his own changes to the article for nearly a week before plunging in with dozens of attempts to make himself look good on the page or convince Encyclopedia Dramatica to leave him alone. Ironically, virtually every embarrassing detail we know about Chris outside of his YouTube videos and Sonichu website was first presented to Encyclopedia Dramatica by himself in these edits. Chris's rationale was TMI input to overload their minds and stop, believing that if he told the trolls details about how pathetic his life is, they would feel sorry for him or be too freaked out to do anything. Of course, being the internet, it only made the trolls want to troll him even more, and is comparable to a child telling his bullies not to beat him up because he still wets the bed. Chris was misdiagnosed. There is next to no information whatsoever on this entry, but I can assume it's referring to the fact that Chris may have been misdiagnosed with autism, which in of itself is a pretty stupid claim due to the fact that it has been proven several times over that Chris does indeed have autism. I even found a thread of Redditors clowning on OP for asking the same question. My Little Pony protests. The My Little Pony protests are a non-violent series of tweets, videos and other media with the intention of persuading Hasbro, the owners of the My Little Pony franchise, to continue producing 5 more seasons of their animated series, Friendship is Magic, instead of rebooting the franchise into its 5th generation, and as of late 2019, to cancel the spin-off series My Little Pony, Pony Life. Chris, of course, remains the only active participant since August 2018, being quite the big shot in C197. He has conveyed that the aims of the protests are a means of preserving his imaginary friends in Pony Realm of Equestria. Or simply put, to everyone else he refuses to accept that his favorite cartoon has concluded without his approval. Having become seasoned in campaigns, such as the Sonic Boom protest and hashtag #HarassQuick directly, the Hasbro protests are one of Chris's most out-of-touch ventures to date. Fortunately, in his own best interest, he's proceeding with the demonstrations in a more restrained manner compared to previous endeavors. Anna McLaren. Anna Elizabeth McLaren is a gal pal and white knight who met Chris through her job at the PacSun in Charlottesville Fashion Square. Chris was brought to her attention when during the Love Quest era, he started advertising himself in front of the store. This inspired her short story, The Tale of the Crazy Pacer, published in early 2005 on our blog. Soon after publishing the story, she befriended Chris. Chris made romantic advances towards her until she told him she was a Mormon and a lesbian. Chris refers to her as proof that he can be friends with homosexuals. In the summer of 2005, Chris helped to throw Anna a surprise party for her 20th birthday along with her other friends. Soon after this, Anna moved to Salt Lake City, Utah with her family. Since then, her relationship with Chris has been mostly long distance, although a picture of her with Barbara from August 2016 shows that she has visited the Chandlers on at least one occasion since then. Apparently, Chris did not learn that Anna was a lesbian until after her move, indicating that he still saw her as a potential girlfriend even when she was living across the country from him. Most people who observe Chris intensely dislike Anna, as she is not seen to be a genuine friend to Chris, sometimes even equating her to Barb in terms of making Chris worse, because like Barb, she has or at least had in the past considerable influence over Chris, but rarely used it to help him improve his life. Chris's observers know that the first time Chris ran afoul of the law, she made a joke about him getting RAPED'd in prison on a Facebook post. Not exactly what friends say in these situations. Moreover, after his house burned down while even the denizens of the Quickie forums were putting together a care package for Chris, Anna was nowhere to be seen, until she popped up one day on Chris's Facebook statuses to discuss irrelevant drama, and was promptly called out for not even pretending to care that her friend's house had burned to the ground. Even when she noticed that Chris was being extorted for thousands of dollars, she put off contacting the police for over a month until she finished her college finals, before refusing to help whatsoever, according to Null. It should also be noted that Anna was initially a troll of sorts, sharing her interactions with Chris on the Quickie forums, at one point hosting a conference call with leading trolls wherein she primarily talked about herself and seemingly only turned to counter-trolling when she didn't get the adoration she'd anticipated from the trolling community. Despite her apparent apathy towards Chris or his problems, Anna is also known to lash out at people who threaten her privileged position by befriending Chris. Even Chris doesn't seem to deem her to be a friend anymore. As of 2015, he has been pinning for the return of his gal pals because he has no friends or social life, with no mention of Anna. In a letter dated 2015, 22nd of October 2021, Chris claimed that Anna was autistic. Quick Sonichu site. Quick Sonichu site, full title The Official and the Original from Kristen Weston Chandler, the Sonichu and Roaster site, was Chris's homepage for the Sonichu franchise. It existed in various incarnations from 2000 to August 2009 and was a regular target of hacking by trolls following Chris's discovery in 2007. Half a decade later, Chris's Facebook friends helped him make a new site, which was pretty much non-functional and error-ridden during its astonishing 10-day lifespan. Sonichu possessions. Spirit possessions is the belief that spirits can possess a person's body. Chris believes he has experienced possessions by his imaginary friends. He has increasingly used it as a maladaptive coping mechanism to avoid reality and criticism, such as when he began to roleplay as Sonichu as part of an elaborate fantasy to cope with being unable to attend the real-world BabsCon, or when he roleplayed as Mewtwo to defend himself from criticism levied by a Twitter troll. This practice has been colloquially referred to as LARPing, short for live-action role-playing after the real-life practice. When Chris believes he has swapped spirits with an imaginary friend, he roleplays as that persona. While doing so, Chris refers to himself in third person. In calls and videos, he tries to change his voice and vocabulary, but usually fails. In a later video, he made the excuse that when you possess somebody else's body, you gotta work with their vocabulary and their limitations and whatever. He sometimes changes the profile picture and the name of his social media account to match the OC he is possessed by. Chris appears to have forgotten he can do this on Twitter, forcing him to preface his tweets with Sonichu : to remind followers of the roleplay. He also changes his signature on occasional drawings to match the OC's name. This behavior was unseen from Chris until the Idea Guys, Troon Squad, and various other enablers roleplayed as characters from Quickville to bend Chris into their will. After their removal, Chris retained the idea of roleplaying by saying his OCs are manifesting in Dimension 1218, which is the real world, through his body for various reasons. Chris has channeled the spirits or been possessed by Sonichu, Uzumi Tenobishi, Magichan, Tri, Mewtwo, Jesus Christ, Robochu, Chris from Dimension 1214, and the younger Chris. Ghost hunting video. On the 22nd of March 2019, Copids, along with two of his friends, went to visit Chris again. During this time, they went ghost hunting in the now abandoned DeGeronet Center for Human Development in Stoughton, Virginia. The video itself is pretty tame due to the fact that Chris acts relatively normal compared to how he usually is. The most notable thing Chris does is try to light up two pieces of quartz by rubbing them together as if they were flint. Sonichu 11. Sonichu 11 is the 12th comic in the Sonichu Comics series, dated 13th of August 2009. The cover claims to be the 12th anniversary issue, although Chris abandoned the issue in December 2009, months before the 10th anniversary of Sonichu's creation came and went on the 17th of March 2010. For years it seemed that Chris was done with Sonichu forever. However, on the 4th of September 2015, in an unprecedented act of will and determination, Chris managed to crawl back from his long night of abuse at the hands of the chosen cyberbullies and finally released new pages. The revival of the Sonichu comic proved too stressful for Chris, even though he had been paid over $1,000 to do it, and he dropped the project once again. 2 years later, on May 8, 2017, Chris began work on the comic once again and finished it on the 30th of June. Financial crisis. The financial crisis is a term coined by users from Kiwi Farms to describe the steep decline in the Chandler family's financial management beginning in early 2016. Signs of the Chandler's worsening finances were apparent by the increasing amounts of begging videos and donation requests on YouTube and Facebook. In June 2017, Chris began to take his Patreon account more seriously and recommenced drawing Sonichu comic pages. He has gotten several hundreds of dollars per month for his efforts, payments which continued until August 2021. As a result, begging had temporarily subsided. In mid-2018, however, begging resumed due to an alleged extortion plot by the Idea Guys, which involved threatening to destroy Chris's imaginary land of Quickville if he did not pay them. It is claimed by the Guard Dog group that Chris paid the Idea Guys around $6,000 in the form of gift cards and video game accessories. Chris and Barb were left on the brink of foreclosure, and Chris repeatedly claimed to need assistance with buying enough food for his family. Chris stopped caring about the financial crisis by 2019 because of the dimensional merge and the generous backing from Ali Hirschberg and other financial enablers. Chris continues to beg, but only for conventions, toys, and video games. Chris now also believes that he has vast wealth in Quickville, Dimension C197, to pay off the creditors, but creditors do not buy into fictional worlds and have managed to sue him for at least $11,606. Chris has access to Barb's online bank account and knows how to transfer her money into his own account. During the incest saga Fallout, he admitted taking $750 from Barb's account to fund a hotel room for himself. Given that Barb is elderly on a fixed income and Chris is lazy on a fixed fixed income, it is unsurprising that many followers worry that the death of Barb could lead to the so-called homeless saga, a wet dream from A-loggers and weens, but devastating for both Chris and many of his followers. Owing to Chris's arrest on incest charges, his Patreon has been terminated, although financial enablers continue to send money to his jail inmate account. Custom cards. Chris has made custom playing cards of the following games: Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Sailor Moon, The Eye of Judgment, Ultimate Fighting System, Twilight Sparkle Secret Chip Folder, Magic the Gathering, and Tarot. Just to put into perspective how dedicated Chris was to making custom cards, he has made so many custom cards that he has a wall of originals. A wall composed of a total of 122 custom-made, although not very original, Pokemon cards. Quixsicle. Quixsicle is the name of a video log entailing Chris sticking his duck into the snow for 15 minutes. Trolls told him to make it as part of the Jackass 3D prank contest, in which the person who submits the best prank will get to appear in the Jackass 3D movie. Needless to say, Chris did not win, as he violated both the rules and common sense. Most Jackass-style pranks are quite dangerous, so sending video footage as opposed to plans or sketches wasn't allowed. Chris also claims that it is impossible to change the onboard clock on one's cell phone. This is obviously untrue, but Chris may have had automatic update of date and time on the Motorola W315 and was too dim to know that it can be turned off. He may have feigned ignorance about this in order to lie about the duration for which he performed this act of complete idiocy. Lori Lopez. Lori Lopez is a non-existent boyfriend-free girl whom Joshua Martinez created in order to troll Chris. In an email to Anna on the 5th of November 2007, Chris revealed to Lori for the first time: Joshua found a gal who was interested in me after reading about me in my MySpace profile at last. Her name is Lori Lopez. I chatted with her through AOL Instant Messenger last night. She was really sweet, and not only did I have a great time getting to know her, but blush I got turned on. I know that she works at a car lot, I think. She is 23, brunette, brown eyes, and she's a mix of American and Spanish. If you watch the movie Into the Blue, the starring woman, Jessica Alba, is an American-Spanish mix as well. I'm keeping the sweetheart search details on my profile until I know for certain that Lori is really to be my sweetheart. Smiley face. Crystal Chandler. Crystal Weston Chandler is the fictional twin sister of Christine Weston Chandler. Her role in his fantasy world stems from his long-held desire to have siblings to play with, along with some narcissistic pleasure and gender identity issues with seeing himself as an attractive female. Crystal represents one of the more embarrassing facets of Chris's mind, since his notions of the perfect girlfriend, the perfect sister, the perfect daughter, and the perfect female self so easily intersect. It is hard not to arrive at a conclusion involving incest. He appears to have first created the character in 2004 as Crystal the female twin for a set of custom Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, although another of those cards depicts Crystal as girlfriend's gift. In fiction, Crystal wears a Rose-Chew medallion correlating to Chris's Sonichu medallion and Relnak's Black Sonichu medallion. This is inconsistent with Chris's usual theme of Sonichu, Rose-Chew, and Blake representing the hero, lover, and villain. In real life, Chris created the Rose-Chew medallion for his future girlfriend, which raises the question of how he expects to adapt this into the comics when his sister was running around wearing the same bauble as his fiancée. Crystal's origin is depicted in sub-episode 5, where she is manifested into reality by Chris employing his ancient powers and heart torch of Phil to split into nearly two identical beings. Chris and Crystal wear the same outfit and even have the same superpowers, although she lacks her brother's heterochromia. Though her appearances in the comics, characters are constantly noting how attractive she is, and by extension how Chris is. Warhol ChrisChan. Warhol ChrisChan, subtitled The Lifespan of American Pop Culture or The Suppression of Reality, is a self-published fan book by Don Lachaume, which subjectively compares the output of Chris with the renowned modern artist Andy Warhol. The book was published via Amazon on the 12th of May 2021. Chris took an interest upon discovering the book a few days later, getting an ego boost out of being compared to someone famous in extensive detail. However, he still criticized the book over Twitter, taking issues with the book's focus on his sex life and sexually explicit art. He purchased a copy of it and made his own cover for it, as he didn't have to feel bored with looking at a pickle. Said pickle is a reference to the Warhol design cover art for the Velvet Underground's debut album, The Velvet Underground and Nico. Upon browsing the book's disclaimer chapter, Chris commented about the nitpick with its content, insisting that his delusions were real. Aside from it, he mentioned liking the book so far and thanked the author, giving it a glowing 5-star review. On the 27th of May, Chris recorded a cover of I'll Be Your Mirror by Velvet Underground and Nico to promote the book. On the 1st of June 2021, while reading chapter 5 5 of the book, Chris briefly roleplayed as his younger pre-named changed self over Twitter in order to check in with his inner child and search for issues to address. In a 13th of July 2021 tweet, Chris stated that he would distribute approximately 24 book jackets that he made for the book while at the Everfree Northwest My Little Pony convention to those who showed they had purchased a copy. He also stated that he would be willing to autograph any copy of the book that was brought to him. On the 1st of August 2021, in the wake of Chris's admission of incest with his mother, Lacham made a public statement distancing himself from Chris and announcing that he would stop promoting the book. According to the Incest Fallout chat leaks, Chris gave Lacham subtle hints about his questionable relationship with the mother in early July, but Lacham, like Null, apparently didn't put the pieces together. Despite Lacham cutting ties with Chris, the book was briefly promoted again on Prater's Etsy page with Chris's permission. ChrisChan, a prequel comic. Brian Shickley, more commonly known as Brian Frogboy, is an animator, graphic designer, and the creator of ChrisChan, a prequel comic. Brian's creation of the prequel comic appeared to have caught Chris's attention on the 2nd of January 2018, and he began following the production of the comic as well as some of his other works up until May of 2018. Chris first discovered Brian's Twitter account when he saw the completed second page of the comic. At the time, Chris, along with a couple of bystanders, was curious about what the comic would become. Brian explained that the comic was meant to be less of a parody of Sonichu or Chris's life, but instead a retelling of Chris's life as told from what he believed to be Chris's point of view. Chris would, at one point, around the time of the Idea Guys, brainwash him into believing he was bisexual, begin showing feelings towards Brian, describing him as sexy Shrek-like vampire, flirting with him on a few occasions and even writing an erotica poem involving him. Blanca Weiss, also known as Amy B. Chan or Kawaii Kitsune 123, was identity assumed by various trolls who posed as Chris's sweetheart in order to get one thing, the Sonichu medallion. The group pulling the strings was a trio of YouTube trolls, two of them going by the handles Ricky Ricardo 123 and Nurse Iki Chan. They talked to Chris via instant messenger and telephone respectively. The third, Icarus69, received the package containing the medallion as well as an enclosed love letter and uploaded a video of himself cutting it up and putting it in a pickle jar before setting it on fire. Some argue that aside from the medallion destruction, the team behind the real Blanca, as opposed to Lord Silly Nipples, who impersonated her after the original group had created the identity, did nothing except keep Chris to themselves, telling Chris to not make videos, stopping him from releasing content, etc. Despite many people telling him Blanca was not real, and even after the medallion was destroyed on film, Chris still continued to believe she was real. He stated that in the Christian Weston Chandler interview that the people responsible for destroying the medallion simply lived near Blanca and intercepted the mail. Since the destruction of the medallions, the three trolls have largely faded into obscurity. The name Blanca Weiss is just a feminine version of the Spanish word for white, Blanca, and the German word for white, Weiss. Blanca Weiss is literally just white female, Chris's personal preference in sweethearts. Kim Wilson. Kim Wilson is an undercover troll of Chris and someone with far too much time on their hands. She was first mentioned in Casey Cole 1, and much of what is known of her comes from references in the Casey Calls. In 2009, Kim was regularly calling Chris at 10 p.m. Under the moniker Scarlet Sanctum, her YouTube username, Kim served as a judge for the SingStar Challenge, where she voted in favor of Solid Chris. Like Anna, Kim is frequent commentator on Chris's Facebook pages. However, Anna harbors an intense dislike of Kim and has accused her of being a dirty troll. In June 2020, after seeing an episode of ChrisChan, a comprehensive history featuring an email Kim had leaked on Kiwi Farms in which Chris discussed shoving his pickle up his ass, Chris finally realized Kim was a troll. Bob Walks In. Bob Walks In is the most famous of the Julie Cybersex chats in which Chris is called masturbating by his late father, Bob. At the time of this particular chat, the Chandler family home only had one computer, and it was in the kitchen. This means that every time Chris wanted to engage in cybersex, he would be doing it in the middle of a place where people prepare food and probably wouldn't want a navy dripping all over it. On Valentine's night 2009, Chris was on an e-date with his then sweetheart, Julie, and once again engaged in some hot fury sex, similar to the night before. Chris was moaning sexy sweet nothings into the microphone as he furiously pounded his bent duck. Unbeknown to Chris, trolls were tipped off that he was masturbating and were dedicated to having Chris experience an awkward moment that would require Bob to see his son stroking his pickle, yelling like a horny slow in the mind. 4 calls were made, the first 3 failing as Bob told him that Chris was sleeping, even though Chris was screaming Julie at the time. Miscreant agent Brian Bash provided the final call stating, "Oh my god, Chris made a video on YouTube and he said he's going to off himself. You have to stop him." Within seconds, Bob dropped the phone, ran up the stairs and walked into his son's most intimate moment, being justifiably horrified. In a rare moment of parental authority, he threatened to punish Chris by cutting down the internet right now. Chris, used to having things his way his whole life, was appalled, confused and no longer aroused. The recording ends after Bob's many futile attempts to shut down the computer finally succeed. This can be considered the pinnacle of the ongoing Quick saga, as it represents a moment where Chris actually feels negative repercussions for his internet behavior. It contains many memorable lines and the height of emotional drama. Dirty Crapped Briefs. Dirty Crap Briefs is a trollish shorthand used in reference to Chris's troubles with fecal leakage. Coined by Chris himself in an IRC chat from January 2009, it has quickly become a popular catchphrase among trolls. In short, Chris unwittingly craps himself often. Even after encouragement from his doctor and from his mother, Chris would refuse to wear butt garments because, according to the Ivy Q&A, he felt that they were for babies. He had only 1 or 2 episodes where he wore the butt garments, though they were only worn because Ivy told him it was a punishment for cheating on her with Vanessa Hudgens. Based on his own comments on the subject and those of people who've managed to get close to him, particularly his now deceased sweetheart Ivy, stress tends to inspire these episodes, but at other times he appears to be too lazy, careless or distracted to bother making his way to a toilet. Considering that Chris's bowel issues have been occurring since childhood, it's most likely related to his autism, as bowel issues have been known to occur among people with the disorder, particularly in the more severely affected types. Rocky Shoemaker. The Rev. Rochelle Rocky Shoemaker is a retired pastoral counselor, actual title assistant pastor for Care Ministries, from the Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church, who has advised Chris on several matters since 2008. Rocky recommended to Chris the children's book How to Talk to Girls after he asked for help on his love quest. Despite saving him from the wiles of Joshua Martinez and Clyde Cash, it seems as though Rocky is ineffective at making an impact on Christian's life where it really matters, namely his lust, gluttony, avarice, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. Clearly, she hasn't been able to stop Chris from sending nudes of himself online, as his privates were seen by the internet no less than 5 different times after Chris started receiving counseling from Rocky. One can usually spot her hand in affairs if Chris begins to display common sense. It is generally believed that she was behind Chris's attempt to quit the internet forever on the 21st of March 2010, as the video was made on a Sunday. Chris likely meets with her on Thursdays and Sundays, as he suddenly developed basic pattern recognition skills long enough to catch one troll on the 29th of April and smoke at another on the 1st of May, though he may have simply gotten both mixed up with Jackie. In the past, Chris has insisted that Rocky is a better counselor than a professional psychologist, and seems to uncritically accept whatever she says. Later on, however, Chris came to conclude that she was an ineffective counselor, as evidenced in his letter to his church. In a demonstration of pure insolence, Chris did not forward the letter on his own, but sent it to Rocky via iPhone, asking her to print copies of it and spread it among Wesley Memorial's parishioners. The date of the letter is unknown, but cannot have been written earlier than July 2011, as Ed Winkler, the pastor mentioned in the letter, joined the staff of Wesley Memorial on that month. Joshua Martinez. Joshua Martinez was one of Chris's few male friends before becoming an early troll. According to Chris, Josh lived in Dyke, a rural community west of Ruckersville. They carpooled to James Madison University in Harrisburg for speech therapy back when they were children. Josh had to attend speech therapy because of his thick Spanish accent. While in Harrisburg, they would play at the Purcell Park and on the abandoned airplane nearby, an experience Chris would fondly remember years later in his video of browsing around an old playground. After Chris finished high school and returned to Ruckersville in 2000, he and Josh apparently reconnected. They hung out at restaurants including TGI Fridays and Country Cookin', where Chris would usually pay the bill for both of them. On one occasion, Chris had no money for food, so Josh paid for his own meal and ate it while Chris looked on with envy. Joshua was the first troll to masquerade as a boyfriend-free girl in order to mess with Chris. In the fall of 2007, he pretended to hook Chris up with a girl named Lori Lopez, chatting with Chris as her, sending him pictures. These images were actually pictures of the pop star Vanessa Hudgens. The truly hilarious part of this is that Joshua closed communication as her by confiding to Chris that she actually loved Josh. Eventually, Chris discovered that he was a troll and, as he does about every humiliating infliction upon him, wrote about it in his comic. After Chris discovered he had become a lolcow, he tried diverting the attention from himself to Joshua with gems like the following edits to his Encyclopedia Dramatica page. Since Since Chris was still of the belief that trolls went after him because he was so amazing and talented at the time, the reasoning he gives for the knowable hordes of the internet to descend upon Josh amount to a weird ramble about how successful in life and sex Josh is. In early 2009, Josh served as a sort of Eastern Front for the trolling war on Chris as he impersonated Vanessa Hudgens. The trolling culminated in Josh attempting to sell a special PSP to Chris intended for Vanessa. He was foiled when trolls suspected that Josh was doing so for personal gains and not simply for the lulz. Josh isn't exactly too bright either. For example, the Vanessa chats for ample evidence of his limited imagination and clumsy attempts to manipulate Chris, and Chris's dalliance with Vanessa were also interfering with the success of Ivy. Josh's involvement ended and Chris cancelled the check for the PSP according to Ivy's instructions. Yet Chris refused to return it because Vanessa would be upset. It was a knockdown drag-out case of retard versus retard. Chris's parents were furious at Josh and actually went to the police in an attempt to bring him for conning Chris out of his cash. However, during that very visit, Bob and Barb found out that Chris was stealing money from them, prompting Bob to deny police assistance for fear that Chris could be implicated. He instead announced his intentions to take Josh to a small claims court, but it's unknown what, if anything, came of this. This visit also saw Rocky Shoemaker get involved to investigate the trolls, against Bob and Barb's wishes, ultimately ending the Ivy operation alongside the Vanessa operation. Josh has since stopped talking to Chris. Ivy Wedding Comic. Sonichu Special 2, also known as the Wedding Comic, is a comic created by Chris in 2009. It shows how he visualizes his wedding to Ivy. The comic was released in its entirety on the 12th of May 2009 by Clyde Cash. Before that, it was featured in the videos Meow and Quick's It's All Coming Back to Me. Art-wise, the comic is remarkable in that Chris included a bunch of flowery stickers in it. Ivy originally wanted glitter to be used in a scene where Punchy meets Layla, but Chris got stickers instead and they remained unused because external influences made him tone down the comic a little bit. In these pages, the paper appears to be warped, perhaps because Chris couldn't be bothered to invest in decent quality paper. Rather, he seems to have gone to Walmart and paid $5 for 500 sheets. Chris acknowledges that he uses a character recolor, Canino Houndhowl, designed by Megan. This is certainly not the first nor the last time Chris has attempted to use stuff from his previous relationship to produce awesomely romantic artwork. A similar thing could be seen in his first date level. The Unholy Tetrad. The Unholy Tetrad, formerly Trinity and Quintet, is a term used by Christorians to refer to four common practices some orbiters may do that are often frowned upon by the Quicksphere. These include white knighting, trying to protect Chris from misguided purpose. This often involves downplaying and overlooking Chris's negative traits. A-logging, obnoxiously upplaying or exaggerating Chris's negative traits. This often but not necessarily includes comparing oneself to Chris or wishing physical harm or legal action on him. Enabling, feeding into Chris's self-destructive habits and delusions. Weaning, trying and failing to annoy Chris. Jacob Sockness and Kenneth Erwin Engelhart are today the only individuals to have famously done all of these to some extent. Vanessa Hudgens. Vanessa Hudgens is an American actress and singer best known for her work in High School Musical. She was incredibly popular among both 9-year-olds and autistic man-children. Joshua Martinez used her identity to troll Chris in April and May of 2009. Chris, being the humble guy that he is, he found it absolutely reasonable that the highly attractive and popular movie star was sexually interested in a fat, retarded man-child like him. Since Vanessa told Chris she had written her own Wikipedia biography, Chris felt that he had a righteous claim to do so as well, and on the 5th of June 2009, after failing at his attempt to write his own Wikipedia biography, Chris tried to get a section on his supposed relationship with Vanessa Hudgens added to her Wikipedia page. Using the now banned username of Sonichu Say Yes We Can, Chris stated that Vanessa and I are very close friends and we've been working together much as of late. I think that this should be mentioned in the article. His request was ignored. The Vanessa saga showcases Chris at his most naive, with much real-life trolling by Joshua. As Ivy puts it, even after all the tears, Chris began letting slip about his planned meetings with Vanessa around town. They decided to meet up at long last. Josh got Chris to go to the JMU campus with a sign, and every time Chris would think he saw her, she would disappear. Chris stressed how he didn't want to use that sign, so he decided on wearing a hat. I thought Vanessa and I could be friends, but Josh had other intentions. He wanted to exploit Chris for money and would do this by going through Vanessa. Josh claimed to have very strong ties to the FBI FBI and threatened to hack into Chris's PlayStation 3. Josh wanted to monitor Chris 24/7 as punishment for not meeting up with Vanessa nor giving her the present she had requested. At TGI Fridays, Josh got Chris to pay for his meals. He kept telling Chris that they would go meet Vanessa afterwards. Every time Vanessa would fail to show, and Josh would enjoy the meal on Chris's dime. Once the proposed meeting place was at JMU, Chris went there with a sign looking for Vanessa but only found campus police. While there, Chris donned a hat and tried to keep a low profile. In K-Quick Top Dedication Special dated 12th of August 2009, he admitted that he had finally realized that he had not really been talking to Vanessa Hudgens. He added that Vanessa had always used Joshua's screen name when talking to him. Tucker Carlson segment. On the 7th of August 2021, exactly 11 days after the incest call was leaked, Fox News covered ChrisChan's arrest, with Tucker Carlson hosting the segment, which immediately turned into if trans women should be in female prisons. Yet they seemingly forgot that Chris wasn't going to go to said prison anyway, since Virginia law says that the only way a trans woman can be in a female prison is if they've had bottom surgery. Mailbags. On the 19th of November 2009, the psyops of the Wikipedia created a new page for Chris to answer fan emails. This mailbag marked the first time the words of other humans appeared on the Wikipedia, which up to that point had been all Chris. The mailbags quickly overflowed from its original page into a series of numbered pages, each one containing a random assortment of fan mail for Chris to respond to with his own special brand of honest content. This quickly became the best way to ask Chris any manner of questions about his deeply disturbing life, though Chris has become disillusioned with the practice over time, especially as letters increasingly focus on his many failures and other shortcomings. Chris ceased answering the letters in February 2010, during which he was more focused on the wallflower than his works and left them to rot after he abandoned the internet and the original Wikipedia was deleted. Over a decade after stopping writing responses to emails, Chris began writing a number of letter responses from jail as he awaited his hearing for the charges of incest against his elderly mother. Lars Call. The Lars Call was a 90-minute phone conversation on the 4th of November 2010 where Chris talked with Jackie's black ex-boyfriend, Lars, which in reality was Alec Benson Leary, discussing addictions, a parade he promised Jackie, what he would do to a woman, and most importantly, boats. Chris got comfortable with him and hilarity ensued. Near the end of the call, Lars mentioned he was going to have sex with Jackie, and Chris completely misses what he just said as he hangs up the phone, once again providing how dense Chris really is. 9/11 video. The 9/11 video, is also known as the Twin Falling Towers, is a video uploaded by Chris on the 1st of November 2009. An unusually tasteless video where Chris attempts to threaten Clyde Cash by sticking an embarrassing picture of him and Jack Thaddeus in place of the Twin Towers and making childish explosion noises. Years later, the man in the pickle suit mentioned that this video had been one of many scripted by trolls. Most non-rant videos, like cake farts. The rant videos were more freeform, though they often had a framework or were in response to a specific request, i.e. talk about topic X, Y, and Z, and be sure to mention that you think he's weak. Call him weak, like some sort of big disaster, like a bridge collapsing. Ooh, or compare him to 9/11, that'll embarrass him. Following outrage to the video, both feigned anger from the trolls who suggested it in the first place and genuine disgust from horrified onlookers, Chris uploaded an apology video for his inelegant joke. Unfortunately, the alternate joke that Chris proposed just dug him deeper. Ohio trip. The Ohio trip was an 800+ mile car trip that Chris took from his home in Rockesville, Virginia to Cleveland, Ohio. Chris set out for Ohio on Thursday 26th of February 2009 under the false pretense that Julie had been kidnapped and needed to rescue her, and returned home early the following morning. The trip marks quite possibly the most physical effort Chris ever made in pursuit of the love quest, consuming nearly 24 hours of time far from home and the supervision of his family. Everything started during a mumble chat on the 10th of February 2009, where Julie first asked Chris if he would come to visit her in Ohio. He responded by asking that she come to his house, saying he wasn't comfortable traveling long distances, especially by himself. Over the next 10 days, Chris would change his mind and agree to visit, before backing up once again, and then agreeing he would start setting aside money for an eventual trip within the next couple of months, though he might bring his mom along. Julie tried to dissuade him from bringing his mother, saying, "I was thinking that when you get here, you know, we could sex. During another chat on the 22nd of February, Chris stated that he would feel unease if I made the trip without the emotional support of my family. He wanted to have Julie talk to his parents in order to gain their support. Julie replied by saying she was beginning to suspect Chris didn't want to see her. Chris stated that his mother was paranoid for safety and suspected Julie might be a police officer posing as an underage girl. The next day, Chris reiterated that Barb was still against him going to Ohio. Chris started looking within his church congregation for a different escort for the trip and suggested that Rocky, who has a family in Ohio and visits the state on occasion, might be up for the trip. Things took a quick turn later that day when Max informed Chris that Julie had been taken ransom by himself and Clyde Cash. He stated that he would give Chris 5 days to come to 2229 East 46th Street, Cleveland, Ohio and rescue her. Unsure on what to do, Chris turned to his fans in a mumble chat for advice. He stated that he still felt insecure about going there against his parents' wishes. Members of the chat persuaded Chris to be assertive and convince him that it wasn't a catch-to predator-style sting, as police posing as minors always explicitly tell the suspects that they are underage. Chris said that he was going to talk to his mother and put his foot down. The next day, which happened to be his 27th birthday, Chris went to his aunt Karina's funeral. He discussed his plan with his family members and claimed they all encouraged him to go to Ohio. He also claims that the spirits of his maternal ancestors wished him a safe trip to Ohio. That night, Chris sent the following mail to Clyde Cash. I have not failed you, sir. As a matter of fact, I am coming to Cleveland tomorrow. I am preparing for my journey. My mind is set, and I have the support of God, my relatives, and my friends. So quit trying to scare me, because it is not working. Tomorrow morning, I am coming to Cleveland, Ohio for Julie. Chris did not in fact leave for Ohio the next day, as he had not yet received all of his birthday money. Instead, he filled up on his gas tank and prepared for the trip. He packed 6 sets of clothes as well as his PSP and Nintendo DS. Chris left at 5:30 in the morning on the 26th of February without informing his parents. He left them a note for them to read when they woke up, along with a map of his planned trip. After Chris's parents saw the note, they called the police and filed a missing persons report. According to Bob, Chris had never driven over 50 miles out of town before. Bob and Bob were worried that Chris would get himself killed in a car accident. Chris got on Interstate 81 heading north. It can be assumed that he took US Route 522 and Interstate 70 to Breezewood, Pennsylvania. We got on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, which becomes the Ohio Turnpike at the Ohio State line. At the toll booth on the Ohio State, Chris accidentally locked himself out of his car. Somebody at the toll booth had an AAA roadside assistance and called them to help Chris get back into his car. Chris had only taken with him $50, 40 of which he had gotten the previous day for his birthday. He realized this might not be enough for the trip when he was faced with an $11 toll on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. According to Bob, Chris had never been on a toll road before. Around 4:30 in the morning, Chris stopped in Streetsboro, Ohio to buy food and gas. He purchased 6.4 gallons of gas from a Sheetz for $11.6 and got a small hamburger with mayonnaise and no pickles, and a lemon berry slushie from Sonic for $2.70. According to Chris, the slushie was made with real fruit and had 2 lemon wedges in it. He arrived at the outskirts of Cleveland soon after, where he called his parents. Upon reaching 229 East 46th Street, Chris found a rundown old house with an elderly black lady residing in it. Neither she or anyone else he asked in the neighborhood had heard of Julie or Max Milvana. Chris then tried visiting an address on nearby East 40th Street, which the woman said she received mail for. He found no sign of Julie at this address either, but remarked at the Jewish church next door. Chris then turned around and headed back toward Ruckersville. He arrived home at 3 a.m. the following morning. Julie's reported residence at 2229 East 46th Street is actually one of the Andrew and James Dahl houses, local landmark once inhabited by 2 of Cleveland's most prominent builders. Despite being duped by trolls, Chris saw the trip as a net positive experience. In an email to Clyde Cash, Chris stated, "I traveled an 800+ mile round trip to Cleveland, Ohio, only to find that the address you gave me led to a rundown old red house with an elderly woman residing in it. But not you nor Julie. No one in the neighborhood even heard of Julie nor Max. Go ahead, laugh it up, but I want to thank you very much for the traveling experience. I actually did have a great time on the road and enjoyed the sights and views." Smiling face. Chris's parents did not share the same positive opinion on the trip and told him if he traveled at all after the trip to Cleveland, he would not be allowed back into his home and would be left homeless or worse. During his call with Casey's father, Matthew, Chris mentioned the Ohio trip in a conversation about him continually failing for fake women. Matthew angrily questioned how is it possible for Chris to have driven 800 miles for a fake girlfriend, yet he couldn't do the same for Casey, who lived much closer to Chris in Washington, D.C. In Quick's final warning to the second Quick, the trip is mentioned again. Chris states he had experienced some of the good things in life, such as traveling to Ohio, playing the lottery, and having a few drinks. Greg Mays. Greg Mays was originally intended to be the name of a person entirely different from Clyde, a web designer working for Nintendo. The Greg Mays character was part of a plan to hack into Sonichu.net, having promised Chris that the website would be redesigned to promote Sonichu for Animal Crossing. Greg asked Chris for both his username and password for his tripod account in order to adapt a new system for the website, which Chris promptly gave away. Greg then hacked into the website. Greg then told Chris to make a video to proclaim that he was a homosexual in exchange for regaining control of the website. Even after Clyde spelled it out to Chris that Greg was an alias of his and that he was not Jason Kendrick Howell, Chris still believed it was Jason who hacked into the website. He sent a message to Clyde while thinking he was Jason, wishing him harm. Chris also came to believe Greg Mays to be the actual name of a troll who played the Clyde persona. Ironically, despite realizing that Greg was a troll persona, he was still under the belief that he was actually being contacted by a Nintendo staff member. Graduation ring. An egregious mispronunciation of amethyst ring, as amethyst is Chris's birthstone, also known as a high school ring, is a special souvenir ring that Chris got while at Manchester High School. After Blanca destroyed his Sonichu medallion on the 20th of October 2008, to counter the victory cries of trolls, Chris went back on his claims regarding the medallion and said that the ring was the real source of his power. The enormous emotional significance that he attaches to it is further evidence that Chris cannot move on from high school. The one ring is engraved with lancers, an image of a lance and a coat of arms for the class and school. The amethyst is a galaxy cut on top and a rainbow on the bottom. It also bears the letters HGULT on the interior, a reference to the manufacturers Herf Jones and their Ultra Superstone alloy, which is 10 karat gold. The importance Chris gave to his medallion induced trolls to get their hands on it. After Blanca stole and destroyed the medallion in 2008, Chris indicated that the high school ring, not the medallion, is the source of his power, and that wearing his ring is sufficient enough to make a video true and honest. After all, he explained, "Mine is the only ring of its kind, it has my initials engraved inside of it, and it has my birthstone on it." Since then, many videos started with Chris briefly showing that he was wearing the ring to indicate that it is a true and honest video. Chris considers the ring indisputable proof of his identity, rhetorically asking who else owns the same class of ring with the same finger size, engravings and such. The fact that Chris ensures himself that nobody could possibly replicate a generic cheap ring is testament to his feeble grasp of reality. On the 10th of January 2010, Chris for some reason started wearing the ring around his medallion while calling out Alec Benson Leary. Along with the Sonichu medallion, the Amnifest ring went on a hiatus for much of 2010. However, Chris reverted to a classic form in a video released on the 6th of September 2010, featuring among other familiar antics, an empathetic display of the ring. He also wore it to his 2012 court hearing and again in April 2013, "I am my own free bitch" photos. It popped up again in the autograph photos he offered for sale on eBay in late June 2014, proving that it had survived the house fire. In late 2014, Thetan revealed that Chris had unprompted offered to give the Amnifest ring away to his sweetheart Catherine as a sign of commitment. This new purpose for the ring is connected to Chris's obsession about the symbolic meaning of wedding rings. For example, he drew a picture of himself offering a wedding ring to Ivy. His drawings of the fantasy wedding of Sonichu and Rosachu and himself and Ivy both feature ring bearers. He has also been long frustrated that only married women wearing rings because his noviophobia makes him afraid that he might get an ass kicking from a jealous boyfriend if he tries to talk to a woman who's already been purchased. Unsurprisingly, he wants women who are not boyfriend free to be legally required to wear rings. We can summarize that he intends to use the Amnifest ring's powers to ensnare Catherine forever. Fortunately for her, she refused it. However, although Chris has stopped wearing his medallion during this time, this does not appear to be the case with his ring, as he has constantly been seen wearing it through 2014, even at his court hearing. This is likely because it allows him to be true and honest without wearing a medallion, which could be because he realized how ridiculous he looks with it, but it's probably because it would ruin his tomgirl look, despite it already being ruined by Chris's horrible choices of attire. Since Chris believes his magic powers stem from the ring, he presumably doesn't feel the need to wear the medallion. Leftovers Tonight talk show. On the 19th of April 2020, Noah, a confirmed ween and operator of the YouTube channel Leftover Media, did a live interview with Chris and Charlottesville-based musician Max Mandu. Despite social distancing orders in place due to COVID-19 pandemic, the interview was done in person, which the host even acknowledges. The interview is set up with Noah, Chris and Max sitting on a couch. The host, Noah, introduces Max Mandu normally, but then introduces Chris as Sonichu in the body of Christine Weston Chandler, and refers to Chris as Sonichu for the entirety of the interview. After introducing the two, Noah then lets Max perform a song called Malachi with his harmonica and guitar. While Max performs a song, Chris is seen next to Max playing an imaginary guitar. Max then finishes the song and begins introducing himself, but is interrupted by a caller who asks Chris about the due date of the dimensional merge. The stream very soon turns into people spam calling over Skype to ask Chris about Sonichu, the merge, the chaotic combo, and various other things. In a subtly revealing moment, one of the calls involves Megan Schroeder, which causes Chris to seemingly have an emotional breakdown. This could be interpreted as a moment of his fantasy world being shattered and the reality of his past mistakes coming back to hit him. However, this moment is brief and he goes back to role-playing as Sonichu. Chris then asks Noah to mute the calls, and Max goes back to introducing himself, but is again interrupted by more calls coming in. For the rest of the interview, Chris larped about his delusions, the loyal fanbase including a few neighbors and weens called in. Chris left his mic on while he went to the bathroom, and Max suffered on the inside until he finally decided to leave at the 1 hour and 2 minute mark. Despite recent circumstances, Chris revealed that instead of thoroughly washing his hands, he prefers to coat his fingers in hand sanitizer. Over time, it became increasingly clear that the interview was set up by Noah to harass Chris, primarily through refusing to block other weens attempting to spam the phone, which some viewers suspected was set to automatically answer any incoming calls, and show up Max. A move that was met with significant amount of criticism by viewers both on YouTube and elsewhere. UVA Remember Pulse news segment. UVA Remembers Pulse was an event held by the University of Virginia students in June 2017 to pay tribute to the victims of the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting. Despite not being a student himself, Chris attended, bringing with him Sonichu paraphernalia, the medallion, a SLGBTQ Sonichu drawing, the cover of page Sonichu 12, a framed Photoshop drawing of Chris and his parents mingling with Sonichu characters, and a short written piece which he read during the opening mic. Here's a fragment of the news segment where Chris talks.
Do not hate. Hate is not so good. And to be paranoid is a bust. Feel the love that comes from us, and try to feel love that you can offer, at least from within yourselves, for yourselves.
A Wild ChrisChan Attempts Human Interaction. A Wild ChrisChan Attempts Human Interaction is an eyewitness video of Chris uploaded on the 13th of March 2019. Since Chris is shopping for Nintendo Switch accessories, the video can be dated after his 7th of March video. In the video, a GameStop clerk captures footage of Chris in his store, as the employee rings up a Pokeball Plus peripheral for his Nintendo Switch, which cost his tugboat $47. In the video, Chris boasts that he is famous on the internet. IGN James Marsden interview. The IGN James Marsden interview was a promotional video produced by IGN for the upcoming Sonic movie, where the main character, played by James Marsden, is asked a few trivial questions about the Sonic franchise. One of the said trivial questions is this one.
Sonichu is one of the hidden characters you can unlock in Sonic Forces.
What is it, Sonichu?
Sonichu.
Correct. True.
It's actually false.
Oh, I know. I was going to say false.
Jenkins Jinkies. Junior Jenkins, alias Jenkins Jinkies, was Chris's troll Sona from May to August 2010. According to the elaborate backstory which Chris concocted for the character, he's a bi-curious teenager from Boston who happens to be staying with a distant relative who lives across the street from Chris's house in Rockersville. Jenkins is also said to have two male friends that they are very close to, both 16 years old at the time of the character's appearance on the Troll in Train forum, who are called Jerry and Dino. These names could be a reference to the 1940s and 50s comedy duo Martin and Lewis, consisting of actors and singers Dean Dino Martin and Jerry Lewis. These reflect on Chris's life growing up, in which he was exposed to easy listening and swing music from his parents. In January 2009, Jenkins says that he had sexual relations and intercourse with his friend Jerry. This is an unusual story to tell from Chris, considering his negative views towards homosexuality, perhaps showing Chris's own homosexual thoughts or fantasies. However, this may have just been an attempt to throw off the trolls and hide Jenkins' true identity as Chris. Chris appeared in a video pretending to be Jenkins to prove his character to the trolls. In this video, Chris's elaborate disguise for this devious persona that fooled the world was accomplished by simply throwing a shirt over his head and slightly deepening his voice. Jenkins' Jinkies began as another quickie account made by Chris to confirm that the antenna had been removed from his PlayStation 3. Wasn't a bug on PlayStation 3 how the PS3 is hacked. A bait page made by Clyde. It was quickly discovered that Jenkins' Jinkies was Chris and the appropriate action was taken soon afterwards. Clyde contacted Chris through Jenkins' Jinkies talk page and it resulted in a short correspondence between the two. I lost my virginity with a senior cheerleader. Her China was sweet. Plus, as an anon, I prefer to keep my ad off the web. I should not want Chris coming after my ass. The mindfuck that he is, I would not want to fall victim of one of his impulsive man-child rampages. I just enjoy getting the lulz off him. As Jenkins' Jinkies, Chris created a bizarre coffee place page, an article which originally started off as a report citing of Chris in Burger King, but quickly developed into a rant against Amanda, a part-time manager who seemingly irked Chris by not treating himself, Bob, and other seniors with the adequate respect Chris thought she would. How Jenkins' Jinkies was able to know all this information about Amanda after one visit, and why he would care if she mistreated Bob or not, was never to be explained by Chris. Chris believed playing a troll who was legitimately afraid of Chris's wrath would totally convince Clyde Cash himself that he was legit. He also unsuccessfully tried to scare the trolls into thinking he was plotting to hunt them down one by one. Several lesser trolls believed they were the first ones to realize that Jenkins' Jinkies was Chris and blew the whistle every now and again, but such leaks were uncommon and generally most trolls played along. As the trolls began to tug on Jenkins' Jinkies' marionette strings, a trolling forum entirely dedicated to making Chris paranoid was established. Despite all posts, members, and threads being only a few days old, Chris was completely convinced that it was the official trolling hub where all the nefarious plots were made against him. As Junior Jenkins, Chris decided to write a story to go with his introduction into the trolling train about how he supposedly experienced sexual intercourse for the first time. What resulted was a truly horrifying and borderlinely criminal text about how another child at summer campus supposedly had his way with Junior. As if it weren't obvious enough that Junior Jenkins was Chris, he also went out of his way to praise Chris for his ingenious schemes for halting the trolls' wicked plans and or dissuade the trolls from even trying, often combining the two themes into the same post. I have to hand it to him. He makes it frustrating to troll him. It's like we have to pay airfare or hitchhike dangerously and do it old-fashioned with accordion cameras and shit like that. Jenkins' Jinkies also had run-ins with the ghosts of Patty Chandler and 7-year-old Christopher Chandler, as Chris inexplicably believes that trolls would be frightened by these events. They were not, and Jenkins was roundly mocked. In another memorable event, Jenkins unsubtly asked for the number the hookers Brian Bash sent to Chris's house because Chris wanted some sexy time. Trolling Train's most significant achievement came about when Surfshack Tito offered a number of bounties for achievements in trolling Chris, including a $9,001 reward for anyone who could smash Chris's PlayStation 3. Due to a misinterpretation of Tito's criteria, Chris thought he could get the reward if he did the smashing and simply had Junior claim to eyewitness it. The rest is history. Though Chris did not receive the $9,001, he managed to raise the money to buy a new PlayStation 3 over the course of a few days. Chris decided to drop the Jenkins' Jinkies persona after his last post on Trolling Train about eyewitnessing Chris destroys PlayStation 3. It was later revealed after the leaking of the Jackie emails that Chris dropped the act in fear that when the police raided the Trolling Train forums, they would mistake him for a troll and subsequently arrest him. Since it's now likely that Chris has completely forgotten about his time as Jenkins' Jinkies, the Trolling Train forum has become inactive and all information has been freely published to the Quickie. Lost videos. For this entry I couldn't find much info on it. There's an entry titled Lost Media on the Quickie which displays every piece of potential lost media, but I found this Reddit thread to be much more informative. It talks about Fu Manchu, which was an interview with Chris. She was the person who made the plushies for Chris. As well as a few other members in the Quickville server did a Twitch interview that has now become Lost ChrisChan Media. The videos with Chris on PlayStation Home are also now eternally lost. The ChrisChan versus the internet is also sort of a lost video. Draft is still around but isn't allowed to share the video anymore. But the most important piece of lost media is the video where Chris shoves the medallion up his ass. Lord Silly Nipples. Lord Silly Nipples was a female troll from Encyclopedia Dramatica who played a significant role in Christry during the years 2008 and 2009. She's considered one of the most important trolls in Christry, as she's one of the first to show off the effectiveness of catfishing Chris with false sweethearts. She's most well known for being one of the people trolling Chris under the pseudonym Blanca, along with a fried chicken trolling crew, and obtaining nude photos of himself, including ones where she's wearing his mother's underwear. She's also known for being the original creator of the man in the pickle suit and providing Chris a photograph of Lee Hottie, stating it to be Clyde Cash. In September of 2008, or around this time, Lord Silly Nipples came into contact with Chris and disguised themselves on MySpace as Blanca Weiss, a character created previously by trolls in an attempt to receive the Sonichu medallion. Silly Nipples managed to make Chris fall in love with his non-existent identity and coerced him into sending her nudes. On the 11th of September 2008, Silly Nipples leaked Chris's nudes and changed the MySpace profile to a black man in a pickle suit. On that same day, Chris made an update video addressing the situation. Despite his humiliation, Chris still made an attempt to regain whom he thought to be Blanca as his sweetheart. On the 12th of September, he contacted Silly Nipples and demanded they have a Skype call in order to regain his trust. The next day, Chris confessed his love to her over Skype and gave his address. Later in August, Lord Silly Nipples tried to convince Chris that Blanca was a black transvestite, to no avail. Other trolling escapades include, around September 2008, Silly Nipples had emailed Chris and brought to light why Chris had gotten kicked out of the Grace Baptist Church. Around 2009, Lord Silly Nipples was able to convince Chris that they had obtained a real picture of Clyde Cash, providing Chris with a MySpace picture of a New Jersey resident who identified themselves as Lee Hottie. And, for while the Christine West and Chandler Yep I'm on TV DVD had been a field of interest for many trolls associated with Chris, Silly Nipples was one of the first to ever have successfully obtained a copy, having tricked Chris by pretending to be one of Chris's high school crushes known as Tiffany Robinson. Flipnotes. Flipnote Hatina was a website where users could upload and share their creations from the free downloadable application for the Nintendo DSi, Flipnote Studio, which allowed users to create both word and picture-based notes with a stylus, add sound and put them together to create frame-by-frame flipbook style animations. Other users could comment on them either by text or by creating a flipnote. In June 2010, Chris was spotted at Fridays After 5 event in Charlottesville. Among some very disturbing behavior, Chris was seen playing with his DSi for some time. It later came to light after leaving the internet forever. He was now spending his time on Flipnote Hatina, drawing comments in replies to various flipnotes. Being a retard, he helped a valiant troll to find him by registering with his full name. After a little more than 2 weeks of shameless self-promotion and sharing his creepy sex fantasies with the world, Chris got himself banned. Chris' account became active again on July 24th, prior to the service ending on the 31st of May 2013. 2012 Prostitute. Mia Hamm is the pseudonym of a woman Chris finally completed his love quest with, relieving him of his status as virgin with rage. Named after the former soccer player of the same name, she's a boyfriend-free hooker who advised herself on Backpage.com, a site seized by the feds in 2018 for sex trafficking. Chris paid for an hour with her in April 2012, which cost his tugboat $150, and later had sex with her the following month. He chose to have intercourse with her despite his previous statements that he would not hire a prostitute because it would render the act of sex meaningless. His decision was motivated by fear of going to jail for an incident that took place in October 2011, although prostitution is also illegal in Virginia. Details about Mia were revealed publicly in a text document Chris sent Renee. The document was originally an email given to an identified individual who provided Chris with Mia's Backpage ad. While Chris is no longer a virgin, he still has rage, albeit not to the same extent, and it doesn't seem like getting laid solved Chris's deep-seated problems like he expected to. Mia appears to have since quit the escort business as she took her ad down by May 27th, 5 days after her last known posting, and no subsequent ads by her can be found. The title of her last ad simply reads, "Just arrived Mia Hamm, special all day and nights, 20 years old," and it included a picture. However, the ad itself is unfortunately irretrievable, so its contents are unknown. As for Chris, aside from a brief raising of his spirit, among other things, and getting a little ego boost from having done it, his sexual encounters that he had with Mia did little to lift him out of his state of depression at the time. In the years since the time he got laid, Chris has been largely uninterested in hiring further prostitutes and has gone back and forth between wanting an actual romantic companion and being satisfied with either enjoying his self-proclaimed marriage to fictional characters and or screwing his mother. At Nightstar2891. During the events of the Doopy saga, users on Kiwi Farms discovered that Chris had made a Twitter sock puppet account named after his pony character in early August 2017. At Nightstar2891. Chris used the account to defend himself against trolls, supporting his claims to still being friends with Doopy, affirming his gender identity, and all but directly calling Doopy out for leaking the Doopy emails to Kiwi Farms. On the 7th of August, the man in the pickle suit obtained screen caps from Nightstar of her supposed private conversations with Chris, which Nightstar gave as proof of being a different person. Later that day, Chris and Nightstar both reasserted that they were not the same person. In an additional attempt to prove that Nightstar wasn't him, Chris gave the person allegedly behind the account a fake biography. Details include Nightstar having a sister named Gloria, growing up in Richmond, and earning a degree in psychological arts at the University of Virginia before getting a job at McDonald's, presumably due to earning a useless degree in a field that doesn't exist. Later, on the 9th, Chris claimed that Nightstar, whose real first name he revealed to be Emily, not to be confused with the troll Emily, had not tweeted for the last few days because she had been scared of Twitter by people claiming she was Chris. He blamed the trolls for ruining the supposed friendship and claimed he scared her away when they went to the McDonald's at which she worked at. The 9th of August tweet showed the extent of Chris's dedication to making his sock puppet account seem real, but also uncharacteristic self-awareness on Chris's part that he's so socially inept that he even frightens fictional women. On the 15th, after leaving BronyCon, Chris revealed that Nightstar account was made by him in order to continue contact with Doobie Doover and various My Little Pony voice actors who had blocked him, as well as to White Knight himself on Twitter. He made an apology letter explaining that he felt guilty for making the account after watching the MLP episode Fame and Misfortune. Stamp collection. Stamp collecting was a hobby enjoyed both by Bob and Chris. In March 2017, Chris began selling stamps inherited from his late father on eBay, claiming several times he needed the money to pay the bills, but spending some of his profit on toys instead. He followed up by offering his own stamp album for $1,000. He also hatched a new business scheme, consisting of a raffle in which participants could enter by purchasing stamps for a chance to win a Sonichu figure and or merchandise of Chris's Skylander avatar, which failed and led to a massive loss of $700. PlayStation Network account. The PlayStation Network is an online digital media service introduced with the PlayStation 3 with its launch in 2006. It allows users to buy games, movies, TV shows and other stuff, as well as social media features, music and movie streaming and cloud gaming. Being as irresponsible with money as he is, Chris went into overdrive with this feature of the PlayStation 3's online capabilities. Chris spent so much money on the PlayStation Network that he contributed most of his credit card debt at the time, roughly $3,500 in early 2010, which amounts to roughly $4,491 in today's money. You might ask yourself how he could have spent that much money and what he could have spent it on. Chris seemingly bought and still buys everything possible, from game content to movies to several episodes of terrible harem animes. A list of Chris's PlayStation Network purchases reveal that he frequently bought DLCs for games he doesn't even own. Chris spent at least $6,127 in American taxpayer money. Some interesting patterns can be spotted in his spending habits. He was relatively thrifty for most of 2007 and into 2008 when he still had a few other outlets for entertainment outside of his room. There's a sharp spike around the time of his first ban from the gameplays in the spring of 2008, although that signal spike might have been augmented as a result of his concurrent breakup with Megan Schroeder in a bid to solve the emotional wound with the desperate application of virtual toys. Likewise, it's probably not a coincidence that after Chris was permanently booted from the gameplays in the summer of 2008, he began spending a ton more money on the PlayStation Network account. In light of the second wave of the Vivian G emails, Chris's spending in early 2010 is impressive. Despite being supposedly put on a strict budget by his father at the time, in order to pay down debts created by his earlier PlayStation Network spending, he still managed to spend around $100 or more a month. As a result of his online notoriety, his poor choice of passwords, and his innate gullibility, Chris's PlayStation Network account was hacked or otherwise wrested from his control on multiple occasions. BlueSpike, in his guise as Chris's sweetheart Julie, was able to convince Chris to break the first fundamental rule of cybersecurity and share his password in February 2009, which was later used as a wedge to control and torment Chris. That summer, Jack Thaddeus seized the account, resulting in detailed revelations concerning Chris's insane online spending habits, as well as a video with 8 minutes of console humping. Chris managed to keep control of his account for a surprisingly long time after his run-in with Thaddeus, but his luck ran out on the 24th of February 2010 thanks to a certain Hawaiian. Too Many Games incident. Too Many Games is an annual 3-day gaming convention currently held at the Great Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, Philadelphia. Chris attended the convention on the 22nd and 23rd of June 2018. He wore the classic for day 2. He had also brought along his basketball bat. He had started a GoFundMe page to help cover costs as he had narrowly avoided foreclosure on his home 1 month before. 3 people donated $120. Chris acted very inappropriately towards many of the guests there by kissing and or touching them, especially those who took pictures and videos with him, including a guest who was 16 years old. This eventually culminated in him being thrown out. He reacted by having a meltdown in the venue, curling up on the floor in the fetal position. Security was brought in to escort Chris out. Jab 50 yen helped comfort Chris alongside the mother of an autistic child who was attending the event. Calling Out Saga. Calling Out refers to a series of videos Chris uploaded from the 6th to the 23rd of August 2011, following an 8-month hiatus from YouTube. The series focuses on Chris's effort to expose the identities of various trolls, most likely based on information given to him by the users of the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia troll forum. Each confrontation consists of Chris decrying the apparent traits of his trolls, such as Thorg's atheism and Jack Thaddeus' sexual interests, followed by demands for apologies and other instances of blackmail. Chris gives them deadlines to meet his demands, many of which are idiotic. For example, asking Tito to send cash in the mail or asking BlueSpike to stop random people all over the internet from making prank calls. Some of the trolls actually played along with Chris's demands as part of the joke. Chris's gullibility is highlighted in the series as the identities of the trolls he believes he's acquired are really fellow lolcows who lack the motivation and intelligence to troll Chris, as well as having completely different voices for the trolls they're supposed to be. Even if Chris did possess the actual identities of the trolls, it wouldn't have made much of a difference because he takes no direct action against them. Instead, Chris just exposes people's personal information and expects the internet to do the work for him. He seems to believe that if a troll's identity is revealed, all of the other trolls will turn on him and troll him instead of Chris. This is not likely. The video also showcases Chris's tomgirl look, where he attempts to make himself look feminine. Chris is sporting new earrings in these videos, 2 of his right ears and 1 on his left. His glasses are also absent. Chris's camera work in this series is exceptionally bad, opting to hold the camera with his hand instead of propping it on a surface. This results in a very shaky, Cloverfield-like viewing experience. Obviously, as always, Chris makes the video while failing to realize that the obese, horrific tomgirl delivering the messages overshadows the message. The Calling Out series came to an abrupt end after Bob's death in September 2011, a mere 5 days after the last video Chris posted in the series. Guard Dogs. The Guard Dogs were a group composed of the Captain, Marvin, and Null. They attempted to protect Chris from manipulation by enablers. With the revelation that the Idea Guys were still actively manipulating Chris in early 2018, a new effort to systematically dismantle their and other trolling operations began. Now known as the Guard Dogs, this group sought to replace the old guard that had once existed before and optimistically tried to curb current-day weaning. This group has since been credited with the outing of both the Idea Guys and the Teen Troon Squad. Their efforts have been met with mixed reception. While most on the Kiwi farms praised their rescue of Chris from the Idea Guys' grasps, others criticized the group for being white knights. Prior to the existence of the Guard Dogs, efforts to monitor Chris's accounts for trolls have existed in the past. However, none were straightforward to Chris or as elaborate as those of the Guard Dogs. The Guard Dogs have since given up on Chris, who insists on finding new enablers to play make-believe with, such as the Quick Protect Squad and the Watchmen. Quickie Forums. The Quickie Forums was the name of a web message board previously loosely affiliated with the Quickie. It was frequented by many of the wiki regulars and other people interested in all things Chris-storical. Its primary purpose was to allow users to discuss and speculate about Chris without needing to do so on the Quickie talk pages. It received hundreds of thousands of posts on hundreds of different discussion topics about Chris over the years, and had thousands of posters, which can cause one to pause and either marvel at the enduring fascination of Chris as a subject matter, wonder who the actual autists were, or both. In February 2015, the site was consolidated into the Kiwi Farms, which focuses on lolcows, people in groups who are generally not self-aware and whose eccentric or foolish behavior can be milked for amusement and laughs. In general, and not just Christian Weston Chandler. The new name came from the way several lolcows mispronounced Quickie Forums. Ricardo Weston Chandler. Spanish is a Romance language with over 489 million native speakers. It is also a common second language choice for millions more, including our favorite linguistic autistic, who knows un poquito but still acts like a fluent speaker. He often uses Spanish in his videos and comics, as it's one of the few things that he learned at Manchester High School, however, poorly. He often refers to himself by his Spanish name, Ricardo. Chris is proud of his tenuous grasp of the Spanish language, but this has not prevented racism against Hispanics, creating a stereotypical babysitter in his comics and a highly stereotypical sombrero-wearing Pokemon called Hispanolic, who confuses its enemies with its language. Based on his vocabulary and the fact that it's most common Spanish dialect taught in American high school, Chris most likely learned the standard Latin American dialect. Ricardo Weston Chandler's Chris's Spanish nom de guerre, presumably chosen in honor of a main character in one of Chris's favorite TV shows. Students in language classes often choose an alternative name in the language they are learning to get into the culture and language. Of course, while most people forget about this when they have left the course, Chris has adopted Ricardo as his actual Spanish name and uses it for Spanish-related endeavors. He is oblivious to the fact that when learning another language, people generally do not change their name but instead use the language's native form of the name. If no native equivalent exists, they may adapt it to fit the language's pronunciation and spelling rules. Christian without the H is actually a rather common name in the Spanish-speaking sphere. Weston can be adapted as Weston or loosely translated as del oeste, of the west. Chandler could be translated as either Candelero or Velero, depending on which meaning we're going with. Christine becomes Cristina and Christopher becomes Cristobal. Chris has plenty of options. Furthermore, modern Spanish speakers rarely translate names of non-royalty, just as English speakers don't refer to every Maria as Mary. The practice of adopting a Spanish name while learning the language is purely for immersion purposes. It is not a reflection of how native Spanish speakers actually talk, at least not in the 20th and 21st century. Of course, it must be noted that Ricardo's linguistic skills have brought us gems such as noviophobia, from the Spanish word novio, boyfriend. It should also be noted that Ricardo is a Spanish and Portuguese version of the name Richard, which is sometimes shortened to Dick. Chris's attachment to his Spanish name has not abated to this day, and is listed the name prominently alongside his more common aliases, Christopher, Christian, and Christine. However, Chris has yet to pick a feminine Spanish name in agreement with his current gender identity, suggesting he's largely abandoned the concept of having a Spanish alter ego. Chris Deep Dark Trench. Deep Dark Trench is an album released by Chris, exploring the events of 9/11 in 3 acts. In an interview, he states that the first act, being the event itself, the second act is 2001 to now, and the third act is years later, our generation telling our kids, forget it. While the news for new album appeared on the National Tragedy singles, subtle hints of the title were present. Examples include the Trench tag on Falling, the full name on Twitter with a picture of sacrificial lamb, and the addition of DDT in the description of notification. Act 1 would be released on Spotify on August 8, 2019, with the complete album and Sacrificial Lamb not being released until December of that year. Christine Weston Chandler, also known as Quick, created the album cover, with Chris paying her for the use of the artwork. The artwork on Christine Weston Chandler's story drew a connection to the story told through Deep Dark Trench. In Chris's own words, Christine Weston Chandler has been through hell and lost her innocence to the internet. The parallels between her story and the story I'm formulating with this upcoming album is why I chose her artwork as a cover. He also states, the album has no samples or hints at Christine Weston Chandler, but uses the artwork purely as visual. It wasn't my intent to make light of her situation, and using her initials was purely to keep the visual aesthetic consistent. All of the artwork comes from Christine Weston Chandler's Sonichu Comics. The cover art for Deep Dark Trench comes from issue 7, page 25. The cover art for Falling comes from issue 7, page 29, and the cover art for Notification comes from issue 7, page 40. Chris also used the page from the comic from Sacrificial Lamb. Chris cleaned most of Deep Dark Trench of 9/11 audio after visiting the Memorial Museum. He explains, I had to self-censor myself because I remember it, but I don't remember it like my parents and my neighbors remember it. In that moment, I was sort of beside myself about it. Chris would later release Deep Dark Trench beside 2 years later, containing demos and unreleased material. The Tale of the Crazy Pacer. The Tale of the Crazy Pacer is a blog entry by Anna McLaren under the name Annie Banny on the 5th of February 2005. It details her experience with Chris near Abercrombie and Fitch and PacSun in the mall. Arguably the most notable independent account of Chris, this entry disproved any suspicion that Chris was a troll or an elaborate hoax. Christian Weston Chandler Adult Chronicles. Christian Weston Chandler's Adult Chronicles is Chris's ill-conceived narcissistic video game idea where one plays as Chris trying to fight jerk-ups to find a true sweetheart and kill Mary Lee Walsh, with Sonichu and Roastu as useless but determined sidekicks. There is no available information on the genre or mechanics of the game. Originally, Chris was determined to see Sonichu made into a game, but based on his interactions during the Miyamoto saga and in the Sonichu Chronicles, Chris seems more determined to make his own game where it's all about him and his failure to adjust to adult life, which ironically would be befitting as an adaptation of his comic, which is about himself more than the title character. The game is currently awaiting development beyond the front cover and the advertisement, both of which in themselves break innumerable copyrights. Please note that while he wants a game published for PlayStation 2, 3 and Wii, it should be absolutely never be made for the Xbox. On the 4th of October 2017, Chris mentioned his Adult Chronicles game, again in a Q&A he did for Kiwi Farms. He said, oh yeah, adult There was a video game of my adult life to be made. It would have been something like a choice-making game like either Life is Strange or Gone Home. I like both of those. Both of those are really good. Strangely enough, Gone Home is not a choice-making game or at all similar to Life is Strange. It is a mod of the survival horror game Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Teen Troon Squad. The Teen Troon Squad were a group of trolls in Charlottesville who began manipulating Chris towards the end of 2018, as their moniker derived from the Teen Girl Squad from Homestar Runner and a derogatory term of transgender people. Suggests they are known to be transgender and about half of Chris's age. Currently, Lily Celeste Simpkins, tomboy named Lucas Simpkins, is the only squad member known by full name. Other members of the squad include Eva and Devil, also known as Wuxulfadr and Sikv, whatever that is. Little is known of these members except that the latter helped Lily get her foot in the door by buying Chris illicit goods. The Teen Troon Squad originally met Chris when two of their members purchased 32 pages of his not safe for work drawings on eBay for $1,000 in April 2018, and they were mentioned on Kiwi Farms to have smoked marijuana with Chris, in violation of his therapeutic docket, in October of 2018. After gaining Chris's trust, the squad infiltrated into Chris's accounts, leaked content and then pointed the finger at Wise and Boyd. Time and time again, Chris has taken their statement at face value. Much like the idea guys, the Teen Troon Squad's trolling occurred largely behind the scenes, and only a scarce amount of content was ever released until December 2018. Having also begun trolling Chris at the heights of the idea guy's power, and having used them as scapegoats to evade detection, accurately estimating the extent of their manipulation is impossible. Regardless of who individually is responsible, collectively they are all weens. They were probably responsible for introducing the dimensional merge into Chris's mind. In a perplexing tweet on Christmas Day 2018, Lily's identity was exposed by somebody role-playing as Magi-chan, prompting the other Troons to wipe their presence off the internet completely, as the guard dogs as well as the greater Kiwi Farms began closing in on them. Unlike Wise and Boyd, Chris remains fond of the squad and is still bewildered that they had left him without a warning. He has tried thus far in vain to reestablish contact as late as September 2019. Fiona. Fiona, also known as the Sutress, is a codename of the heiress of Megan Schroeder, the Wallflower, and Doopy Do-Over, a young autistic woman who hyperfixated on Chris to the point of developing a sort of genuine self-admitted crush for Chris. This codename was created out of courtesy for things that occurred to her after interacting with Chris and for her own good. She began contact with Chris via text sometime after discovering his phone number on Reddit, and was interacting with him via text and live video in secret. She had also been said to meet with Chris during the August 2021 Everfree Northwest Convention. Prior to all of this, the Sutress was an active and well-known member of the Quicksphere, producing loads of fan art regarding Chris, even temporarily moderating a subreddit dedicated to him. On the 19th of July 2021, Chris invited both the Sutress and Bella into a Watchmen server. Bella introduced herself to the Sutress and the two befriended each other. From there, Bella showed instances of having a crush on the Sutress herself. When Bella told her about Chris's affairs with his mother, the Sutress initiated the leaks of chunks of the incest call. Although when her friend on a Discord server doubted the authenticity of the original leak, she leaked Bella's voice without her permission and also leaked the incest text, despite Bella telling her not to post them yet. Bella attempted to frame the Sutress as being the voice in the call in her frantic attempts to avoid being outed. Even after the incest revelation, despite her initial shock on wanting Chris to get arrested, the Sutress still expressed interest in having sex with Chris, stating that she hoped doing so might sway him away from his mother. However, the Sutress soon after distanced herself from Chris Chris. Chris has, however, discussed desires to get back in touch with her in various jail letters. Cake Farts. Cake Farts is a video made on the 18th of July 2011 and leaked on the 25th of February 2012, in which Chris sits his naked ass on a $9 Walmart chocolate cake for Jackie's amusement. While it cannot be seen on the censored version, there's already a piece, a little less than a fourth, of the cake taken out. Chris has eaten some of the cake before its untimely end. It was inspired by the Cake Fart shock site, and this video implies that he's turned on by it. Because both links to the video are dead, this is one of Chris's rarest videos. The Quickville library uploaded the video without visuals for obvious reasons, and the not safe for work version can now only be seen on the website motherless.com. And it's for a good reason, as it is now considered to be quite possibly one of the grossest things that Chris has ever produced, and definitely one of his most wasteful ones, given that he spent his monthly tugboat just to fart on a chocolate cake. The ass dance he performs is a reference to the Adult Swim anime Crayon Shin-chan, which involves the titular character pulling down his pants, showing his ass and dancing around. Years after the video was leaked, Chris talked about the video on the Planet Dolan subreddit under the handle Sonichu Chandler. This happened to me less than a decade ago. I was being trolled and cyberbullied, and during the time I was online dating, among which all of my online dates were immature male internet trolls pretending to be women, this theoretical ex of mine requested that I record and perform this thing called Cake Farts, and says that it was what I love the most. Ugh. So I go to my local Walmart, find and buy this lovely chocolate cake for $11. It has also had chocolate candies on top of it. I take the cake home, I eat the candies, and I enjoy a slice of the cake for myself. Then I hit record and sat bare ass on the remaining 80% of the cake on a plastic surface and made fake fart noises with my mouth. Suffice to say, the cake was now a smooshed mess, while I had the crumbs and whatnot on my behind. After cleaning the surface and my behind, I took the smooshed up cake and disposed of it behind some bushes in my backyard. And obviously, I later learned that the woman who requested this deed was a male troll. That cake cost me $11. Ugh, what a majorly royal waste. Illustrate Danger Dolan doing this, please. Not long after the Reddit post, Chris would again refer to said event in his Internet Dream Lounge interview when he was asked about his biggest regret. Well, we are officially halfway through the iceberg, so let me announce my sponsor, which is me, because I have no sponsor, so instead of hearing me babble on about Raid Shadow Legends, I'm just here to ask you to maybe press the subscribe button, and with that said, let's move on to the next entry. Stolen Sonichu license plate. Yeah, the entry title says everything. Apparently a Ween stole Sonichu's license plate after the incest call was leaked and Chris left it in a hotel parking lot. Hannah/Vandana. Hannah, later retconned as Vandana, is an IRL troll notable for smashing Chris's heart down to 15%. To add insult to injury, this was right after the heart level jumped from 20 to 100%. Little is known about Hannah except she works or worked at Starbucks Coffee in Fashion Square Mall and likes Chuck Palahniuk, director of Fight Club. Hannah, realizing that this joke was going on for too long, eventually told him that the date was a joke and that she wasn't interested in being with a fat, balding 23-year-old autistic man-child. As a result, Chris let out a loud anguished no in his last conversation with her, which got him briefly banned from the mall. Chris's run-in with Hannah was memorably recounted in sub-episode 2, ChrisChan Chandler in The Rise and Fall of My Heart. She's not been seen again either in the comic or in real life. Chris has last referenced her in a Twilight Sparkle secret shipwreck folder card of her addressing the failed date with her. The Magical Man. In late February 2010, Chris made several videos involving an unknown person codenamed The Magical Man, most notably the Magical Man potion video in which the man portrays Chris's alter ego. As one of a select few people to be filmed inside the Chandler household, and for years the only one outside of Chris's immediate family, this Magical Man has been the subject of intense speculation. His presence was first felt in July 2009 in Rollin' and Trollin', where he films Chris walking around downtown Charlottesville and asks him a few questions from off-screen. 7 months later, the Magical Man again lent his services as a cameraman for Chris's 23rd of February address on the eve of Christian Love Day. Chris quotes from Independence Day and talks about an impeding personal change, foreshadowing his next video. Chris would later deny knowing where the speech was copied from, claiming that it was written for him by his friend. At the time, though, there was no major indication of anything special going on. The video is noticeably of higher quality than in Chris's usual yellow-tinted film, and the camera is clearly being held by someone rather than being set in a fixed position. But a troll happening to notice these things might chalk it up to Chris wasting money on a new camera and getting his mother to hold it for him. The troll world collectively shat bricks, however, when Chris later uploaded Magical Man Potion, a skit in which he plays a mad scientist who concocts a Jekyll and Hyde style potion. Viewers, expecting Chris's buddy love to just be himself in a shitty costume, were astonished to see a rather handsome man wearing similar clothes to Chris and quoting Beetlejuice. That Chris could successfully recruit someone to appear in a video of his, or that a troll could successfully infiltrate his sanctum sanctorum, captivated the imagination of trolls everywhere around the globe. A third video, placed in 3 tutorial for my fans, so Chris shows PlayStation 3 menus to his mysterious guest, who filmed the whole thing. Throughout the video, the man tries to feign interest in every stupid thing Chris shows him, and he later begins panning around the room to get footage of the stuff plastered on Chris's walls. A few days later, Chris uploaded an apology to Alec and commented, "My friend had told me the truth of how my past words against Alec and his crew were making me look like a troll. I banged my head against the wall in realization and embarrassment right before I started that video." This friend was quite possibly the mysterious visitor to whom Chris probably babbled about those dang dirty trolls. Chris has received relatively normal guests on his 18th birthday, so it's not impossible that trolls speculated that this magical man was a family member, church member, or acquaintance who happened to bring a camera and let Chris use it. However, his interest in filming Chris's room may indicate his true motives as a field agent trying to go where no troll had gone before. In trying to make sense of the magical man, many quickly jumped to the conclusion that he had to be someone we've already heard of, such as Clyde Cash or Alec Benson Leary. On several occasions, Chris has forgiven and tried to befriend enemies when he thinks he's made them see reason, so it's not impossible. On the 2nd of March 2010, Chris announced that he had made peace with Alec and that Alec had given him an Asperture medallion, which is believed to be the same medallion the mystery guest wore in the potion video. This strengthened the case that the magical man was Alec Benson Leary. However, this was debunked when the 25th of February phone conversation between Alec and Chris was released, in which the relationship is still quite chilly and Alec doesn't know what Chris did on his birthday. Most likely, Chris had received the medallion in the mail prior to his birthday, and it was totally unrelated to the magical man until it came in handy as a prop for the transformation. On the 10th of February 2012, nearly 15 days before the 25th of February conversations began, evidence surfaced that a user on the hashtag Sonichu board, PodMonkey, is a true magical man, citing a Skype log with Casey as evidence. However, on the Quickie forums, the Jew in the pickle suit denied that it was PodMonkey. Historians continue to speculate who he really is. Whoever the magical man is, he most likely has chosen not to disclose his real information. If he's still active in the trolling community, he evidently has no interest in taking credit for his accomplishments or exploding his relationship to Chris, perhaps deriving quite satisfaction from his identity being one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in all of history. In September 2017, internet personality Mary Weathery secured an interview with Chris on his Internet Dream Lounge podcast. Opening up to Kiwi Farms, Mary Weather revealed that Chris had an interesting answer with regard to a question on the identity of the man. Chris remembered him and had an interesting answer. "We talked a lot about Chris's real-life encounters with trolls and some new information about the man in the pickle suit. I hope the interview won't be boring. We really tried our best. There are some slightly boring parts, but we'll try to slim it down to the best of our abilities." In the interview, Chris remarked that the magical man is a friend of one of his gal pals. He did not say which. When asked by Mary Weather, he stated that they were introduced as an attempt to get Chris comfortable with having male friends. He also stated that the magical man is now a married man, having married in his early 30s. Given this was after his appearance in Chris's videos, it can be assumed that he's around Chris's age. Chris added that he has not really kept in touch with him much since his marriage. During the events of Jessica's breakup with Chris, upset by Kim Wilson's misunderstanding of the situation, Chris blurted out that Kim is a gal pal who knows Magical Man's identity. Robbie, Sonny and the Tom Girls. Robbie, Sonny and the Tom Girls is the name Chris gave to his second crappy musical project. Once again, in reality, there's no actual band, just Chris singing awfully over copyrighted pop songs. The band's first album, Sparkle Like You Mean It, Robbie's Ballad, was leaked in November 2011. Like Christian and the Hedgehog Boys, Robbie, Sonny and the Tom Girls are composed of familiar faces. In this case, it's Robbie, Sonny, Christian, Rosie and Sarah Rosie. Despite there being full-blown Sonichu and and Rosechews, they still use the Sonny and Rosie nomenclatures. Since his last appearance, Robbie, also known as Robbie, appears to have become a cross-dresser. The band and album names also show Robbie's narcissism, much like his creator. The band is named after him only, as Tom Girl will not apply to either sibling. Sarah is a tomboy and lesbian, and Christine is a cis female, no need for Tom anything. Therefore, Robbie is the only Tom Girl in this band. He also appears to be the lead singer, though Christine is the only one to show interest in the art/singing. Original 2006 4chan thread. This entry most likely refers to Dark Western, who is a mediocre YouTube personality and a fan of Chris. Dark Western's ties to 4chan can be found online as easily as 2006, but his first visit is lost to time. Shortly after finding 4chan as an endless source of entertainment and lulz, Dark Western started noticing the occasional posts about Sonichu and this crazy guy who seemed angry all the time. Having quickly embraced 4chan as an endless source of autism, Dark Western simply ignored him and moved on. Surely, Chris was just a typical 4chaner with nothing special enough to stand out. It wouldn't be till many years later that Dark Westerner finally decided to learn about Christian West and Chandler, and was shocked to find that he was one of the thousands who found Quick interesting and puzzling. Dark Western feels disappointed to have such a gap in Christry, and was busy trolling elsewhere in 4chan during the time. What a missed opportunity. He now spends his days at work clicking on random pages and learning everything which was missed. What was it about this man that had made so many thousands seek out information on him? A question we surely have all asked ourselves at some point. The pursuit of knowledge, the psychology behind him and his trolls, the long-term effects of cyberbullying and unregulated internet use. Dark Western may never know the answer to that, but he's sitting on the sideline with a big tub of popcorn, waiting to see what happens next. Here are some extremely autistic facts about this peculiar individual. First of all, he recorded an unboxing of the autographed photo of ChrisChan titled Variant Autographed Photo. ChrisChan is not Ian Brandon Anderson Liquid Saga, which he overpaid Chris for. Dark Western has a physical copy of every mainstream book/magazine published which contains an article Chris sent in. Dark Western's artist girlfriend also made him a Sonichu medallion despite how autistic such a request was. Dark Western foolishly gave Chris $100 for Legos and Transformers by purchasing an autograph. Dark Western has over 10 years on YouTube and barely accumulates over 1,500 followers. Dark Western loves Liquid Chris content because it was the least harmful and most entertaining of the trolls in Christry. And finally, Dark Western proved that Chris indeed read all of his Twitter replies. Sonichu PowerPoint. Sonichu PowerPoint is a two-part video series of Chris delivering his PowerPoint presentation on Sonichu, the Sonichu Chronicles. The fact that he was trying to court the major companies with a presentation that was almost a year old did not apparently occur to Chris, nor did the fact that filming a computer screen with a shaky handheld camera would look pretty unprofessional. These videos are intended to complement the Christian Western Chandler personal Sonichu presentation videos. Magichan. Magichan is a Sonichuan member of the Chaotic Combo. Like Chris's other lazy recolors, his name is a lame pun. According to Chris, his name is intended to blend the word magician. He's the seer's know-it-all and the only character not solely motivated by finding a sweetheart. He's also one of the major sources of Deus Ex Machina, and thus far the character most often depicted as just a floating head providing walls of expository dialogue. He is purple but has been depicted as crimson. His design combines the standard Sonichu template with Mewtwo, who is incidentally Magichan's husband and father. He was probably the only sympathetic character in the whole series due to his sarcastic and often serious mood, unintentionally making him seem intolerant of Sonichu and Chris's stupid antics, as well as his character's unintentional homosexual undertones. Although he is clearly omnipotent and omniscient, Magichan refuses to use his power for any reason other than to exposit a plot point and teleport characters to where they need to be in order to do a job he could himself do in a matter of moments. Some readers find this to be the most redeeming characteristic, as he clearly only puts in the bare minimum effort to satisfy Chris's retarded whims. He also remained girlfriend-free the longest of all characters, and implied that he wasn't interested in a romance due to having too much grey matter. Even when Magichan does express interest in a woman, it's a woman with a pickle, Sylvana Rosechew. Since mid-2017, Chris thought of Magichan as an imaginary friend hanging out with him in the real world, eclipsing even the original Sonichu in popularity. He idea guys injecting themselves into Chris's life about this time seized the chance to run with this as far as they could. New facts about Magic-chan, including his incestuous homosexual marriage, were introduced to Chris in this way through early 2018. In March of that year, psychologically distorted Chris declared that Magic-chan was his husband, as well as Mewtwo's. After the idea guys were removed from power, Magic-chan has become a key player in the dimensional merge and one of Chris's sock puppets, usurping Nightstar. Abusive babysitter. The abusive babysitter was a female babysitter in Chris's neighborhood with the surname Roach or Roch, who watched Chris when he was 18 months old. According to Cole, Roach was unfit as a babysitter, yet Borb left Chris alone with her every day for years while they were out drinking. She allegedly locked him in a room filled with toys while she was babysitting him because she was angry at him. According to Chris, he was so traumatized by this incident that they didn't talk for 6 years. Chris has blamed this event for his autism, although evidence suggests that it is a cognitive disorder rather than something induced by emotional trauma. Generally speaking, the age at which Chris was allegedly abused is around the same time that symptoms of autism began to manifest themselves anyway. Once, in the mailbag, Chris shied away from this explanation for his condition, referring to the popular and long debunked myth that links autism to childhood vaccinations instead. While sparring with Clyde Cash in Mumble number 3, Chris said that he held no ill will towards his parents for leaving him with that babysitter. They didn't know better. This might explain why they would later become paranoid and belligerent towards others they believed to be antagonizing Chris over the following years. The irony of it all is that after all of this, Chris spent much of his time willingly locking himself in a room filled with toys, and for days on end instead of merely hours. More ironic still is that the same is true for much of the Jill saga, only Chris does not have his toys to accompany him. How Chris even knows that this happened in the first place, given his very young age, when this allegedly happened, is a mystery. It's possible that the babysitter had aired her frustrations with Chris to Bob and or Barbara, and they eventually told Chris himself when he got old enough, assuming that, knowing Barb, it wasn't entirely made up in order to deflect from parental negligence, of course, and they believed it ever since. Vivian G. Vivian G is the creator of Sonichu audiobooks and other Chris-related video games and cousin to Clyde Cash. She's also the owner of Hamsty the Hamster, a video posting plush hamster that has already managed to off itself several times over Chris's wonderful effects on the psyche. On the 30th of May, Hamsty was declared the owner of Wikipedia. Vivian, ironically, was probably one of Chris's few serious internet friends. While that might be taking it a little far, she's tried to genuinely help him. However, despite all the warnings of imminent doom, Chris ignored her regularly and proceeded to fail spectacularly. Vivian has apparently toned down the white knighting antics and has realized Chris is an idiot who cannot improve. Several emails have been recorded so far. Most are simply Vivian saying "Jesus, stop being a tard" and real advice. Chris wasn't interested until it involved his internet gal pals or Sonichu. She once talked to Chris for 3 hours to convince him to get help with no success. In her words, talking some damn sense into Chris is like fighting a wall. Sometime later, Vivian gave Chris a copy of a novel she had written. Chris, however, most likely did not read it, as he mentioned that the cover was nice and was worried he was being charged for it. Had he actually sat down and read it, however, he would have probably seen some incredible similarities between the characters and settings of that story and his own world. In September 2009, a Captain's Log video was addressed specifically to Vivian, with Chris demanding that she close a YouTube account and delete all the videos if she wants to earn back his trust after she and Clyde, her cousin, had done so much bad against him. It was soon followed by a violent death threat video by Chris against Vivian, threatening to commit very violent actions towards her and her family, in which he expressed his hope that it would make her understand the fury of his wrath. In a Captain's Log written on the Wikipedia on the 14th of March 2010, Vivian G's page is one of many listed in Chris's collection of those that are deemed to be altered after the discovery of the Wallflowers page, completely and utterly unaware of Vivian's true nature. Vivian also sent Bob a gift for his 82nd birthday when his own autistic son forgot. As of May 2012, Vivian has apparently gone the way of Liquid Chris and shut down her YouTube account. Her DeviantArt page remains online but has been inactive since 2009. After weeks of tension, the relationship between Chris and Vivian started to relax a little, and on the 14th of November 2009, Chris extended an olive branch of peace. He excused himself for his lamentable attitude and decided to approve the audiobooks in return for cut of the proceeds. Chris, feeling smug after receiving some papers from the state of Virginia, felt the need to pressure Vivian out of her hard-earned money. He thought that 25% of all the donations for the other books should be used to support his already lavish lifestyle. Vivian kindly declined the offer on her YouTube account via her spokesperson. Harvey Birdman commercial. The Harvey Birdman commercial is a commercial produced by Chris in February 2005 as part of a contest held for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim blog. Adult Swim held a contest inviting viewers to make a commercial for the Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law Volume 1 DVD set, or Harvey Birdman as he seems to pronounce it. Always willing to earn fame and fortune with minimal effort, Chris stepped up and produced an advertisement promoting himself, his eternal rivalry with Mary Lee Walsh, and Sonichu, and I guess also Harvey Birdman. Chris is not famed for his consciousness, to say the least, but due to the contest rules specifying 28 to 30-second entries, Chris chose his over-talkative pitch at a maniac pace rather than omitting anything from his agenda. One can only imagine if this 17-minute infomercial Chris would have delivered had been allowed. Shockingly, Chris's barely comprehensible spiel about self-promotion with a brief mention of Harvey Birdman did not win. This inspired him to post a complaint on the Adult Swim forums. To be precise, he posted the same complaint twice, but for some reason Chris's idea of justice was never served. The commercial appears in somewhat poor quality on Christine West and Chandler, Yep I'm on TV, but he also uploaded a better version of the same footage to his original YouTube account sometime prior to the 31st of October 2007. Here's what I think the best of the infomercial is.
Hello! I hired Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, to help me, Christian West and Chandler, in my case against Bernie Walsh, who years ago shared my heart. And he has won the case for me, and you have won for me a Harvey Birdman 2-disc DVD box set, which comes out April 12, 2005. Features the lead scenes, the live action open, casting Williams and Stephen Colburn's primary as Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Harvey Birdman movie, Shaky Minds and Businesses, and episode commentary. Let Harvey Birdman work for you. This is a Christian Chandler Sonichu production.
Chris believes Megan and Michael Snyder were behind the trolling. This is a theory which the title of the entry itself is pretty self-explanatory, because of Chris's tendencies towards these sorts of thoughts may spiral back to two people, Bob and Barbara Chandler. A phone call between his parents and a Gameplay's employee revealed a number of things. Most importantly, it illustrated that they believed Chris's entire trolling began as a conspiracy between Michael Snyder, Megan Schroeder, and a number of potential homosexuals to terrorize, torment, and persecute Chris for being so autistic, going so far to believe they broke into Chris's credit card account and tried to ruin his credit. Considering how readily and fervently these beliefs were held by his parents, it is sadly little to wonder that Chris thinks the same way. Nintendo Power magazine article. Nintendo Power was a magazine devoted to promoting Nintendo's video games, consoles, and so on and so forth, as well as providing cheat codes, strategy guides, sneak peeks at upcoming releases, and anything else one might want to know about Nintendo's products. It gave Chris and Sonichu their first glimpse of substantial coverage. Even though dozens of fans were featured in every issue in some form, fan art, fan mail, etc., Chris firmly believes making it into the magazine is an honor of the highest degree, and that people over there at the magazine actually remembered who he was from the 5 minutes of fame he had years ago. He also appears to believe that being featured in the magazine is a one-way ticket to getting a job with Nintendo. Chris maintained constant mail contact with the magazine. One of his letters was about a dream he had where Sega made a Sonic game for the Game Boy. Chris, then freaking out, hand-drew his own issue of Nintendo Power, with pencils, markers, and printed out cut-and-paste text detailing how Sonic arbitrarily transferred to Nintendo consoles to release a trio of Sonic games that are direct copies of existing Mario games. It's every bit as pathetic as it sounds. Notably, it's Chris's first major attempt at salvagely recreating a commercial product by hand, as well as the first appearance of Bionic the Hedgehog. Chris has had a total of 2 appearances on this magazine, the first one being the Sprung letter. Chris has had better luck with Nintendo correspondence as the years went by. Most infamous was his letter to Nintendo about how Sprung, a pseudo-dating sim for the DS, helped him get over his fear of girls with boyfriends. For about 5 minutes. Yes, this is exactly as pathetic as it sounds. The other appearance is the Animal Crossing documentary. Chris also got some airplay in Nintendo Power for his jaw-dropping video about his daily life in Animal Crossing. Nintendo Power heaped praise upon the terrible little Let's Play, focusing more on Chris's character, Sonichu, gee what a surprise, and his in-game accomplishments, rather than the lonesome man-child behind the mask or why he was called Sonichu. Nonetheless, Chris took this as a great stride forward in his quest to achieve video game superstardom without having to exert any effort whatsoever or develop any kind of skill. Pathetic? Yes, you've picked up on the pattern. Wikipedia gay ads. As 2009 came to a close, Wikipedia's operators ran into financial trouble, keeping the site in the black, given the many hits it received on a daily basis and the profusion of large files that were held on its servers. To help keep the site up and running for its true and loyal fan base, the psyop that maintained the website for Chris turned to selling advertising space on the site. Due to the somewhat complicated laws of the jurisdiction in which the servers resided, ads could only be purchased from within the European Union. Chris made no money from advertisement revenue. All of it went towards keeping the Wikipedia up and running. These ads were all randomly generated by the metadata from Chris and the people browsing the site, not specially handcrafted ads made by trolls. But because of the occasional troll with gay photos in their cookies, the odd homoerotic ad did appear, and Chris was not pleased at all. Chris responded to these ads with a few complaints to the admin and Jack Thaddeus, who was the only donor who delivered over €1,000, then $1,482, qualifying him to create custom advertisements on the site. In a blog post, Chris hoped that someone within the EU would be able to set up and donate so much money that they'd not only qualify for custom ads as Jack had, but help to remove the homoerotic ads that appeared on the site, even though most online advertisers give no such heavy-handed preferential treatment to premium advertisers, and indeed no such stated policy existed with the Wikipedia either. Shockingly, none of his European fans felt like donating thousands of euros so that Chris didn't have to occasionally glimpse at shirtless men. On the 27th of December 2009, the ad space previously at the very bottom of the Wikipedia's navigation bar on the left side of the page was moved to the very top of the navigation bar. Another ad appeared on Chris's main page beside the logo. On the 28th of December, Chris flipped out and replaced it with an ad for his beloved My Coke Rewards program. The psyops reverted it and reprimed Chris, informing him that he had no control over the ad placement. On the 30th of December 2009, Chris, unable to change the now protected main page, lashed out the only way he could by adding a block of text to the bottom of his already hideously ugly and cluttered front page image, declaring that no ads were allowed on the page. Furthermore, he said that he would not remove this block of text until the offending ad were removed from the main page. In other words, Chris defaced his own website in an attempt to get someone else to stop advertising on it. This obviously did not work, and on the 2nd of January 2010, Chris began cluttering the website with his ads again. Shilling for Coca-Cola, Avatar, and Proposition 8, he bestowed upon himself the title of Captain, posting to the Wikipedia. I have another pair of pages for today, and I will answer another mailbag or two after uploading, but I also have another announcement. Jack thinks he can get away with occupying my introduction box with any ad. Well, I have a few items I fully support as well. I will be placing my own ads around the Wikipedia as I assert my rights to do so as captain of this vessel. I do not want my ad removed or replaced by anyone other than myself. Additionally, Chris posted the following message to his Twitter. ChrisChan Sonichu says, removal of any of all of my ads is considered mutiny, and mutiny will not be tolerated. Stay safe and have a good day. As to whether or not Jack would actually receive any kind of punishment for his inevitable insubordination, Chris had no comment. Due to certain types of gay ads appearing on the Wikipedia on the 1st of February 2010, Chris unleashed a curse upon Mao Bambu Ling, after which he apologized to Alec and Evan. Eventually, on the 26th of February 2010, Jack Thaddeus returned with an unclickable and reading Jack's back, and featuring a picture of a giant ejaculating duck. Chris surprisingly never reacted, conceivably not having seen it. Jimmy Hill's Sonichu ads. Jimmy Hill was a British soccer presenter known for hosting the BBC series Match of the Day from 1973 to 1988. A something awful psychopath squad user going by the name of the aforementioned presenter used the alias of Jimmy to troll Chris, claiming to be the true original creator of Sonichu and Roastew, selling counterfeit Sonichu merchandise and aiming to launch the comic in Europe around September to December of 2008. Jimmy Hill's version of Sonichu was a homo, with Blake as his boyfriend and Roastew as his gal pal. He revered Merrily Walsh as his mother and Jimmy Hill as his father, and battled ChrisChan's Jan Jerkop bots. He also sold true, honest and official Sonichu merchandise, including a muscle bra suitable for geriatric females and overweight men who were uncertain about their weight. In September 2008, Chris first responded to the unauthorized merch sale, referring to him as Jerry Hill. The next month, Chris raged more openly against Jimmy Hill, pointing out that Hill's work was an obvious ripoff of his, and ignoring that he is not one to talk regarding ripoffs. He and Panda Halo planned to sue Jimmy, and when she said, "I hope somebody cuts off his penis" in an IRC chat, Chris made the statement, "I hope he loses his duck." His fans at Encyclopedia Dramatica left a sign reading Encyclopedia Dramatica Heart Jimmy Hill on Chris's lawn on Halloween 2008. A year later, he tore up the sign on YouTube. During the Miyamoto saga, Chris grandiosely stated, "I declare another step forward in the Sonichu game project and the downfall of that imposter, Jimmy Hill. I have also informed them of Sarah Mitchell's message of Sega of Japan, leaning to pay the imposter, but Takashi will most certainly step in and avert the mistake from being made. Then, hopefully with their help, I'll be able to claim the copyrights in the UK that should have been mine in the first place. I've already had them from the Virginia Library of Congress." By February 2009, the SASS board collapsed and Jimmy's site had gone quiet. Chris wised up then decided he was no longer a threat, despite trolls insisting that Jimmy had successfully launched his cartoon in the UK. But when amending the ChrisChan Encyclopedia Dramatica page, Chris was enraged at the idea of Jimmy becoming the mayor of Quickville. Chris would exact his revenge on Jimmy in Sonichu 10, where Jimmy is struck by a hyper beam launched by Chris, knocking his front teeth out in the process. Moon Pals. Moon Pals is a Sonichu parody by Sean August Watley, which provoked enormous amounts of rage in Chris. Moon Pals follows on from Chris's ambition of firing all Tobaki to the moon, Metal Sonichu's banishment to the moon in Sonichu 1, and Sylvana Rosechu being raised on the moon by Count Graduan in Sonichu 8. From this, Sean advised the wild, drug-fueled adventures of them and several other fan-favorite characters: Allison Amber, Yawning Squirtle, David Dragonite, Simone Rosechu, Crystal Weston Chandler, Boulder Dropping Whale, Kel, and Bill the Scientist. Even mentioning Moon Pals in a mailbag was enough to drive Chris crazy. To Sean, "Your comic strips are only an extension to what you think are characters who are underappreciated, when they are not, and I have planned for them in the future tales. Firstly, Metal Sonichu is not a secondary character. He will be making his return as a major villain after Book 11, possessed by the soul of Count Graduan. Bill is still working within Giovanni's laboratory. I am working on a plan on including him in a future episode around Blake. The Whale Lord who dropped the rock onto the Mother Swampert and the Squirtle who yawned are only individual characters who I originally had no plans on putting into future stories, so I assume that the two were both caught by Pokemon trainers in Pokeballs, and now the two are fighting with their trainers in Pokemon battles. You do not have my power of being the original artist, creator, and director, so all what you do is pure fiction to my fact. Your strips are parodic and not canon whatsoever to my and the original Sonichu pages, so you can go do your own drugs and burn your own strips to smoke with, you dope. Sonichu is original. Moon Pals is a ripoff. It's incredibly obvious and you must be slow in the mind for not seeing it. Chris's rage culminated in the trial of the Asperpedia 4 in Sonichu 10, in which Mao, Sean, Alec, and Evan were sentenced to death. Sean was killed via very violent method which YouTube doesn't allow me to go into detail nor display. By three other characters he had so slanderously parodied: Kel, Bill the Scientist, and Allison Amber. In the revised edition, the four are exiled to an Amish community where Sean becomes the village idiot. The City Quickville Tour, 12th of July 2001. The City of Quickville Tour is a stop-motion Game Boy camera video made in a similar fashion to his Mario Kart 64 Raceway video. In this old look at Chris's make-believe happy place, we'll see that early on, Chris hadn't settled on the proper spelling of Quickville yet, so in the name of the artistic experimentation or just overall sloppiness, he tries two different spellings of the name. Most people will undoubtedly find all this cleverness, or lack thereof, quite breathtaking, considering the video's less than 1 minute in length. Although we do not, in fact, get to meet people or have lots of fun, we do technically get to see the sights, plural, since we managed to pass 2 whole landmarks before the video abruptly ends. The Game Boy camera can only hold 30 photos at a time, which most likely is the reason behind the sudden end. BlueSpike Kiwi Farms return. BlueSpike is easily one of the most polarizing trolls in Christree, competing with the Idea Guys and Bella. Most trolls tend to frown on BlueSpike and his methods as they echo those of Weens, Enablers, and A-Logs. Nevertheless, some Weens still yearn to return to the sadistic days of BlueSpike in hopes of a golden age of trolling where physical pain is inflicted upon Chris. Since 2009, BlueSpike has come out of age and matured. He now has a profile on Kiwi Farms, which has been given given the historical figure verification by forum moderators. When asked to reflect upon his time trolling, he wrote, "There's been tons of things in my life I've regretted and hated doing later on. All of the stuff from 10 years ago was one of them. I've moved past everything that happened those many years ago, and I'm obviously a different person now. It wasn't funny and was a very A-log thing to do. Nothing much else I can say." On August 28, 2017, BlueSpike responded to a question on his Kiwi Farms account asking if given the opportunity he would do it all again. He responded, "Probably not. If I would, I'd try to do something more similar to Liquid Chris, not trying to ruin his life and just have fun with him." Even with the passing of the idea guys and Jacob Sockness, BlueSpike remains Chris's least favorite troll. Mystery Doctor. I have no clue whatsoever what the creator of this iceberg was referring with this entry. There are absolutely no references whatsoever on the Quickie, Reddit and Google for any kind of Mystery Doctor related to Chris. I even went through every single Quickism to see if I may have missed it there, but no, nothing. So if there's anyone who knows about this entry, comment it below and I'll pin it. MagFest panel. MagFest, Music and Gaming Festival, is a video game and music convention held annually in National Harbor, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. Chris attended in 2018. Chris's interest in going during 2018 was apparently peaked in December 2017 when the man in the pickle suit informed him that there would be a quick-themed panel. On arrival, Chris was met by a small group of fans who ended up cheering him on, as well as recording a selection of his trademark antics. The ChrisChan panel was packed. Note that they are discussing one of Chris's most infamous artworks, She Came for Quick. Afterwards, Chris was invited up to speak at the Sonichu panel to a standing ovation. He also made up with Adam Stackhouse, who was in the audience. Chris showed appreciation for his fans on social media after the event. On Facebook, he posted, "I love every one of you all, including all of those who could not make it, but were there in thought and spirit." The MagFest panel of January 7, 2018, 1:30 AM, The History of Sonichu. This felt more awesome than a simple birthday party, and it was not even my birthday yet, not until February 24th. On Twitter, he said in response to a Tower of Mode message, "Let your hopes rather than your hurt shape your future." So true, especially when that hope and love comes truly from a lot of kind people. I love all of my people, family and friends. Thank you all for appreciating me. A Girl Who Brought Down the World. A Girl Who Brought Down the World is a novelette written by Vivi Theg for the National Novel Writing Month in 2008. It imagines a scenario that trolls have imagined for some time. What if Chris ruled the world? The novelette also serves as an allegorical moral tale for Chris, with hopes Chris would see some parallels to his own life and do something to correct it. Unfortunately, Chris chose not to read the book for several years, and by the time he actually got around to reading part of it, he took the wrong lesson from the story. A copy was sent to Chris. His response was, "I like the cover art," and expressed concerns that he was being charged for it. "I just received a copy of your book, A Girl Who Brought Down the World, from CreateSpace.com in the mail. I'm writing this email to inquire of who's paying for the book, because the billing address had my address in the enclosed receipt. Look, I appreciate the gesture, but I wish for the issue to be straightened out from the author who most likely did the dirty work of sending it and the bill my way. Again, who's paying for this book? Please reply. Merry Christmas, Christian Weston Chandler." National Novel Writing Month participants get one free copy of the novels from Creator Space, so Vivi Theg likely told them to send it to Chris instead. Chris didn't read the book at the time he received it. Instead, he lied about reading it and gave it to his pastor as a Christmas gift. Soon after, Chris reported that she hated the book and he hates it too. A few days later, he admitted to Vivian that he never read it, but promised to make time to read it soon. In July of 2016, Chris began reading the story on his YouTube channel out of personal interest. He only read the first 4 chapters before losing interest. Gay for Sonichu web forum. Gay for Sonichu is the internet's first web forum for gay, lesbian, bisexual and transgender Sonichu fans. While Gay for Sonichu was a very short term with only instance of direct contact with Chris in the form of an IRC encounter between Chris and Gay for Sonichu founder Ignatius J. Riley, it had a long-term impact. Riley's paper on the homoerotic themes of Sonichu, heterosexual homoeroticism in internet subculture, a case study, published in the Journal of Gay and Lesbian Subculture Studies at least fall 2009, seemed to hit Chris hard. Chris commented, "I have also heard of my Sonichu being written in college essays that promote homosexuality, and even worse, promoting him in the gay pride parades. Wrong label, stop writing or promoting me or my characters as such. All Sonichu characters are straight, all Rosechus are straight, I am straight. My comics are straight comics. I, Sonichu, Rosechu, we never want to be part of any and all homosexual promoting papers or events, because with every item that is created from not of my own hands that I ever inkling such wrongful labels upon me, Sonichu, Rosechu, and all my straight characters, we are all being disrespected." Chris would also retcon aspects of his comic that would be taken to be gay, such as the Rainbow Chris scene from sub-episode 2, and redubbing the Sonichu balls, Sonichu crystals. When Chris was asked why he doesn't just confront the forum, he said that he didn't have the time. Sega of America's Free Stuff Friday. Sega acknowledged Sonichu on the 13th of January 2012. Sonichu was briefly mentioned during a Free Stuff Friday video of Sega of America's YouTube channel.
Next up.
I don't know how you divided these, so.
This is on its own?
Sonichu?
No.
Son, you know, once you start, there's no going back.
I know.
This means total commitment. Once you begin the path, there is no leaving the path. Are you sure you're ready for that? I mean, really ready?
I guess so.
Extended Chandler family. Chris has many family members whom he or his parents have mentioned, but who are not important enough to constitute their own articles. Those who do not reside at 14 Branton on Court generally lead relatively normal lives. Few of these relatives are still on speaking terms with Chris or Barb, but many of them were present in Chris's earlier life. Liquid Chris and Casey are married in real life. Liquid Chris and Casey were married on the 11th of November 2009 at 2 p.m. East. It was a very small wedding ceremony with their families and a few select friends. Chris tried his best to ruin the honeymoon via receiving copyright papers, which as you probably guessed failed miserably. Little is known of Casey at this point, despite Liquid resurfing to help heighten the success of Asperchu. Outside of the fictitious world of ChrisChan lore, it turns out that Casey, or rather Sayana, actually did get married to Liquid at some point after the trolling concluded, which is probably one of the few wholesome moments in the entirety of Christory. Lego Voodoo Jar. Magical thinking is a belief that one's own thoughts and rituals can influence reality. The behavior is common with young children in the egocentric stage of development until they age out of it after developing cognitive thinking. Chris, on the other hand, maintained the habit of magical thinking well into adulthood. One prime example of this kind of whimsical thinking would be his Lego Voodoo Jar. Chris seems to believe that his tirades and tantrums will somehow affect his perceived enemies. His attacks on the clown doll, for instance, are a metaphorical threat, but also suggests an attempt at somehow literally harming the trolls through sympathetic magic like a voodoo doll. He views his revenge against his enemies in the comic or in Soul Calibur 3 as being equivalent to actual revenge rather than simply venting. In September 2013, Chris created voodoo dolls out of Lego to represent Megan Schroeder, Michael Snyder, and Mary Lee Walsh, people who refused to cave into Chris's demands, earning them the title of the top 3 friends and enemies of Chris's lifetime. He derived satisfaction from tormenting the dolls by shaking them in a container and leaving them upside down. Chris again used voodooism as part of his tantrums over P-Mert becoming president. Upon learning of the election results, he kicked a Transformer toy meant to represent President-elected Trump. Following this, he created effigies of Trump and Vice President Mike Pence out of Lego and hanged them. Liquid Chris is now a doctor and a cancer researcher. This entry is quite self-explanatory, but most importantly it's 100% true and honest. After Chris Duckworth abandoned his Liquid Chris persona, he acquired a Bachelor of Science degree in oncology and is currently working as a cancer research doctor. Hashtag harass quick directly. Hashtag harass quick directly is a hashtag campaign Chris made on Twitter as a response to one of Doopy Doover's posts. Doopy stated that Chris's harassment towards her is beyond scary. Chris somehow interpreted this as referring to his trolls instead of him. While it is true that Weens had been flocking over to Doopy's Patreon and making unfunny requests and fake pledges, the reality of this situation is far less severe than Chris perceived it to be. As a result, Chris got upset that the troll was supposedly attacking his sweetheart and decided decided to make a speech as means of attacking them in a video he uploaded on the 2nd of December 2017. However, like every other speech Chris has ever made, it is very poorly made, not only because he decided to ignore the point completely like in many of his other speeches, but because of the fact that he flat out tells all of the trolls to start harassing him instead of Doopy, the one thing that stresses him out the most. The speech itself is essentially just Chris saying, if you want to harass Doopy, you're going to have to get past me first. It is an unusual instance of Chris white knighting for someone else, however misguided or necessary his efforts may be. All of this started in March 2017 when Chris started communicating with Planet Dolan artist Doopy Doover on Twitter. Over the next 5 months his interactions grew increasingly frequent, including personal emails to her business account. Originally one way, Doopy first responded to Chris in April. Little did she expect her association with Chris would put her in the crosshairs of Weens. Chris began pledging to her 2 Patreon accounts in June and August of that year. The latter was a Not Safe for Work account in which he requested very specific pieces of art. At this time, Doopy grew frustrated as Weens were pledging then pulling out before payments in an effort to see Chris's commissions. On the 1st of August 2017, Chris took advantage of the trending hashtag for National Girlfriend Day by composing a tweet which he tagged his internet gal pal Doopy and the My Little Pony voice actors among several others. Later that day, Doopy gave him a response establishing that they only had a merchant-customer relationship. Chris sought for compromise in the form of an acquaintance through online communication. The following conversation unveiled Chris's infatuation with the artist despite his awareness of Doopy's boyfriend. Initially, Doopy tried to let Chris down gently, however his perseverance led her to admitting that his extremely creepy interactions were bothering her. The conversation between Chris and Doopy brought Weens out of the woodwork to advise Doopy and scorn Chris. An agitated Chris proceeded to argue with the trolls. Through this incident, Chris convinced himself that Doopy's rejection was not a consequence of his actions, but was purely of the trolls. Chris set off to prepare a new series of drawings. The campaign emerged in a Captain's Log broadcast on the 2nd of August. In the broadcast, Chris berated the trolls with the idle threat of their treatment of his friends and allies. The astounding twist of this video was that in spite of spending 10 years trying to repel them, he requested that the trolls divert their social media harassment towards him instead, via the hashtag #HarassQuick directly. Like other online movements, Chris offered an icon for people to use as their profile pictures. He described the icon as a third eye. A small number of followers adopted the icon from Twitter to Kiwi Farms, while others modified it to use against Chris. Chris also introduced the secondary hashtag #Don'tHarassMe, accompanied by a drawing of mugshots featuring himself and Planet Dolan. Though surpassed in popularity by Chris's first hashtag, once again the intention of this hashtag was to divert the trolls away from his friends. In the drawing, Chris and Planet Dolan crew are wearing armbands adorned by Chris's symbol, which bears similarity to a historical political party also associated with hate. In summary, Chris was actively encouraging online hatred to himself on top of his usual serving. Days later, after Chris had ended the campaign, he explained the meaning of the icon imagery to a fan who was bewildered by it. The icon is a combination of wearing one's heart on their sleeve and their ability to see the injustice of those who harass other people at one person's expense. And because we're linked together by having seen such injustice done to someone or another person we care about, we will not let the trolls, bullies and haters get away with harassing others at our expense. Chris's choice to depict wearing one's heart on their sleeves is ironic, given that Doopy explicitly advised him that doing that would just be setting himself up for more disappointment. Given the heartache caused by his original tweet, Chris deleted it days later. Chris was no longer in contact with Doopy, furthermore he was no longer pledging to her Patreon accounts, suggesting that Doopy had refunded the pledges. Amazingly, Chris went on to claim that their relationship was still salvageable, though Doopy soon confirmed that she had blocked Chris on social media. Chris's inability to let go led to the Doopy emails leaked by Doopy herself. The impact of Chris's tweet also caught the attention of Tabitha St. Germain, a My Little Pony voice actor, prompting Chris to produce a long-winded apology, which also gave insight into his campaign. St. Germain later addressed her fans, advising them not to tag her in any erupting Twitter arguments. St. Germain later disappeared from Chris's follow list, implying that she too had blocked him. Chris seized this personal promotion of the campaign on the 4th of August when he reverted his Twitter and Facebook avatars. In a Patreon post on the same day, he thanked followers for using the hashtag, implying that he still favors the usage by trolls. By the end of 2017, the hashtag had garnered close to 100 users from both Weens and White Knights. Roughly a year and a half later, Chris would go on to engage in the soft exile again, motivated by being blocked on Twitter by other users. Three people take the persona of Clyde Cash. It is believed by some that Clyde Cash's persona was played by multiple people taken by one identity. While several people would go under the name Clyde Cash, mostly for completely unrelated plans, the original persona most associated with Christory was played by a single troll. The same troll would play as other characters in Christory, including Vivian G, Greg Mays, and Mao Ling. The Asperpedia 4. The Asperpedia 4 was a trolling group comprised of Alec Benson Leary, Sean, Mao, and Evan. This mighty group was behind such schemes as placing gay ads on the Wikipedia, Asper2, Simon 2, Sonichu is Dead, and Moon Pals. Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia. Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia was a troll forum established in late 2011 and shut down later that year. Chris was directed to the site and joined on the 26th of May 2011, posting under the alias Cookie Dashi. This resulted in several stories of his exploits as a tomgirl that, to say the least, made the efforts of tracking him down more than worth it. It is believed by many Christorians that the exploits that Chris had in this forum culminated in a domino effect that later led him going from experimenting with cross-dressing to becoming transgender. Chris revealed that he had come out to his parents only to receive insults from them. Barb in particular kept complaining about his new attire, and Bob, according to Chris, threw the damn fag card at him. Chris also recounts a story in which he went to the ladies' restroom because he started feeling discomfort using the men's restroom. Despite a jerk-up who caught him and yelled at him, Chris proceeded to ignore him and is presumably using the ladies' room to this day. Later posts, Chris made excessive mention of being trolled online, at which point it became obvious that Cookie Dash was Chris. According to Chris, socializing online makes people more autistic, and people should socialize offline. The irony of posting this on an online social forum was apparently lost. Chris also became paranoid of being trolled, even on these forums, leading him to accuse a tomboy looking for a tomgirl of being a troll. For a month, Chris didn't post at the forums. After that month, Thorg discovered the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum and made an article about it on the Quickie. Chris noticed this quickly and alerted his fellow tomboys and tomgirls a day later. Naturally, this also entailed him admitting that he is Christian Weston Chandler. Chris complained about the trolls and said that he is not a bad person, despite what the Quickie said. The other posters promised to help Chris defeat the trolls. The forum became defunct shortly afterwards. Chris' last communication was on the 28th of July. Liquid Chris twin brother / Simply Spoons. This for me was probably by far the most mind-blowing entry because it's 100% true. The YouTuber with currently 300,000 subscribers, Simply Spoons, is Liquid's twin brother, John Duckworth. He was a participant in the Liquid saga doing all the singing parts, which he's probably long since regretted doing since most of his YouTube videos are littered with comments about Chris-related crap. Times Square Interactive Billboard. In Captain's Log stardate December 20, 2009, Chris torments one of his many cats, Kitty Chandler, and discusses how he could not upload any comic pages due to his crappy computer not working after a blackout. He also tells his viewers not to look at any billboards in New York City that involve him, claiming that Clyde Cash had photoshopped the pictures. Despite this, in calling out Thorg Jeremy, Chris outed Thorg as being responsible. Note that only one of the pictures was photoshopped, which depicts Chris at a gay bar. Officer Nasty. Officer Nasty was Chris's only sexual partner until he dumped her ass for Kimmy, and the only Jane cop that he trusts, though the only time she went down on him was when she got a puncture. According to Chris, Officer Nasty did suffer serious internal injury and went down in the line of duty. He even claimed that he's been through 3 of the Officer Nasty dolls already. A claim confirmed by records of his orders from the Adam and Eve website. It is hard to discern whether the punctures were caused by his massive girth or his bent duck, or maybe even both. Note that the pictures were not taken in Chris's room, but instead in his family's filthy kitchen. Yes, he actually brought Officer Nasty out of his room fully inflated. 4-cent garbage. 4-cent garbage is Chris's idea of Encyclopedia Dramatica and 4chan, since he blames Encyclopedia Dramatica for breaking up the closest thing to a relationship that he ever had. He must demonize it in his comics. In the comics, it is depicted as a business based in a large 72-floor office building in which several hundred employees work. Apparently, the business runs both a website and a magazine, the contents of which are unclear. The website seems to be analogs to real-life Encyclopedia Dramatica, having several articles on existing people while he's mentioning them, and the huge load of Pickle Girl images which are uploaded nearly constantly. Jason's final speech in Sonichu episode 8, as well as Chris's rambling in the Time Void, seem to indicate that any perceived inaccuracies in the article or images hosted on the site are deliberate attempts to slander Chris and his Sonichus. Why exactly Jason would wish to do this or why he has chosen to target Chris is never addressed, but his presence at the PVCC meeting in Sonichu 7 seems to suggest that the company and all of its employees are part of Merrily Waltz's secret trolling cabal. It is worth noting that this is the closest Chris has ever made it to creating an actual parody. Mewtwo, a powerful reclusive Pokemon genetically engineered from the DNA of the rare Mew. Mewtwo escaped from his creators and briefly plotted to conquer the world in the first Pokemon feature film. Mewtwo's dark, brooding nature and vast psychic abilities would serve as Chris's inspiration for Magi-Chan's Sonichu, whose egg hatched in the same cave Mewtwo lived in during the movie. As if the connections weren't blatant enough, Chris established that Mewtwo served as Magi-Chan's mentor, contacting him at birth via telepathy and teaching him how to use his mental powers. Aside from his mental bond with Mewtwo, Magi-Chan grew up completely isolated from the rest of the world. In a half-assed attempt to introduce him to civilization, Mewtwo projected memories of Jackie Chan films, other people's birthday parties, and various tourist attractions. 2 weeks after Magi-Chan evolved into Sonichu form, Mewtwo sent him out into the world, promising that they would one day meet face to face. As Chris has probably forgotten all about this, though it will probably never happen. ChrisChan has also notably claimed on the Wikipedia once that Reldonak had a Mewtwo on his Pokemon team. It can be assumed that this is the same one, although how this came to pass has never been explained. In January 2018, Chris, under the influence of the idea guide, revealed that Mewtwo and Magi-Chan had gotten married. They later joined with Chris, Chriselle, and Magi-Chan in a polyamorous marriage. OKKO Easter egg. In the pilot episode Lakewood Plaza Turbo, Carol tells her son, KO, to defend the plaza to the extreme, a direct reference to the cover of Sonichu episode 0. This was confirmed by the show's creator, Ian Jones-Corti, who shared the original storyboard where it was even more blatant. KO was originally meant to finish the quote by saying, "I will, thank you mother." Brian Bash. Brian Bash is a troll and agent of the Miscreants. He's a close friend of Clyde Cash. Brian is best known for his work in early 2009, like for example during Valentine's Night 2009, Chris was having erotic phone sex with Julie. While this was going on, the Miscreants were calling into Chris's home in an attempt to get Bob to go upstairs and have an awkward encounter with his son during phone coitus. After 4 attempts, it was Brian that finally got Bob to run up the stairs after frantically telling him. Chris uploaded a video where he described that he was going to off himself. Not only did he orchestrate that, but also during March of 2009, Chris failed to win over Emily as his sweetheart. Brian decided that he would assist Chris in his quest to lose his virginity by sending over a group of prostitutes to his home. Clyde later made a call to Chris about their visit and recorded their conversation. At the end of the call afterwards, Borb joined in on their conversation. Brian joined in and asked if the refrigerator was running. When Borb went to hang up the phone, Brian made a joke about using the poke flute, which may have been reference to Borb's nickname, Snorlax. From mid to late 2009, Brian was able to successfully obtain and leak a handful of Chris's private information. Beginning in June 2009, Brian hacked into Chris's YouTube account and found a message that Chris had sent to Seth MacFarlane, creator of Family Guy. 3 months later, in September 2009, Brian got a hold of one of Chris's most infamous smirch drawings, known as QuickRockin4Way.jpg. After another 2 months passed, in November of 2009, Brian leaked a handful of Chris's calls. These calls include the father call, audio between Chris and Casey's dad, the Case and Liquid call, and conversations Chris had with Jack Thaddeus. Michael Hertz. Michael J. Mike Hertz is a 59-year-old man from Council Bluffs, Iowa, who has made a name for himself as both an A-log and a Ween. Hertz, also known as a Kiwi Farms member, Totem Sanic, has created a multitude of Twitter accounts to follow Chris and spam him, as well as anyone he tweets to, with angry rants and accusations against him. Most of his rants against Chris consist of trite Chris memes and ad hominem attacks. Unlike the vast majority of A-logs, including Anthony Logato himself, Hertz shocks have actually been responded to by Chris, albeit rarely. Hertz was first discovered as a halal member of the Kiwi Farms, where he was outed as an operator of the Twitter account @RectByLife, which has since been deleted. Perhaps the most dedicated Ween account following Chris at the time. Subsequent developments reveal that not only is Hertz both old and more immature than Chris, but also that he is too unemployed, a furry, prone to tard rage, and has gotten into trouble with the law. Rob Bell. Rob Bell is a member of the Virginia House of Delegates. He served as Chris's defense attorney, being hired off the events of the 20th of October 2011 to defend them in court. According to a leaked email, the Chandlers were introduced to Bell by Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church. Barbara's insistence on using the inheritance Bob had left the Chandlers to pay Bell to drag out the case as long as possible, in hopes he would vindicate them, is a major factor that led up to the events of the financial crisis. Bell had entered an Alford plea, a plea in which the defendant asserts innocence while simultaneously admitting the court has evidence which could convince a judge or a jury. An accepted plea bargain, and in July 2012, Chris and Barb were each handed a fine and a suspended sentence of 30 days in jail. As part of the deal, they agreed that both were responsible for Snyder's medical bills incurred because of the incident. According to eyewitnesses' accounts, Bell allegedly referred to Chris as an adult autistic child. In the course of the proceedings, and while Chris took offense at this remark, it was probably the sole factor that granted him leniency in sentencing. Despite getting Chris practically off the hook scot-free in a professional and effective manner, Chris still harbors a grudge against Bell for failing to stand up to Snyder in court. Apparently, Chris failed to realize that even the best lawyer in the world can't convince a jury of your innocence if your guilt is plain enough for everyone to see. In a rambling series of Facebook posts posted on the 2nd of September 2013, Chris blamed Rob Bell, as well as Michael Snyder, Megan Schroeder and Mary Lee Walsh, for his latest ban from Walmart, calling him a major wuss for failing to work the black magic that would convince a jury that Chris was fully in the clear for nearly running over a manager who rightfully banned the obnoxious man-child from his business. A year later, he was still griping about Bell's chicken advisement. Years later, Chris mentioned to Katie and cousin Al that he and Barb had an inheritance from Bob worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, Barb spent all of it on hiring Rob Bell to defend herself and Chris. When Chris was charged with his assault crime on the 26th of December 2014, he was forced to go with a public defender, since the Chandlers without Bob had managed to make themselves nearly penniless just 3 years after the Snyder case. Trollbusters. The Trollbusters was a stupid idea Chris developed in late 2010, an organization dedicated to eliminating those who troll him, recruited from Sonichu fans. The whole thing was a clear rip-off of Ghostbusters. Chris hoped to found a worldwide anti-trolling movement to put stop to bullying and cyberbullying. He launched it on the 26th of September 2010, and in an announcement for the presidency said that if elected he would create local Trollbuster stations. In September 2014, after coming out as a lesbian, Chris extended the concept of the Trollbusters to target the haters of the LGBTQ community. Chris planned a pilot issue for the Trollbusters comic. Jackie suggested this as a plot. The victim was called to go on a first date with a girl at Burger King, but when he got there, it turned out it was a plot. It was a troll who wanted to steal her pendant, which was a family heirloom handed down for generations, and so the Trollbusters have to go hunt down the thieves and get it back. At the end, they find out that the troll they beat were just flunkies of more powerful trolls that they would face in the future. I figure it's kind of something you could relate to because trolls try to get your medallion, so your feelings could go into easier. The trolls are from Trollvania. The Trollbusters have use of a Trollbuster truck, a cleaned and souped up garbage truck, a sponsored private plane, and the Trollbusters car. Chris opened by suggesting that Colin D hanging out in their headquarters in Quickville talking about common troll icons and Anon associates of theirs. Other discussion topics of advisement is open for suggestion. They get an email from a victim. D2 traces its origins, Googles the victim's name, finds the various forums and such. She and Cole trace the origin points of the input text on the forum and such through IP addresses. Finds a point of the head troll of the group, hops in their truck, depending on the location of the troll in the US or out, having to take the private plane or not. I'm still deciding on the starting location. After they reach the destination from their truck, they scan all of the computers in the house of the troll wirelessly. They find the bookmarks leading to the same forums, history of entered text onto said forums and IRC chat history matching up. They save all of their evidence onto their hard drives, then remotely shut off the internet for this dude alone. Meanwhile, the perpetrator's inside making another post and gets interrupted of loss of connection. Then Cal and D force their way in with backup from the police and the FBI, and catch the troll red-handed and take him into custody. Though the character designs and plot outline exist, the comic was never actually produced. When Sonichu returned from hiatus, Cal and Dee weren't seen or mentioned until the Idea Guys saga, when Chris announced the group was absorbed into the Quickstapo, which would apparently fight all crime instead of just internet trolling. Chris stopped using the name after people on Facebook told him it was a Nazi reference. Even still, Sonichu 13 revealed that the law enforcement group of Quickville were indeed consolidated into a single powerful military force. Later in the same issue, Quickville's military was completely decimated by invading forces, resulting in the death of most, if not all, of its service members. Whether or not Cal and Dee survived or died horribly in the war will ultimately depend on whether Chris, or anyone else for that matter, gives enough of a crap about them to bring them back, though the recent appearance in a pair of Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder cards suggests that Chris at least remembered they existed. Nowadays, the expanded group still exists in Chris's mind to destroy all crimes in Quickville. Peter's blog /Waymoo is BlueSpike theory. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time to put on your schizo-theorizing hats to understand this entry. Okay, so with BlueSpike's identity still remaining a secret, it's natural that people will try to find out who's behind the persona who committed such hideous acts as forcing Chris to shove his medallion up that certain area where the sun doesn't shine. This has nevertheless resulted in some people being improperly tagged and reported as BlueSpike.
The freaking heavies are
BlueSpike.
A handful of people have speculated that BlueSpike may be Waymoo, a YouTube pooper and concert archivist, who as a kid in 2009 and 2010 made A-loggy rants towards Chris. These claims are total BS and based entirely on rumors from Reddit and all comments on his videos and on image boards. Waymoo was 11 in 2009, thus making it impossible for him to be BlueSpike, something confirmed by both a video he'd later make debunking the rumors and by a Thomas the Tank Engine gag dub he made in 2011 that stated his then age as 13 in the title. While the two did have similar voices around the time, preteen boys tend to have similar sounding voices in general, and Waymoo has different speech patterns and inflections in his. Furthermore, Waymoo had no other sort of involvement in the trolling of Chris outside of making said rants and lurking in his Encyclopedia Dramatica page. Nazi appearances in Sonichu. Yeah, this entry is quite literal. Throughout the years, there have been several Nazi mentions and appearances in the Sonichu Comics. In Sonichu, the Nazis are an insane time-traveling army of evildoers from another dimension obsessed with the eradication of all Pokemon. They were included in the comics at the insistence of the Idea Guys who convinced Chris everything in his comics was real and actually happening in another dimension. The Idea Guys were inspired to lure Chris to including Nazis in the comic due to their interest in Wolfenstein and Call of Duty Nazi zombies. It was yet another example of how the Idea Guys sought to prove how much better they were than Chris, who put all of his childish obsessions in Sonichu by putting their own childish obsessions in Sonichu. On multiple occasions, Chris expressed his hatred for Hitler and Nazis, even made a whoopee cushion with Hitler's face on it. Out of all plot points Chris was strict into including in Sonichu, he notably hated the Nazis most and went out of his way to completely wipe up their inclusion in the comics history out of existence with a time travel and magical Deus Ex Machinas. Nazis were occasionally alluded to before in the events of Sonichu 13. Biel, in a previous life, was the main assistant to Adolf Hitler, which probably meant he was a guy who fetched Uncle Adolf cigars and coffee while the adults did their business. After his death, he was cursed with a demonic form and forever punished by working menial, dead-end jobs for companies like 4-cent garbage. Nazis played a major role in the event of Sonichu 13. The Idea Guys managed to convince Chris that they had invaded Quickville by pointing to the real-life right-wing Charlottesville protests, claiming this was an example of C-197's events bleeding into our own reality. Initially, the Nazis appeared in an alternate timeline where an immortal Adolf Hitler was given a Sonichu medallion by a Nazi-aligned alternate universe version of ChrisChan. The real Chris, enraged by this, took his medallion back, causing Hitler Chew to turn to dust. What the fuck am I reading? Later in the issue, Quickville is devastated by a massive war with the rival micronation of Australatina splitting into two halves. Nazis from an alternate timeline invaded C-197 and annexed Australatina, which was sympathetic to their cause. The Nazis went on to capture nearly all of the destined Sonichus and Roastchus and systematically kill all wild Pokemon outside of Quickville's borders, declaring them all to be impure. Chris recruited multiple fictional characters, his own Pokemon and the My Little Pony 2020 villain Discord to help him kill Nazis, as Quickville's standing military had been entirely wiped out during the war. Chris, using his magical Deus Ex Machina powers, took a drop of his blood and used it to infect all Nazis, turning them into Sonichus. This devastated the Third Reich, as it rendered their ideology completely useless. Small pockets of the group continued fighting, even building a Rose Chew R-word camp and impregnating all of the fertile women of the comic to produce more soldiers for the fight. But they were slaughtered by Chris, his pony OC, and an idea guy. Though the Nazis were defeated and erased from C-197, the damage they did still lasted long after their fall. Magi-chan and Sonichu both had mental breakdowns due to their PTSD inflicted by the war, the former accidentally causing a tear in reality that nearly destroyed the universe, and the latter shooting up the Quickville Mall before trying to, that word again, with Chris. Chris was utterly disgusted by the inclusion of Nazis in his comic, so much that he still felt the need to cry about it in Sonichu 14's opening text scroll. Chris then used his magical CPU goddess powers to purge all remnants of the Nazis and their reign from Quickville's past and present, though they still exist historically as shown in the pages of Sonichu 16 that states Count Graduan fought against the Germans in both world wars. How this is possible when he was originally trapped in a giant stone statue built by Native Americans is anyone's guess. The Nazis and their proxy state, Ostrolatina, were by far the most powerful and dangerous villains in Sonichu canon, doing far more damage and posing a much greater threat to heroes than any other. This can probably be attributed to the fact that they were written by the idea guys and not Chris. This serves as a poignant allegory for Chris and reality. The problems and enemies of Chris's fantasy world are easily managed and defeated, but when reality is introduced in a way Chris can't avoid or deny, it's extremely destructive. Chris turning the Nazis into Sonichus ties this allegory in a neat little bow. The threat is neutralized by becoming a part of his delusional system instead of intruding into it. PMERT. PMERT is a quickism for billionaire and 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. He initially pronounced it as MERT, based on his opinion that the P is silent when the name is backwards. However, in PMERT 8, he pronounced the P. The quickism comes from a Facebook comment from the 25th of September, in which Chris says that Trump spelled backwards is PMERT, which rhymes with hurt, and that Trump would badly hurt the US if elected. Reversing Trump's name has twofold meanings. Firstly, names are particularly sacred to Chris. In his eyes, mocking someone's name will severely degrade them. Secondly, Chris has historically assumed that saying someone's name backwards induces subliminal stimuli, which he believes are enormously influential on the psyche and the physical body. Therefore, Chris may believe reversing Trump's name in a negative context might effectively alter his audience perception of him. Beyond this random access humor, Chris probably thinks his rendition of Trump's name is a serious presidential objection that everyone needs to consider. Chris continued using this backwards name in his subsequent Facebook posts and videos. Starting the later half of 2016, Chris started to become more vocal about his intense dislike of PMERT on Facebook. In spite of how passionate he feels about PMERT, Chris's understanding of contemporary politics continues to be exceptionally poor. On the 8th of November 2016, Chris participated in the US presidential election and voted for Hillary Clinton. Following news that Trump had won the election, Chris reacted by making multiple death threats against him and Vice President Mike Pence, which is actually against the law and considered an act of treason. Since encountering the idea guys, however, Chris has largely lost interest in politics in favor of engaging his messiah complex and as such has mostly forgotten about Trump. He never addressed his impeachment, which seems odd considering that it was the closest he came to being removed from office early. Nonetheless, Chris slowly became more interested in the 2020 election in the final weeks before election day, particularly after Trump contracted COVID-19. After a drawn-out election in 2020 due to complications with counting a substantial increase in mail votes compared to previous years, Trump lost his re-election bid and was succeeded by Joe Biden as president. Chris completely lost interest in the former president by early 2021, though he still holds Trump in very low regards as suggested by recent jail art from 2020. A week with ChrisChan Chandler. A Week with Christian Weston Chandler, a self-documentary, more commonly known as A Week with Christian Chandler, was a school report that Chris wrote to document 1 week in his high school life. The week documented was the 29th of April through the 5th of May 2000, when Chris was 18, although Chris gave the report a copyright date of 24th of April 2000. Many events were covered during these 7 short days, but the most significant among them must be the creation of the cover for Christian's favorite hits, on which Sonichu made his first ever appearance. The information contained within Chris's report provides valuable insight into his early years, chronicling the development of some of his current hobbies and habits. As just one example, he openly admits to falling asleep during class on a regular basis, foreshadowing his future inactivity and over laziness post-college. Chris seems to have been enrolled in basic behavioral adjustment classes, including a coping class/study hall, but he evidently spent all of his time in these classes reading R.L. Stine books instead of paying attention. Chris also refers to some of the other students on his school bus as slow in the minds. How ironic. This account of his high school days is nowhere near as idyllic as he would later portray them to be, suggesting that he has romanticized them. L'Eclipse New Negative. On the 2nd of February 2015, Chris revealed on a Facebook post his artwork for an obscure power noise group's most recent release. Chris said, "If any of y'all are looking for an expensive way to get my autograph, well, you'd be out of luck outside of Japan. For 1,500 yen, you'd not only get my signature on this commission designed for the album, but also a backstory behind the cover. Coming out later this week on February 5th, domo arigato, sine-san." L'Eclipse New's album, Varying Degrees of Discomfort, is available now on iTunes, a brief personal review of their tune format. While strange, like exploring inside a resident of darkness and evil, or listening to Pinkie Pie play the theremin, LOL, I can sense the emotions and depressions expressed behind the music, and I am certain you'll be able to feel her pains and despairs in this set on Negative. He also added, "That's 1,500 yen and no big fat hen." Kim asked, "Cool, if you don't mind me asking, how much did you get paid for this? You get a percentage of the sales or what?" Chris replied, "It was a black and white commission, so I get paid $50 initially, followed by an advanced copy of the CD, which I received a few days later." The band in question, L'Eclipse New, had announced on Facebook the previous month, 10th of January. L'Eclipse New's Negative will be released 2nd of February 2015. Includes guest vocals by Anal Chan and Aya of Mississippi v. Waco. Track titles and concepts are based on the cover art and accompanying ideas of Christian Weston Chandler. When their album came out, they posted, 2nd of February. Thank you, Christian. Smiling face. The liner notes to the album show that the entire album is actually about Chris's art and feature contribution from Chris. Negative is the 5th album by L'Eclipse New. The creation of this album began with the title. Christian Weston Chandler was asked to create the cover art, and in the process of doing so, he offered his own story behind the artwork. Keeping that in mind, the sounds herein were created in order to illustrate that story. This album is a soundtrack to Christian's art. Original note from Christian Weston Chandler. "I have seen into the torment of the deceased woman. She may have had a life's career of posing nude for art, as well as offering herself to the numerous artists. Take from that what you will. And now she haunts the number of artists and photographers who did really wrong with her in her life." Wes Isley. Wes Isley briefly dated Sarah Hammer, Chris's longtime gal pal. Wes is a magician in real life, available for birthdays, weddings, bar mitzvahs, funerals, and is currently married to another woman. Although trolls have been trying to contact Wes ever since they found his various online accounts, he hasn't offered any official statements on Chris or his involvement in the Sonichu Comics. Apparently, he doesn't feel the need to talk crap about some guy he barely knew just because he was jealous of Wes' relationship with an ex-girlfriend of his. As the author of the comics, when Chris first meets Sonichu issue 2, he was given the unique opportunity to revise his personal history with Wes at his leisure. Comic Wes differs from his real-life counterpart in that whilst the real Wes Isley broke up with Sarah, moved on, married another woman, probably forgot Chris ever existed and is now running a charity which helps fight Parkinson's disease, Comic Wes appears to have held a grudge against Chris ever since he first met him him while he was dating Sarah, in spite of Chris having nothing he wanted and Wes having no reason to care about Chris. Dialogue also indicates that he was still dating Sarah by the time the trio first gained their powers, as Sarah breaks up with him halfway through episode 8. A Sonichu and Rose-Chew Christmas Story. A Sonichu and Rose-Chew Christmas Story is a Christmas-themed short story that Chris started in the late evening of the 13th of December 2009. It appears that Chris characteristically began writing without any clear idea of what the overall story was, which led to stress and Chris giving up halfway through. Proof that even when using an old traditional template, Chris was still struggling. As of this current time, the project remains unfinished, presumably forgotten. Sonichu 11 would serve as a remake/completion of the story. It is December 2008 in Quickville. The thoughts of Quickville citizens have turned to shopping, Santa Claus and religion in that order. The church are full of Christians and for some reason Jews and Buddhists have also apparently gathered in churches to celebrate. Chris nonchalantly notes that Quickville has so many homeless people that it requires 10 homeless shelters and soup kitchens. Sonichu and Rose-Chew, able-bodied adults who do not work, prepare to lavish expensive gifts on their children in their state-appointed housing, while across town the apparent throngs of destitute homeless people huddle for warmth in overcrowded flop houses. Chris calls them soup hotels. Chris evidently believes toddlers can do a lot, as Sarah, Christine and Robbie hang stockings, butcher a classic Christmas poem, rehearse for the overtly Christian school play, and help bake cookies. At least one of them is in elementary school despite Sarah, the eldest, being 2 years old. Chris seems to have forgotten their ages. Robbie and Sonichu have a lengthy conversation about toys and video games. Most of the conversation is centered around why Sonichu doesn't get more presents. Chris adds a note suggesting, apropos of nothing, that the wireless PlayStation 3 controller should have some kind of special strap so he could lash the controller to his feeble, sweaty hands without having to worry about dropping it. Staying in the kitchen, Rose-Chew and Sarah bake cookies for the Christmas party, which will occur in 9 days. Sarah's baked a single candle-shaped cookie for the token Jew she invited to the party. Sarah tells Rose-Chew that she made him a vanilla cookie, so he wouldn't fall prey to some Jew food allergy from eating a peanut butter chocolate cookie. It is unclear whether the children are allotted to one cookie each, or Kevin, the Jewish character, is only given a single cookie as some kind of punishment for not believing in the divinity of Jesus. Rose-Chew high-fives Sarah for her deranged attempt at being culturally sensitive. This is the end of the extant story, and it's unlikely ever to be finished due to the existence of Sonichu 11. PVCC, Piedmont Virginity Community College, is a community college located in Charlottesville, Virginia, a member of the Virginia Community College system. At PVCC, Chris earned an Applied Science Associate's degree in Computer-Aided Drafting and Design. After 5 years of study, Chris earned his degree even though students are expected to earn an associate's degree after 2 years in the US. He also made the Dean's List, or so he claims. Chris refers to Piedmont Virginity Community College as the Privateville of Corrupted Citizens, abbreviated to PVC Citizens, or on one occasion as Piedmont Virginity College, due to the grudge he holds against the college. Within the context of his Sonichu Comics, ChrisChan has characterized the Privateville of Corrupted Citizens as a headquarters for the activities of the villains of Quickville, the realm of the evil witch Mary Lee Walsh. In real life, Walsh, in her role as Dean of Student Affairs, gave Chris a hard time on his love quest and at point shattered his heart, lowering his level to nearly 0. Chris took revenge in his own imitable fashion, making her into a character in his comics, the evil witch in command of the villainous group known as the Privateville of Corrupted Citizens. Chris was probably both unwilling and unable to go to a better school, so PVCC was chosen for his collegiate career, likely by his parents. As a community college, the institution is not prestigious, accepting all applicants and not offering any degree higher than an associate's. Nevertheless, we have its Dean of Student Services to thank for teaching, or at least attempting to teach Chris some of the best lessons of his life, much to his annoyance, of course. Chris began classes in PVCC in September 2000. For unknown reasons, even to Chris, he originally chose marketing as his major. He likely chose it as a means to learn how to market Sonichu. Bob quickly transferred Chris to the CAD track, probably considering it a more attainable goal for Chris. This being a time before Bob had largely given up on Chris as a functioning adult. Chris has said very little about his college academic career and appears to have learned even less. We do know that, by the grace of God, he graduated after 5 years, and according to the PVCC student handbook in force while Chris was a student, he had to earn the following credits to acquire his particular 2-year degree. Note that the college considered 15 credits per semester to be a normal load, and 12 to the minimum. When Chris entered the college, he was required to consult with an academic counselor, who helped him plan his schedule. He was undoubtedly in close touch with the counseling center throughout his time there, given his mandates. In other words, his CAD advisor would have played a very large role in guiding Chris towards appropriate background and prerequisite courses. The nature of this relationship is unknown, but it can be safely assumed that Chris was passive and uninterested in what was decided for him. Bob probably had more contact with the CAD faculty than Chris did. We know that Chris took at least one infamous English class. He also took tennis to fulfill his wellness requirement. Additionally, he took a course in HTML programming. One mystery is why it took Chris so long to finish. Even taking his suspensions into account, he needed 10 semesters to earn a degree, which officially should have taken 4. Chris has never indicated that he had academic trouble, consistently asserting on his contemporary dating site profiles that he was doing just fine. The only exception being his jerk English professor. One factor might have been the switch in majors from marketing to CAD. He would not have been able to count specific marketing classes towards his new degree. Another possibility is that he was going to college part-time, preferring to spend a greater portion of his days playing video games and or working on his comics. After spending 5 years on a degree that is expected to only take 2, Chris graduated with an associate's degree in applied science and a CAD certificate. Chris has repeatedly and fallaciously claimed to have 2 degrees, seemingly not understanding that his certificate and his associate's degree are 2 separate things. As opposed to his high school graduation, Chris didn't seem to care about graduating from college, likely because of his perceived antagonization during his studies there. On the big day, Chris wore not only his Sonichu medallion, but his gown, tassel, and honor roll from high school. During the 15th of August 2014, years after graduation, Chris attempted to make up with Walsh by sending her a bunch of apology letters. In reality, it was just a bunch of incoherent ramblings in paper form about the stress brought upon him by trolls and bans from his favorite haunts. He goes on to mention that anything bad that's happened to her is the result of himself drawing her as a witch, an act he was entirely justified in performing due to her interference in the sweetheart search, but which he is sorry for anyways. Walsh simply responded with a permanent ban from PVCC campus. Christian plus Sarah's Life Shares. Christian plus Sarah's Life Shares was produced when Chris was 21 years old for Sarah Nicole Hammer's 21st birthday as a present. Yes, he drew this when he was 21, not 12. This sheds light on his relationship with Sarah and provides some insight into Chris's early version of the Sonichu canon, with himself represented by Sonichu, Sarah Hammer by Rosechu, and Wes Isley by Black Sonichu. In typical Chris fashion, it is highly self-centered, focusing mainly on his autism, his love quest, and how everything that goes wrong in his life is not his fault. Despite being drawn to commemorate her life so far, Sarah's only mentioned when she occasionally crosses paths with Chris and is even then portrayed as what Chris sees as a typical female, which is unlikely to be what Sarah was like anyway. Presumably, Sarah was not pleased to receive a book full of everything Chris cannot shut up about. The document most likely reads like Chris was attempting to win Sarah's affection by reminding them of the times they shared together, as well as portraying them as Sonichu and Rosechu, boyfriend and girlfriend. Chris doesn't help matters along by making repeated passive-aggressive references to Sarah playing tricks on him, or by openly stating that her boyfriend Wes Isley is evil. There's no mention of any nice things that Sarah's done for Chris, inspiring the superstition that Sarah was actually a bully that Chris mistook for a gal pal. Chris also seems to be under the impression that Brad Pitt is a pop music star, thus reinforcing the assumption that he does not leave his room. He also, perhaps unintentionally, insults Sarah's mom by portraying her as a vampire. Bionic the Hedgehog. Bionic the Hedgehog was Chris's first recolor, predating his crowning achievement. Brother of Sonic the Hedgehog, Bionic loves to play basketball. Despite his name, Bionic is not a cyborg. He made this clear after Alex's version of Bionic was depicted as an actual cyborg, styled after Davros. His name was instead chosen as Bionic, rhymes with Sonic, and the B is for basketball. Chris claims to have created Bionic way back on the 13th of November 1996, when he was standing in the middle of the hallway of his high school next to the basketball courts, staring into the void like an idiot. He claimed that he was daydreaming about Sonic the Hedgehog character Mighty the Armadillo. Standing there motionless, daydreaming about Mighty, Chris was, you guessed it, hit in the face with a basketball. This, in Chris's words, opened the lockers to his mind, and led to the creation of the recolor we know and tolerate today as a completely original character of Bionic the Hedgehog. Bionic's comically weird and bizarre backstory tells us that he was Sonic's brother, and that when they were young, Bionic fell through a portal into a world filled with basketball players. No, I am absolutely not making this up. Sonic, for his part, forgot all about his dim-witted sibling and went on to be a real star. Cut 2 years later when Bionic showed up to save his brother, and then go on to have another exciting adventure. It's interesting to know that unlike all of Chris's other characters, Bionic was created with the Saturday AM/Archie comic universe and not the video game universe. As this was before Chris started churning out comics, Chris's very first creation, Bionic, was limited to only ever appearing in the occasional drawing or short story Chris thought up. Among other works, Bionic starred in the Autism Conquer drawing and the short self-titled story. Notably, Bionic used to look rather different from Sonic the Hedgehog, with smaller head spines and much larger back spines and a tail. This different but no less stupid profile shape is likely not so much an act of originality as much as a simple inability to properly copy Sonic's design. Bionic's current iteration in Sonichu looks like the palette swap Sonic the Hedgehog he always was at heart. Geno was one of the original trolls. Okay, put back on your schizo theory hats, ladies and gentlemen. This entry states quite literally that Geno was one of the original trolls. Which one? The guy who wrote this entry doesn't know either. It's another crazy baseless Christory theory of what if X was actually Y. This theory gets completely shattered into shambles when you realize that Chris was born in 1982 and Geno was born in 2003. And if he were to participate in the classic Christory era, which was from 2007 to 2010, he would be at most 7 years old, disproving this wacky, goofy fan theory. Sonichu is cool. Sonichu is cool was the one true and loyal fan that Sonichu Comics ever had. Sonichu is cool is either a genuinely mentally challenged British girl or a very talented actress. Chris called her slow in the mind in one of his July 10th call-out videos while possibly drunk. She was known for going too quick in defending Chris before he called her a dumbass. In case you haven't quite comprehended this, Chris called his only real fan a dumbass. Carlos Chantor. Carlos Chantor was Chris's alias during his short-lived career as a male escort. Chris came up with the alias after his first breakup with his sweetheart Jackie. He tried joining Charlottesville's naughty and nice escort services, but after being told that there were no market for bent autistic virgins with rage, he made a profile, now deleted, at escorts.com, apparently unaware that most male prostitutes belong to a rather rough trade. Interestingly, on the escort.com profile, Chris checked that he was comfortable with every fetish available, except the ones he found too homosexual for his taste. After a certain prank call inquired about water sports, however, he quickly reverted his decision and removed water sports as a fetish. He also distributed cards promoting himself as an escort around Charlottesville. This shows once again that Chris does not care about sex as an act between two lovers, but rather he sees it as a way to lose his virginity as well as to get a quick buck. No one took up his offer. On his profile at the time, it stated, "Experienced for her pleasure. Hey ladies, I'm a cool dude to hang with, and I can make you feel good emotionally and show you a fun time. I'll let you know when it's going too far. Give me a call to hook up. 434 area code only." It should be noted that during this stint, Chris's physical appearance was about as good as it could ever be. His hair appeared to temporarily stop thinning and wasting, his skin wasn't greasy and covered in dirt, and even looked a bit thinner thanks to the slimming power of the color black. However, once this stint ended, old habits quickly returned. BlueSpike call webcam footage. This entry refers to when BlueSpike revealed himself to Chris on the 3rd of March 2009 and coerced Chris into performing degrading acts such as declaring Billy Mays to be the mayor of Quickville and shoving the pieces of his destroyed medallion up his anal cavity, which the latter was actually filmed on Chris's crappy webcam and most likely recorded and may still be on someone's hard drive waiting to be uploaded one day by trolls, but as of right now that footage is considered lost media. Sonichu Girls web forum. Sonichu Girls was a web forum for Chris's female fanbase, a little slice of heaven for him, founded by Sarah May, also known as Roastew, and Cassie, also known as Cassie Roastew, in December 2008. Cassie emailed Chris informing him that she was a true and honest Sonichu fan who helped start a web forum for female fans of Sonichu, and asked if he would make an appearance. The idea of a web forum of attractive young women delivering into Chris's fantasy world appealed to his sense of narcissism and his hatred of men. For his profile, Chris chose the name ChrisChan Sonichu and announced, "I have just came back, the real Christian Weston Chandler." He posted 5 images of Sonichu in the world of Animal Crossing. Chris made 23 posts over the 20 days he frequented the forum. On the 23rd of February 2009, the day before Chris's birthday, the Sonichu Girls forum was revealed to be nothing more than a fake fanbase created by Clyde Cash. The board itself then morphed into a message board to possibly be used by the miscreants. In his post, Clyde made it very clear that Sonichu Girls was an attempt to troll Chris. Asperpedia. After finishing the first 3 issues of his comic, Alec Benson Leary set up his own Media Wiki website where one could read all of his existing comics as well as a number of articles about the world of Asperchu, and read fan mail answered by Mr. Leary. Soon afterwards, portals were added to the site for other notable comics such as Evan Simonchu and Sonichu's Dead creator C. August Weasley's latest project, Moonpals. In February 2010, more comics were added including Alec's Sonichu Revolution, Sean Sonichu is Dead, and Sonichu is Gay, and Isabel's Monday's Capering Berries. Jack Thaddeus, recognizing the incredible profit potential of Asperchu, immediately began advertising the new website on the Wikipedia. Chris responded to these new ads and his newfound knowledge of Alex's website with a series of increasingly disturbing videos. We made his opinion on the matter quite clear. Alec, being a gentle soul, has not directly responded to any of Chris's offensive videos. When asked by a concerned fan, he outlined his planned course of action as one of peace, citing his personal hero, Mahatma Gandhi. His webmaster, Mao Bambu Ling, has opted for a more direct approach, speaking to Chris directly in 2 short YouTube videos. The large banner ad for Asperpedia was replaced by a link to information on the United States government's efforts to help the victims of the earthquake in Haiti, because Alec cares about the plight of his fellow men. Due to the growing popularity of Asperchu over Sonichu, the site later set up a fan portal where aspiring writers can make their own Sonichu fan fictions. Various pre-existing titles including Sonichu, the animated series, are also hosted in these fan sections. There is even a parody version of the Wikipedia set up by Mao, where totally fictitious articles on Sonichu related things are made, including photoshopped images of the original comic. Eventually, on May 27, 2010, Mao took complete control of the Wikipedia, after which Alec and Vivian G started uploading Sonichu Season 2. The Wikipedia was then permanently deleted for Mao to gain the upper hand after noting that the Comic Fury staff that without Sonichu and Chris to bargain for a lower price, they must be forced to sign with him. The rights to the Asperpedia were then sold for $150,000. The Asperpedia was eventually shut down, however, according to Alec Benson Leary, it was run by a spaz lord who took it down randomly in a fidgety fit one day. I didn't care to fight for it. On the 19th of January 2010, Chris uploaded 12 new pages of Sonichu 10, which are centered mostly around Asperchu and Asperpedia. Ever the heroic savior, Chris pictures himself along with Ultra Sonichu destroying the slanderous Asperpedia and saving Alex's character from their terrible affliction, with Asperchu himself getting an extreme electric makeover and becoming Mitch Sonichu. Not content with this, Chris then issued an ultimatum to Alec to a blog post. Although within Alec's hands, Asperchu is a horrific joke, not only because of the uncensored uncensored nudity, wrongful character usage and all that, but also because the whole thing is drawn in a crappy, blocky, low-resolution way. I still have no association with Alec Benson Leary or his Asperture character whatsoever, but I will forgive Alec for his error if he follows from my new plot and extreme electric makeover as a template. He's no longer Asperture, just call him Mitch Sonichu. Alec didn't listen to Chris's demands, instead keeping everyone there and just introducing Mitch Sonichu as simply Mitch Chu, who appears to be a gay stylist, as well as Wisp Sonichu as the character Wispy Sonichu, Punchy's slow-in-the-mind cousin. Trollin' Train. Trollin' Train was a fake troll forum established on the 27th of July 2010, which Chris frequented under the troll persona Jenkins Jinkies. He eventually gave up on posting, afraid that when jerk-ups busted the forum, they would mistake him for a troll, because of course Chris believes trolling is an illegal activity. Trollin' Train is an excellent example of both Chris's naivety and his ego. His Jenkins Jinkies persona was instantly recognized by the trolls due to his poor grasp of English and distinctive typing style, and taken advantage of from the start. Furthermore, his arrogance led him to believe that all of the trolls had immediately fallen for his ruse, and that a 14-year-old sodomist who had moved in directly across the street from Chris would fit in perfectly with the secret trolling circle, because in Chris's mind, all the trolls are really angsty gay children. Needlessly to say, the Jenkins Jinkies teat was milked for all it was worth, and Chris went along without ever realizing it. Liquid Chris and Casey interview. The Liquid and Casey Q&A was a thread on 789chan that occurred on the 21st of February 2011, providing insight on the Liquid saga. Here are the most interesting questions I found. What made you decide to start playing the part of Liquid Chris? There's not really a simple answer to that. At first, I simply thought, since we were in the middle of a huge drought at the time, that if Chris wasn't making content, then maybe I'd make some of my own. I thought others might appreciate it too, but my summer was going slowly and I had only just found that I could do a decent impression. Chris was just so absorbing that it was almost like he needed to keep making these videos, or else I wouldn't get to see the slow motion car crash of his life end. It wasn't until later that I ended up actually confronting Chris instead of doing an imitation of him. Champ Thumb from the Quickie sent me a message asking me if I'd incorporate some things in my next script, like going to Otakon and selling Sonichu merch. I didn't find out till later that it was part of a larger plot concerning Jack and Samantha Thaddeus. And the obvious one, are you ever coming back? We currently have no plans to come back. Think about it though. There's not really any more ways to get a rise out of Chris as a Liquid. We pretty much took it as far as it could go, and the story ended on the right note. Not to mention that Chris went along with it like nothing else. I don't think we'd be able to. We lurk on the /quickie boards, and as much as we'd like to come back, I don't see it happening. We did plan on releasing things though. Favorite saga besides your own? That'd have to be the Clyde Cash. The videos that Chris made during this period were the most useful for developing my impersonation, as they reveal patterns in how he'd talk when constantly stressed. All-Star video. All-Star is a 1999 song by Smash Mouth, widely known as the opening theme of the animated film Shrek. The song has since entered internet meme culture in the last decade thanks to millennials and zoomers. During the Crizel Torture chat of the 21st of April 2018, Chris uploaded 2 covers of All-Stars to the Idea Guys via Discord. Having gained Chris's consent to use his Discord account to aid in the conflict against Idea Guys, Kiwi Farms owner Null leaked the safe for work version on the 13th of July. In this safe for work version of the video, Chris sings in a similar growling voice to the one that he used to indicate he was singing under duress way back in his It's Ugh video from 2009, albeit with more annoyance in his voice than disgust. This was done at the request of Joshua Wise, who told Chris to sing like he was angry and constipated to save Crizel Rose Chew from further torment. Later that year, on the 18th of November 2018, a troll impersonating Magi-chan, presumably one of the Teen Trolls squad, leaked the second true and honest rendition to Chris's Twitter, showcasing another sex tape that starts with Chris pissing on the floor off camera before he starts using his flaccid duck to begin masturbating while rubbing his taint, all while imagining that he's screwing his first husband. The tweet was deleted minutes later, but the video was quickly preserved by Chris Storins. More parts of the video would be leaked by Lucas Simpkins, the ringleader of the Teen Troon squad, onto the /cow board on the 31st of December 2018. In the not safe for work version, it should also be noted that Chris doesn't actually get a full erection in the full 3 minutes, likely indicating that several health factors are getting in the way of getting it up. It would later be learned that Chris could still get and maintain an erection during a series of horrifying revelations more than 3 years later. Chris is also under clear distress while filming the video, unlike his other 2 sex tapes, which is unsurprising considering that he was coerced into filming this one under the threat of harm of Chriselle, rather than tricked into demonstrating his sexual prowess for 2 potential sweethearts. Bundy Chew. Theodore Robert Bundy, commonly known as Ted Bundy, was an American serial killer who R-worded and murdered at least 36 women. While many people view him as a sadistic sociopath, and with even Bundy describing himself as the most cold-hearted son of a bitch you'll ever meet, not only does Chris believe that Bundy was innocent, but he's actually the 67th of 69 destined Sonichus and Roachus named Bundy Chew. Originally implemented by the Idea Guys and canonized by Chris no later than January 2018, Ted Bundy is one of the only 3 people in Dimension 1218 who were born half Sonichu, the other 2 being Chris himself and his father, Bob. When the murders usually attributed to Bundy are brought into question, Chris maintains the belief that Bundy was in fact an undercover operative who was framed for the murders, remarking that there was a whole bunch of mistakes in there. Following Bundy's execution in 1989, his soul was reincarnated into Dimension C197 as a Sonichu, the aptly named Bundy Chew, with whom Chris has maintained a close relationship with. Chris has gone on to reassure his fanbase that Bundy has not gone on any killing sprees. Despite the removal in April 2018, Chris continues to reiterate many of the Idea Guys concepts, among which Bundy Chew, on the 5th of June 2018, during the Count Dankula interview, when asked about his medallion, Chris revealed that the serial killer was a half Sonichu. On the 31st of July 2018, Chris published his list of 69 destined Sonichus and Roachus, among which Bundy was on the list. And on January 2019, in response to a perfectly innocent tweet about the Netflix series, Chris went on a long tirade about Bundy's innocence. Vocalized Twitter voice clip. On the 20th of May 2021, Chris posted an audio recording through Twitter's voice function. It is a recording of Chris vocalizing in a predictably ear-splitting falsetto. The reasoning for this particular clip is unknown. Here's a mysteriously autistic 11-second long clip. The Black Tape. The Black Tape is a call between Chris and Jackie on the 7th of September 2011, in which Chris breaks down in the wake of his father's death the previous day. The contents of the call were considered so harrowing that the call has never been released out of respect for Chris and his father. Save McIntyre Park. McIntyre Park is a park in Charlottesville which became a favorite hangout of Christian West and Chandler during 2009. It features a chalkboard wall where visitors can leave whatever message or drawing of your favorite hedgehog hero as they see fit. Every April, the annual Dogwood Festival is held at the park, featuring a firework display. The park was at the center of a local controversy due to the plans to relocate part of the area to a new YMCA facility and parkway. Chris joined the effort to save the park in the summer of 2009. On the 22nd of July 2009, local NBC affiliate WVIR ran a story on the 6 o'clock news about the controversy surrounding the park. During an interview with a representative of the McIntyre Preservation Committee, Chris marches through the background of the shot while holding up, of course, his Sonichu medallion. At some point prior to the 14th of August 2009, Chris created a 2-foot wide sign featuring Sonichu, Roachchu and their children with giant wads of bubbling text, intended to express support for the park. The youngsters are holding extremely tiny signs that read "Save McIntyre Park," which would be impossible to read from more than 6 feet away, rendering the sign largely useless. The sign would be seen in a video where Chris used his artwork to refute the claims of ChrisChan's Sonichu Quick. On the 17th of August, Chris brought the sign with him to a Charlottesville City Council meeting and was recognized for his effort. Chris began to ramble out of turn until the City Council told him to pipe down, earning the envy of millions. Alas, even the power of Electric Hedgehog Pokemon was enough to save the park. Court challenges to the YMCA and Parkway construction failed, and the construction on Chris's precious park began in 2013. Barb groomed Chris. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time to put on your schizo-theorizing hats again. Okay, This entry isn't as nonsensical as it may seem. In the past, we've actually had plenty of evidence supporting that Barb is extremely manipulative towards everyone around her, especially Chris. The amount of time she's forced Chris to do something that he doesn't want to, and if he doesn't obey, she would actually guilt trip him by saying she would off herself. Not only that, but Chris has mentioned that Barb forced him to spoon her in the past, and some argue that it has influenced his misguided feelings towards her. Now, do I actually believe Barb purposefully groomed Chris? No, absolutely not. She's simply an extremely narcissistic person who just so happens to manipulate her autistic son into doing whatever she wants. Chris mailed out locks of his hair. Chris told Casey, co-founder of Sonichu Girls, that his mother had recently cut his hair and had several locks of his hair saved so all of the Sonichu girls could have them as a souvenir. He even went out to the trouble of wrapping each individual lock in a plastic bag, along with a certificate of authenticity signed by the Big C himself. Chris's faithful fangirls couldn't refuse the offer. Due to the Mexican Postal Service, it took several months for the hair to reach Casey. When it finally did, it was a shock, or perhaps it wasn't. Casey described the hair as being greasy and having a very odd odor. Evidently, Chris's hair is so filthy the Mexican Postal Service, which regularly unknowingly ships countless pounds of cocaine, marijuana and other illegal narcotics per year, had trouble dealing with this biohazard. Fortunately, this violated the United States Code Title 16, Chapter 4, Subchapter 4, 1203, A4, Subsection 7, did not cause any national or international incidents. While Chris promised 200 locks of hair, only 23 were ever sent. Chris included the letter to Casey in English on one side and Chris's version of Spanish on the other. Each side had the Sonichu drawing, but the Spanish side had the Sonichu in a sombrero. How very not racist of you, Chris. Sonichu and Roastew, the Genesis of the Love Hogs. Sonichu and Roastew, the Genesis of the Love Hogs is a short story written by Chris dated 10th of April 2003. Approximately 1 year before Sonichu issue 0 was released, the short story serves as a basis for the titular episode 2 title along with the pilot episode. The plot is very similar to issue 0 except that this version mentions that Knuckles and Tails brought the Chaos Emeralds to Sonic. And the story takes place in 2000, the year Chris created Sonichu and first played Sonic Adventure, rather than 1998, the year the game was released, as Chris later said. All spelling and grammatical errors are Chris's own. Quick's Pokesite. Quick's Pokesite 1, originally referred to simply as Quick's Pokesite, was a website with news and links on Pokemon created by Christian Weston Chandler. It was Chris's first baby step toward his long career of website making. The page was launched somewhere between the 25th of April 1999, when the domain was reserved, and the 3rd of July 1999, when Chris got the first replies in his guestbook from his parents. The quality of the site was actually relatively good, judging from the source code. It appears to be based on a pre-built template from Acme City's home builder, and was possibly made under the adult supervision as a high school project, since one guestbook entry was left by what seems to be a teacher. Chris lost interest in the project quite soon, and by the end of July 1999, it had already been replaced by the much more amateurish looking Quick's Pokesite 2 with its notorious handcrafted HTML. The actual content of the website is lost aside from 3 pages. The site did have a Spanish translation, El Pokecite de Ricardo Weston Chandler, as a dead archive link of the site still exists. Fortunately for those who are interested in the uselessness of Chris's high school Spanish grammar, his translation of the second Pokemon site has been preserved. Quick's Pokesite 2 was one of Chris's earliest websites about Pokemon, launched on the 22nd of July 1999. It was created using the website builder featured on Go.com, a largely unsuccessful web portal made by Disney. Chris made a poorly translated Spanish version, which shows his Spanish name is Ricardo Weston Chandler, according to the sign. Chris made Españolic the mascot of the Spanish version. The email listed on the page, it's a me quick at AOL.com, probably refers to the opening splash screen of Super Mario 64, where Mario says his iconic phrase, "It's a me, a Mario." Shitting on towel / punching Barb video. As we all know, the Idea Guys were one of the worst trolls Chris has ever encountered, and during their reign over Chris they ordered Chris to perform some absolutely inhumane and disgusting acts, like punching Barb for failing a quiz. This info was provided by the captain, and he alleges that there is no video or photographic evidence of Chris punching his mother. Another demand from the Idea Guys was for Chris to record himself pissing and shitting on a towel on the floor in his room. They allegedly told Chris that hedgehogs do this, so he has to do it too. Bob Chandler's 1990 WTJU Jazz Marathon. The WTJU Jazz Marathon was a marathon that Bob Chandler helped to host in 1990. Over the course of this marathon, Bob shows an impressive amount of knowledge about jazz music in the 1920s and 1930s. Also notable is Bob's use of the word Negro to describe African American musicians and their music. Bob's droning on about jazz history for minutes at a time, and the general lack of interest that the audience and the other DJs have in Bob's program, as shown by the lack of donation calls that are made over the course of the show. Chris first mentioned the marathon in an email to Megan Schroeder in January 2007. The next mention of this marathon was in At Least My Face Is Not F***ing Orange in October 2010, albeit with Chris misremembering the date as 1989. In December 2012, he put up the marathon on Rapid Share, after which it was luckily archived to YouTube, as Rapid Share was shut down a few years later. However, the video for Disc 4 was blocked on copyright grounds, and it remained the most notable thing that Chris has done about his dad ever since Bob's death until 2007, when he read out several letters Bob had written for him prior to his death. Dick Licker That Is I. Dick Licker That Is I is a video uploaded by Chris to YouTube on the 15th of April 2018, showing him slobbering on Magic Chan's penis drawn on the wall. Once again another product from the Idea Guys era, where they had brainwashed Chris into believing himself to be bisexual and married to Magic Chan. During the bad beginning chat, Chris acted out his new bisexual identity and decided to deface the wall with the penis. At the suggestion of an Idea Guy, he then showed it to his mother, to which she began crying and quickly ran back upstairs. Sonichu's News Dash. Sonichu's News Dash was a newsletter distributed by Chris from 2004 to 2005. Chris once decided that printing up a newsletter would be the best way to attract boyfriend-free girls. Sonichu's News Dash often contained poetry, highly defective dating advice, and details on Chris's life and personal interests. It would always end with his description of his requirements for sweetheart, similar to what was printed on his attraction sign. Chris was scolded by Mary Lee Walsh for littering the Piedmont Virginia Community College campus with copies, which led him to bear a grudge against her to this day, and stated, "Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the News Dash. I am very angry at that XXXXX. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return the News Dash so my chance on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I have also declared war on them as well." Unfortunately for Chris, the masses were never incited. It took a talking bear to give the name a young boy loves. It took a talking bear to give the name a young boy loves is the title of an article that appeared in the Richmond Times-Dispatch on the 29th of December 1993 that provides an independent account of how Chris changed his name. The Riddle. On the 17th of August 2013, Chris posted some random pictures starting with Mark Cuban. Initially, it was thought that Chris posted them in order to desperately prove that his followers are obsessed over any posts he posted, but it later turned out it was a riddle, a very absurd riddle that only Chris understands. Here's a quick disclaimer, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to say contains severe mental retardation, so watch at your own safety. Okay, so Mark Cuban was born in Pittsburgh. Pirates roamed the seas with the Mayflower. There's a photo of Chris wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates cap. A businesswoman's favorite food, cookies or cake. A Delaware bakery recommends lemon and almond cookies. Delaware, opposite of basketball, is soccer. Soccer is football, Delaware's football team. Hens live on a farm. Farm in Kansas. Wizard of Oz. Tornado to Twister. Twister on Blu-ray. Water is blue with sky reflection. Water makes ice. Ice goes into beverages served in restaurants. Restaurants in India serve soy and veggie. Cow worship. Women there wear robes. Indian people are similar to tribes in Africa in color and children's attire. The great deserts lie beyond the tribal forests. where Ryan resides, the Egyptian pyramids, and the Sphinx. The Sphinx is half human, half lion. Lions are cats' family. There are cats in coffee shops in Japan. The written characters there are similar but different to Chinese characters. China is famous for the Great Wall. The Great Wall is made of stone and rocks. There are rocks and lava. Lava is liquid fire. Fire burns trees. Logs are made from trees. There are log throwing competitions in Scotland. Scottish wear kilts. Gutsy Smurf wears a kilt, showed off with Smurfette. Monty Python made the story of the Scottish being made from the British for aliens to win at Wimbledon. The British reside in England. To escape the rule to freedom, they crafted and sailed on the Mayflower. As I said before, this information has knocked down my IQ by several points. 2 days later, Chris deleted the riddle, most probably because nobody responded to it for obvious reasons, and posted it on the Quickie forums, claiming that the answer of the riddle was the Pittsburgh Pirates, tying the photo of Cuban to the riddle. He would follow this post up on the 24th, angrily reaffirming the riddle's answer. The Awakening of a CPU, also known as the Idea Guy's Corruption. Sonichu issue 13, originally issue 16, also known as The Awakening of a CPU, also known as the Idea Guy's Corruption, is an issue which was heavily directed by the Idea Guy's trolls. It features a story on how one of their fictional troll characters, John Yamada, came to influence Chris, and covers an incoherent series of plot threads involving pieces of lore the Idea Guys had brainwashed into Chris. Due to the secretive nature of the saga, the comic pages were initially not uploaded by Chris. However, in-progress photos were leaked by various people whom Idea Guy Joshua Wise had shared them with. After the Idea Guys were ousted, Chris resumed production on the comic in May 2018, when he posted previews for a backup story about the polyamorous marriage, acting against the advice of the guard dogs, who attempted to distance Chris from the concepts introduced by the Idea Guys. The comic was officially published in autumn 2018, albeit rough and mostly uncolored, and was directly mailed to his backers to avoid violating patrons' terms of service. The comic is unusual even by Chris's standards, in consisting most of huge blocks of expository text with illustrations running in a narrow column, or even relegated to the margins on most pages. Indeed, the approach more closely resembles a light novel than a traditional webcomic. It also bears an odd, likely coincidental, resemblance to the notorious and short-lived Marvel comic Marvel, which took the form of a printed comic script accompanied by occasional illustrations. The writing-heavy style does not go well with the rough hand-drawn lettering, or Chris's usual difficulties with run-on sentences and paragraphs, making the issue rather irritating to read through. This would mark a lasting shift in the Sonichu series. Sonichu issue 14 would similarly be dominated by walls of text with occasional imagery. Despite being aware that the Idea Guys turned out to be trolls, Chris still believes that normally bizarre events depicted in this comic are canon and happened. Evidence when he wrote the epilogue, The Awakening of a CPU, several months later, and when Chris's Magichan sock puppet account on Twitter referred to the events as true fact, and gave the book a proper number after being ripped out of the Sonichu series in April 2019 as the Idea Guys' corruptions that they were. Lady Managers. The Lady Managers were a mysterious group of trolls who gained their influence over Chris in equally mysterious ways. They trolled him from November 2015 to July 2016. They got Chris to announce a lesbian sleepover, launch Sonichu Entertainment of America, among other things. The inner workings of what they did was never revealed, not by Chris or the managers themselves. Due to this, they have faded into obscurity as one of the least talked about trolls in the entirety of Christory. Troll interviews. Throughout the years, there have been several troll interviews and Q&As. For example, the previously mentioned Liquid Chris and KC Q&A, there's also a Jason Kendrick Howell interview and a BlueSpike Q&A. BlueSpike was groomed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Schizo Theory hat time. By the way, credit to the creator of the Iceberg for answering this entry for me. So, BlueSpike was a pretend girlfriend of Chris and got Chris to sex roleplay on mic with him. The thing is, BlueSpike was 13 and there is a lot of evidence of the surrounding trolls encouraging him to go further and further with Chris, and BlueSpike, wanting to impress his older friends, kept going with it. Therefore, some people argue that he was groomed into simulated sex acts with an adult man, which is technically considered grooming of the highest degree. And once again, I don't believe a single word of these unhinged fan theories, due to the fact that there are several instances where BlueSpike is unnecessarily cruel for no reason towards Chris, which I highly doubt he was manipulated to do so. And most importantly, we're forgetting BlueSpike is probably one of, if not the most unhinged and insane trolls out there, rivaling Bell and the Idea Guys. So to think this 13-year-old kid was groomed into a relationship with Chris is incredibly unlikely. The REUPLOAD. The REUPLOAD was a YouTube account created by the man himself, Michael Snyder, to provide details on the 4th of June 2010 incident and to reply directly to Chris on his Green County conspiracy video. The account was later left dormant and was eventually closed by Mike. Chris and Barb sex tape, parenthesis, theory. As if it wasn't obvious enough, they had to add theory in parentheses. Okay. So Chris recorded almost every sex act he does, so there's a speculation that the deed he did with his mother is no different. It's only speculation and we will probably never know for sure. Now the closest thing we actually have to a sex tape is this video dated between 2010 and 2012 where Chris and Barb make small talk while eating junk food. Chris throws some very strangely inappropriate compliments towards her, which come off especially disturbing now given the certain events. Samantha Thaddeus. Samantha Thaddeus was a minor troll who social engineered her way into Chris's Club Nintendo and PlayStation Network accounts, and later gave them up to her father, Jack Thaddeus. In July 2009, Chris cried to Samantha when his PlayStation Network accounts were accessed by trolls. Black Saturday bushfires. The Black Saturday bushfires were a series of bushfires that either ignited or were already burning across the Australian state of Victoria on or around Saturday the 7th of February 2009 and were among Australia's all-time worst bushfire disasters. The bushfires occurred during extreme bushfire weather conditions and resulted in Australia's highest ever loss of human life from bushfires, with 173 fatalities. Panda seemingly ceased to exist when Chris failed to meet her ultimatum, and Chris convinced himself that Panda Halo was one of those 173 people who died in the Black Saturday bushfires of February 2009. But whether this is true or not shall remain a mystery forever. Chris's less than stellar knowledge of foreign geography meant that the fact that fires occurred about 1,000 kilometers from where Panda lived did little to inform his theory of her demise. In Sonichu issue 9, the fictional version of Panda Halo met her demise. After her building is put ablaze, she hurls her Pokeballs out of the window to save her electric hedgehog Pokemon, Chloe Rosechew and Blazebob Sonichu. After approximately 15 seconds of mourning, Blazebob reassures Chloe, mirroring Chris's lack of grief after the real panda's untimely death. Australatina Quickville War. Australatina is a fictional country originally created by Ahuvia Rotim Harrell. An idea guy had Chris include the country in Sonichu issue 13, where it was added to Sonichu canon as a powerful micronation that comes into conflict with Quickville, which it revealed to share a border with. The conflict was another attempt by trolls to ignite a feud between Chris and the Australatina Defense Force. The Australatinans are by far the most successful and threatening villains in Sonichu lore. While Mirrorly Walsh also invaded Quickville, she was only able to cause a brief ruckus that was suppressed in a single day. Australatina managed to decimate the entire city, imprison multiple important politicians and heroes, and held control of half the city for an extended period of time until they were defeated by a Deus Ex Machina. The micronation comes into conflict with the neighboring city of Quickville after a member of the Quickville Defense Force defecates on the border. Quickville's defenses initially managed to keep the invading Australatinan forces from pushing into the city limits. However, when the trial of Jamsta Sonichu for the R-word of Punchy ends in Jamsta's exoneration, the city was engulfed in massive violent riots. This internal strife allowed Australatina to successfully attack Quickville, devastating it and destroying the underground tunnels below the city. This resulted in hundreds of buildings collapsing and a large ravine forming in the center of the city that splits in two, with Australatina taking over the west side. The conflict continues. Australatina manages to slaughter the entirety of Quickville's armed forces, and Chris is forced to bring in Pokemon and video game characters to bolster the defense effort. Later, an army of Nazis from an alternate timeline invade the Prime timeline, and the Australatinas align themselves with them, turning the micronation into a vassal state for the Third Reich. However, when Chris corrupts the Nazi soldiers by turning them into Sonichus in a karmic transformation, akin to the Tower of Babel, the Nazis dissolve into chaos and infighting, allowing Quickville survivors to defeat them. After the war is won, Chris and his hedgehogs go back in time to undo the damage they caused. The ultimate fate of the country is unknown, though it is presumably destroyed, annexed by Quickville, or even erased from history altogether following their defeat. Stiffin Bust Cakes. Women only need apply, no STDs is a leaked video posted by the resurrected YouTube archive channel Quickville Library. The video itself is mercifully only 2 minutes long and entails Chris offering sex to women of any orientation for ludicrous fees. Chris quotes $50 for cuddling and goes on to say that $100 will rather more reasonably get the customer just about anything besides anal, which he doesn't do. Chris gives his prostitute name as Stephanie Buscakes and left a new email at the end of the video, stephanie.buscakes@gmail.com. Mr. Smith Angry Medallion. To Mr. Smith is a video uploaded to YouTube by Chris on the 26th of October 2014. Chris apologizes to an eBay buyer, Mr. Smith, with whom he was having a dispute over the sale of a medallion. After Mr. Smith had filed an eBay claim against Chris, Chris had revealed Mr. Smith's personal information on Facebook, essentially doxing him. Chris apologized, but in a demonstration of his typical lack of remorse, he sent Mr. Smith an angry Sonichu medallion instead of a regular one. After more vitriolic communication, Chris agreed to send a normal medallion as well as a commission. While the commission was intended by Mr. Smith to simply portray him with Sonichu, Chris turned it into a mockery with a bucket of ice about to fall on Mr. Smith's head. At that point, Mr. Smith demanded that Chris make the video previously mentioned. This is the second video taken in the rental house that Chris and Barb lived in after the 10th of January 2014 house fire. Chris's eerie, puke green camera work is still apparent as his previous video that month. Chris has again chosen to play some god-awful orchestrated music that sounds like it belongs in the sappy love scene of a 1950s sitcom. It's possible that this strange choice of soundtrack was added in an attempt to indicate sincerity, since he generally is unable to show legitimate emotions in any convincing way. The sloppy editing, disgusting appearance, lack of post-production, inconsistent message, and overall low quality of the video show that Chris has made this forced apology in the laziest possible manner. The video was taken down soon after uploaded, but fan archivists preserved it. The cinematography combined with the old music and the somber tone have drawn comparisons to the content of the album Everywhere at the End of Time, which is about dementia. Shoujo Beat article. Shoujo Beat was a manga anthology magazine, specifically geared towards young girls, published from 2005 to July 2009 by Viz Media. Chris sent a letter to them which got published in November 2005 issue. In it, he states how he related to the lead character of Absolute Boyfriend, particularly with her initially having trouble finding a sweetheart. He also used the comparison as a way to complain about how he can't find a boyfriend-free girl. A response letter from Eris was published in 2006. It offered some very good advice on how he shouldn't only look for pretty girls and managed to early predict how Chris would screw up his future relationships with women. Chris's published letters managed to offend his then gal pal Megan, who voiced her discontent via an email to him a few months later. Sam and Ellen. Sam and Ellen are a lesbian couple who considered Chris as a surrogate father. In reality, troll characters introduced to him by the lady managers to manipulate him into showing off his frozen semen collection and to film another sex tape with a doll. The setup for the sex tape was that Johan, a former porn star, was Chris's main competition to be a surrogate father. He made Sam and Ellen aware of some of Chris's previous exploits, such as the cake farts video and the Macon Schroeder saga, which cast serious doubts on Chris's viability. Though unclear who put forth the challenge, all parties agreed that Chris and Johan would both make a video to prove their sexual prowess, and the winner would be decided through an online poll. Around 7,000 votes were cast, with Johan taking a 16-point lead over Chris, despite the latter accusing the former of having an STD and being a bully. Sam and Ellen have yet to be heard of again, since it's generally assumed they chose Johan to impregnate one of them and lived happily ever after with a child that was not Chris's. Their names are a pun on salmonella. At first they gave their names as Samantha and Ellie, which were later morphed into Sam and Ellen for the pun effect. Chris Kisses Rose Chew. Chris Kisses Rose Chew is a video recorded on the 23rd of February 2021 and leaked on the 15th of August 2021, where Chris, while possessed by Sonichu, pretends to kiss an imaginary Rose Chew in the Goochland Public Library while an unknown cameraman records him. In the video, the cameraman brings up an idea for a Sonichu movie, which Chris appears to have been on board with. The video was leaked on the Kiwi Farms in August 2021 after the email account of a person associated with Isabella Loretta Janke was hacked into. Most notably, the video was addressed to Prater's email address, meaning that this video is likely a result or at least related to their activities. Jeff Ozo. Jeff Ozo, also known by his tomgirl name, Francine, was a mysterious troll who was most active in late 2015. According to Chris, he was behind the Quick Adult Chronicles fan game as well as selling unofficial Sonichu merchandise. Like Liquid Chris, whom Chris incidentally also thought was named Jeff, he would sometimes pretend to be Chris on the internet, and also like Liquid, he was part of an invented persona intended to parody the contemporary Chris. His true identity remains unknown to Christorians, and on the 21st of January 2016, he was supposedly arrested for unknown reasons and has not returned ever since. Church Unicorn Outfit. The Unicorn cosplay is a set of accessories Chris obtained at the 2017 BronyCon. It consists of a unicorn horn, ears and a tail. In many cases, Chris has been seen wearing the horn and ears together with his Sonichu medallion. Chris continued wearing it after the event. On the 16th of August, 3 days after BronyCon ended, Chris posted a selfie of himself holding a Coke bottle while wearing the cosplay. His commentary was limited to the Coke, suggesting that he had normalized the cosplay as part of his typical attire. On the 20th of August, Chris went to church wearing the full cosplay. Partway through the service, during a reflection on the previous week's violence between neo-Nazis and protesters in Charlottesville, he was handed a note by his pastoral counselor requesting that he remove the horn and ears. Chris claimed that the note mentioned that his attire reminded the congregation of Nazis, specifically not Nazi jesters. Speculation is that Chris mangled the meaning of the note in his mind, and that it may have simply requested him to remove his headpiece because it made him look like a jester, inappropriate for church setting. Another theory is that Chris could have meant Nazi gesture, but spelled it as Nazi jester. The horn may have reminded attendants of Ku Klux Klan style pointed robes, which they conflated with Nazis, as far-right movements in the United States have been used both by Nazis and KKK imagery. In light of the recent violence in Charlottesville, the congregation was likely unusually suspicious of any bizarre-looking attire. Chris, surprised at being called out, obeyed. Later, after leaving the church, he handwrote a note on the experience to Kathy Weslock, a voice actress for My Little Pony, tweeting to her and asking for advice. She has yet to reply. Simon Chu. Once upon a time, Simone Rose Chu was an orange rose Chu with the intelligence of a cinder block, who could turn her arms into drills and dig underground. She also had a drill at the end of her tail. Then her guts were shredded by a tragic toilet explosion and she was dead, or so they thought. She was originally a fan character submitted by Evan named Simon Chu, until Chris added breasts, a chine and turned him into Simonla. Her bizarre name is probably meant to suggest Simon the Rose Chu, La being the Spanish word for the, for example, Megagi la skunk. Troll edit of Sonichu 11. On the 24th of April 2010, the sites of the Wikipedia uploaded 2 new episodes from Sonichu 11. These stories picked up where Sonichu 10 left off and continued the dark and downbeat tone. Bubbles and Angelica were killed in the bombing of the Quickville Walmart. Sandy Rosechu was run over by an inattentive driver. Wild offed himself in a fit of grief and rage. Christine and Robbie were killed and Sarah badly injured when the 3 of them drank drain cleaner. Rosechu smothered her permanently crippled daughter with a pillow. Sonichu demanded a divorce, and Reginald Sneasel decided to show some infants his 7-inch lightning rod. Surprisingly, Punch and Blake are nowhere to be seen nor mentioned in either part of the hoax comic. Despite an overwhelmingly positive fan response to the new pages, Chris clarified in a rage-filled quick blog update that they were the work of a troll. During the Great Rampage 2.0, when the Wikipedia was hacked for the second and final time, the pages were restored, but the Wikipedia died the next day. Bella's parents are involved in the Kiwi Farms DDoS attacks. Welp, another schizo theory. This one does have a bit more merit than the rest. When this iceberg was created, it was just a few months after the whole incest audio were released to the world, which caused massive amounts of uproar everywhere on the internet. Now this theory accuses Bella's parents, which it has been proven that they are government agents, of DDoSing Kiwi Farms to protect their daughter. On paper it has some logic to it, but when you look into the details, everything falls apart. This theory has already been made fun of and mocked on the ChrisChan subreddit. Sonichu in Duty Monster video. Sonichu makes a cameo in Duty's music video for Monster around the 45-second mark. He appears on a poster as one of the many monsters looking for love. The text on the poster, though, partially covered by others, appears to say that he is looking for a boyfriend-free monster, indicating some familiarity with Chris's antics. I got Chris to make a video about me 12 years ago and now I feel like shit. How about instead of me explaining this entry, I just read it to you. Back in late 2009, I used to be an avid follower of Chris. I lived in London, and my girlfriend at the time lived in Moscow, where I'm originally from. I had nothing to do and my university was making me suicidal. For context, this was around the time the Jimmy Hill saga was wrapping up, and since I was going to the post office to send my girlfriend letters almost every single day, I decided to send the letter to Chris as his address was public and he kept checking his mail regularly. I wrote a letter claiming there was a royal board of certification in London trying to figure out a copyright dispute on something like Sonichu the electric Digimon. Very inspired, yeah, I know. I printed the letter on a super thick stamped paper and packaged it into one of those thick red Royal Mail envelopes, not thinking much about it at all, as I never thought Chris, after all the trolling attempts he went through, would give it a second glance. Chris being Chris, however, made an entire video about the letter and the theoretical author of the Sonichu Digimon series. Afterwards, Chris inserted the author, a Mr. Block, into Sonichu 10 as Enos. Why he was named Enos and why he's an elderly Jamaican man I'll never know, but Chris missed literally everything I inserted into the letter to make it somewhat amusing for other trolls. He pronounced the name Mudak, which is Russian cuss word, as Budok. I remember I talked to my girlfriend about my fascination with Chris at the time and she wasn't too happy, telling me that trolling an autistic man is not cool. I ceased correspondence with Chris shortly thereafter. With all that has happened with Chris this year, I feel a strange sense of regret over what I did. Ultimately, my trolling attempts was very half-hearted, but even this tiny throwaway letter that I typed up and sent off within the space of an hour made him put in a lot of time and effort into making an entire video to a non-existing government organ in the UK and invent an entire racist caricature of an old man for his comic. Every tidbit of attention towards him is magnified 100-fold in his world. And even though my own attempt at trolling was rather harmless in comparison to an entire criminal organization that got money from Chris and ultimately landed him, not without his own violation of course, in prison, I still wish I never took part in a trolling campaign that, to be fair, a lot of people took part in. Participation in what Chris did is a really dark and depressing thing, and now I've realized that fully. Thank you for reading, and please feel free to ask me any question you might have. And this is the first fucking comment. Red Forest. Red Forest is one of the several audio files that Joshua Wise, the original idea guys, mixed together during the fall of 2017 in order to craft a role-playing campaign designed to infiltrate Chris's beliefs. It is the sole audio file leaked, the remaining are lost media. To convince Chris of his claims of being able to travel to Quickfield's dimension, Wise created audio files splicing together lines from various media sources such as the hyperdimension Neptunia and Payday video game series. In one unreleased audio file, Wise even took audio of Chris originating from a past interview and edited to make it seem like all the mentioned Chris was speaking to people fighting to save Quickville. Chris, desperate for his fantasy world to be validated, fell for Wise's ruse. Quick Protect Squad. The Quick Protect Squad were a group of enablers and weens, role-playing as fans who are starved for attention to the point that they frequently tweet to Chris and his orbiters over Twitter. Chris has added them to his Twitter friend list as they shower him with words of encouragement, fan art, and even money. The floodgates opened during August 2017, seemingly due to Chris using Nightstar2891, a sock puppet account which encouraged weens to create their own character accounts to troll Chris's followers into thinking they are him. At Little Amy Chan, an account created on the 16th of August 2017, appears to be the spokesperson and de facto leader of the Quick Protect Squad. Her modus operandi is to shower unconditional positive regards towards Chris. She got Chris's attention with a drawing that had the hashtag Quick Protect Squad. Quick Protect Squad was pretty much the Twitter version of Sonichu Girls, as all of its members were supposed to be young female artists that would stand up for or support Chris when he needed. On the 10th of May 2018, during the downfall of the Quick Protect Squad, Little Amy Chan sent Chris a private video, which Chris posted the video on his Twitter, and when asked why, he basically said Little Amy Chan looked like a man pretending to be a woman and is probably a troll based on that alone. Little Amy Chan still followed him afterwards and still maintains a facade. Bob and Barb kept Chris homebound and refused to give him proper treatment because he wanted his tugboat and government money. I'm tired of these theories, so we already know as a fact that basically Barb lived off Chris's government assistance after Bob's death, but there's no evidence that that was their intention from the start. Lost 2005 Sega discussion board. There is next to no info on this entry, but a user on the ChrisChan subreddit allegedly claims that Chris posted on the Sega discussion boards, but Christorians weren't at the point where they backed everything Chris ever said or did, so they are now gone forever after Sega deleted them. But the creator of the Iceberg claims on the Adult Swim message boards, Chris expressed anger about losing the Harvey Birdman contest. Screams recorded by Chris's teachers. Chris reports draconian treatment by his teachers, but most likely was a result of having a loud, violent outburst. Chris claims these instances were filmed, so recordings of a middle school Chris loudly spurging out may exist out there, but this is most likely a lie, due to Chris's over-exaggerating and lying about the events which occurred at Nathaniel Green Elementary School. And finally, the last entry of this absolutely cursed iceberg. The dimensional merge is real. This for me unfortunately is true. Due to the fact that I've been on the quickie for so long and researched Chris so much, he essentially lives rent-free in my head. Every time I blink, I see an issue of Sonichu. Every shadowy corner, I know Magi-chan is hiding there. And every time I walk down the street at night, I know I'm never alone, knowing that ChrisChan is out there. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the complete ChrisChan iceberg. Holy crap, this took a very long time to make and produce, and I would like to thank everyone for the constant support, especially my dearest commenters who comment on every single video of mine. This is my final video on Christree. Don't expect me to touch this subject anytime soon. The following videos I want to make are most likely going to be iceberg style videos on nearly any subject I'm interested in. If you want to, you can comment an iceberg idea which I may use for future video. In a while I'll also upload a stitched together compilation of the iceberg and my ChrisChan tier list series. And with all of that said, I'm finally going to enjoy summer. Goodbye my fellow Christorians.